This was in the wintertime of 2000. I remember it like it had just happened the other day. I was spending the remainder of my holidays visiting family in Colorado. Let me give you a little bit of the layout of their land. My family lived outside of a smaller town. Their back was a massive stretch of land that moved into a small mountain. Tons of Colorado aspens everywhere. If you happen to catch it all in the fall, like October, the scenery was something of another world. Hues of gold, or brown and red, would shine. It was truly magnificent. And even in winter's cold, it was still a very beautiful place to spend your time. While my time coming up in the fall was not often, I would mainly spend it after Christmas, New Year's Eve, and even the first week or so of January, relishing my time with relatives who I would not see very often. Their house was custom built. Everything was big. At the back, you had a detached garage with a wraparound driveway. On the other side of that, you had a very large woodshed and other miscellaneous gardening tools. Next to that was a stump and a wood splitting maul resting right up against it, and a conveniently placed hatchet for kindling. If you were to go on the other side of the house, on the other piece of land, which was almost like a conjoining piece of property, but they owned it all, was a building they were in the process of redoing. I'm not sure if it was meant to be a guest house or what, but I never went inside of there. All I knew is it was in the process of being renovated, so I never asked. Beyond that, the land slowly ascends up into a large hill, which I believe is back to a small mountain, but I'm not quite sure. All throughout is full of aspens, intermixed with a beautiful Colorado meadow. Their house is almost like a $500,000 home, very large and very wood cabin-like, although I feel like calling it a wood cabin is probably an insult. That would be like calling a Lamborghini a Honda, because they're both cars. While visiting, my family ought to make it my duty to go back there and split wood for us as often as possible. Oftentimes, I'd be back there for 2-3 hours a day, splitting up wood over and over and stacking it. It was not only to fuel wood for the house, but just to help out family, as my family was getting older and more tired. They were not able to keep up on the load. I hated doing it, but what else could you do? I could not argue. While out there, completely by myself with my splitting maul, getting wood, I would often see this man-like figure drifting behind the aspens in the evening time, probably right around 4 or 5 p.m., as it was getting darker. Maybe sooner than that, because in the wintertime, the sun sets about 4:30 and is dark pretty early, so it was probably closer to 3 to 4. The sun was setting, but not quite dark yet. It would always move very slowly, from east to west, never minding me or anything else around. It used to really creep me out. The animal or figure was much like a larger man, built and lean in the chest, but very skinny and slender in the waist and the legs. It was a smoky gray color. The legs, which I thought were weird, were very similar to a man. And even though the head was very large and very similar to that of a wolf or a dog, the legs were not like a dog's. They had no hocks, and they bent at the knee. It kind of looked like somebody crawling around on all fours with a large dog head mask on or something weird. It was a strange sight, and it always creeped me out. I wouldn't see it every evening, but I saw it often enough that it really gave me a bad feeling. And so finally one evening, I was doing my usual. Actually, this time, I believe I had the hatchet and was getting pieces of kindling from a small round. And I look up and I see this thing again, almost drifting, just behind the trees as if not wanting to be seen. Then it stops and slowly arches its back and head in my direction, and very robotically puts itself up on 2 legs. Right when this happened, fear overtook my being. I did not feel safe. I did not know what this was. It was certainly not a bear, and it was not a wolf. There's no known animal that I'm aware of that behaves in this fashion. I simply and calmly put the hatchet down, while never breaking eye contact, and made my way back into the house. Of course, I never explained to my family what I was feeling. Just vaguely told them I didn't feel well, and I was a little nauseous. They informed me I should probably lie down, and maybe it was the bad roast we had earlier in the day. All jokes aside, it wasn't until later that I briefly spoke up about it to some of my family. I even asked them if we can keep the lights on, just to feel safer. Surprisingly, I wasn't mocked. They had heard me out and seemed genuinely concerned, which is more than I could ask for any family. With something like this, I would have expected to be mocked, but they took me seriously, at least from what I could tell. The next day, my grandfather even pulled me aside and spoke with me in the evening time. I was going to go out and split wood for the evening, but he had stopped me and told me to be very careful. He informed me that they come out during the evening. I basically played 20 questions with him, trying to find out what he meant by they, but he wouldn't answer, or if he did, they were indirect, answering in riddles. I feel that he did this to protect me, like he didn't want me to know the truth, but he could not hide it anymore now that I knew these things existed. I never really got answers, was just told to be very careful and watch my surroundings, which I did. I saw them a few more times, and I tried my best to ignore it and just shove it off. The rest of my time there and my family's proved fairly uneventful. Whatever these things were, they never made a move on me, and they just kept to their path of going east to west almost every other evening, or so it seemed. Always the same trail, too, behind these set of aspens. After this year, I would not go visit again the following winter. But the winter after that, 2 years now from the original one, I would come back and there was no trace of them, or so I remember. So I really don't have a logical explanation of what they were, or what I think they were. My grandfather and family would never talk about it, nor would they ever answer my questions. I really have nothing to say about it. But after some time, I stopped coming to my family visits, for fear that eventually these things would return. So, I'm from Edmonton, Canada. I'm a student and still live at home with my parents and 2 younger brothers. We're all pretty adventurous and love nature. We spend a lot of time outdoors. We go hiking every weekend and camping every now and then. As a student, I don't really have the time to go camp as often as I would prefer, sadly. I want to be a veterinarian. About 3 years ago, before I was a college student, I had more time to myself. We had gone camping for a couple of days. My family is very down to earth. We never believed in supernatural things, like the paranormal. We are all very aware of nature and its dangerous aspects. In fact, learning about plants and animals has been a large part of our upbringing. Since a very young age, my parents wanted us to be safe at all times. Also, a connection to nature is incredibly important for human beings, too often overlooked. I can only advise everybody to reconnect with nature when you're not feeling great. I promise you that it helps. Now, back to my story. That weekend we went camping in Jasper National Park. It takes a couple of hours to get there, but it's absolutely worth the drive. The park is gorgeous. It's the perfect hiking spot for every nature lover out there. You do have to make a reservation, and you can't just camp anywhere in the park. I recommend Wilcox Creek Campground. The first day, our hike went great. The weather was nice, and the view was beautiful. We were really tired after, so we went to sleep pretty early after a light dinner. The day after was a bit different, though. As soon as I woke up and left the tent, I felt like I was being watched. This feeling had continued throughout the day, but whenever I looked around, I never saw anything. FYI, I'm never scared to go when camping. There's no reason to be. I know how to get out of dangerous situations. I'm a pretty big guy, and not to brag, but I consider myself quite strong. However, that day, I didn't feel at ease at all. We all know what feeling watched is like, and often you'll see somebody actually watching you when you look around. This was not the case though. After a couple of hours of walking, me and one of my brothers were walking behind the rest of my family. I decided to ask him if he felt watched at any point throughout the day. I wanted to know if I was crazy or not. To my surprise, he said yes. He told me that, like me, he had felt somebody was watching us. I was glad to know I was not alone. When we got to finish our hike that day, we sat around the campfire and played some games. It was fun. I forgot about everything for a little while. When we decided to go to sleep a couple of hours later, the feeling came back. I shared a tent with my brothers, so I could not take out a reading light to distract myself. After all, I was not tired at any bit, so I would not be able to fall asleep. I closed my eyes and began counting in my head. This is something I often do to try and fall asleep. When I got to around 300, I heard something right outside the tent. It was like a very loud breathing. It sounded like an animal, but I hadn't heard one breath like that before. I was trying to identify what I was hearing when I felt my brother move in his sleeping bag. I asked him if he was awake, and he answered with a quiet yes. He asked me if I knew what it was. I told him I did not. We both heard the animal approach, and I began to get a little uncomfortable. I sat up, and my brother did the same. I really wanted to know what it was. I decided to slightly open the tent to look outside. It was one of the best and worst decisions of my life. A bit further away from our tent, I see this giant creature standing between some trees. When I say standing, I mean standing on two legs, like a human. It was so big, way bigger than any human I'd ever seen in my life. It was dark, and I couldn't make out all the details. All I knew is that its head and face were not human. It looked more like a wolf or a dog. I could not believe what was happening. It was watching me closely. It was watching us. After seconds go by, my brother asked me if there was anything out there, but he was a little too loud. I think it startled this thing. It immediately turned around and started running away from us, and it was very fast. I didn't expect that big to be so quick. I told my brother about it, but he did not believe me. Neither did my parents when I told them in the morning. I can say that I have never heard about a dogman before, but I stumbled upon the stories about this creature when I was trying to do some research. I had heard of Bigfoot and other mythical creatures, but this was completely new for me. I'm convinced that this is what I saw that night. I know I don't want to sound unbelievable, and I'm sure I was not daydreaming. I do not want to encounter it again, but I'm kind of happy I did. Although, I don't know if that makes any sense. I hope more people have stories about a dogman. I would love to hear them. I want to know that there are people out there who've experienced the same thing as me, so I don't feel as crazy. So, me and a couple of friends of mine were hanging out by this abandoned elementary school in Wexford County. The school has 4 floors. We were outside by the playground, or what used to be the playground. It was around 5:30, give or take. We always hung out there during the day since one of our friends had a curfew. But after his birthday, which was a couple of days, and his parents became less strict, so we got to hang out there just a little bit late. Anyway, we're smoking, having a really good time, you know. It was a little creepy since it was an abandoned school and everything, but other than that, it was normal. We were planning on staying until around 7, just for the thrill, I guess. At some point, we wanted to see some scary stuff. It was still a little bright outside. The sun was still up. So, me and a few friends decided to start a fire. We're not going to make a huge one, just a little one to use as light. My friend Jerry volunteered to go inside one of the classrooms and find something, anything we could burn. A couple of minutes after heading inside, we heard a very loud bark, and we saw Jerry running back. He was panicking. His face was pale and everything. Then, just behind him, we see this large black canine. At least, that's what it looked like. Almost like a wolf. It was covered in wounds. It was bloody and had grayish skin underneath, kind of like an upright wolf with mange. At the sight of this huge animal, we all almost instinctively ran in opposite directions. I've never felt this scared before. My heart was beating out of my chest. I ran as fast as I could, and I noticed my friends on the corner of my eyes as we ran. After a while, I looked back to see if it was catching up. It was still in the same spot that we saw running towards Jerry. It must have stopped after seeing us. I kept looking at it as I walked backward, but my friends, who were already far ahead of me, I turned back towards the huge dog, only to catch it now standing up. I could not believe what I was seeing. I saw this dog thing standing on 2 feet, now looking at me. We had a stare for a while before it growled, crouching down again. In my mind, I thought it would run after me, so I turned around and ran as fast as I could. I managed to catch up to my friends, and they were waiting for me. I did not even spare them a glance. I only wanted to run away from that place as fast as I could. We came out by a roadside, crossing it, and then rode a bus to go home. Thinking about it clearly now, I'm positive we saw a dogman. A werewolf-like creature that had been spotted here in Michigan on several occasions. I never believed it. Not until this happened. I had heard this story of an encounter with a creature called the Dogman. I just got back home on a Thursday afternoon, and I saw my dad with his friends on the front porch. I greeted them as I went inside our house. I was already inside when my dad suddenly asked me to bring them something to drink. I go to my room, put my bag on my desk, and then went to the kitchen to get something. I was deciding whether to bring a Coke or root beer when I heard them talking about dogmen. I brought them their drink and sat on the wooden railing and began listening. It was quite interesting. They did not even notice me, as they were quite immersed in the story. Apparently, a couple was out on their way to Deadwood, Alberta, one Sunday afternoon. The couple passed by a road where on the side were full of trees and shrubbery and tall grass. As they were driving, a large animal had crossed the road just ahead of them. They didn't quite see all its features. It was far too fast and large, but they said it was pitch black. A couple of moments later, the same thing happened yet again. A fast animal crossing the road. They didn't mind it and just continued. It happened yet again. At the moment, they were beginning to feel puzzled, since this was the third time. The couple slowed down their car in case they might hit something that came out of nowhere. As they were driving slowly, the woman noticed a black dog staring at them from a distance. Its head was poking out of a thick bush, and its body was now hidden. The man saw another one on the other side of the road, what they thought was a large dog. They speculated that it was a group of wild dogs or maybe wolves. As they got closer, they were able to make out more features. The face was a mixture of almost a German shepherd and a wolf. Very wild-like, but very intelligent-looking. The animal suddenly growled and snarled, exposing its teeth. And the noise was almost high-pitched. The couple then passed by these creatures, when suddenly, another one had crossed in the road but stopped in the middle. It looked exactly like the other two. Its body was more hunched back than the others. Its shoulders arched. It stood up on 2 legs, making a wet noise as its bones cracked. It looked at them for a moment, before jumping down on all 4s and dashing away. The couple that passed by it were nearly going at a crawl speed, terrified. Everything was going smoothly, and the woman screamed as this thing ran after them. I'm not really into these kinds of things, but I don't know if this is real or just simply an exaggeration of the real story. It was, after all, told by my dad's friends. And while they're not really known for storytelling or lying, you just never know with stories like these. This isn't my story, but a friend's. She wasn't going to post it. Not after the way the police mocked her out of the station, but after some serious bartering. She gave me permission to put it up under the condition that I change the names and fudge the dates a bit. The entire situation is apparently still being investigated, and the last thing she'd supposed to be doing is talking about the incident, especially since she was the last one to see Clarissa alive. But that thing disappeared with her friend's body. The cops don't believe us. We had to let it escape without consequence. If writing this could save one person, it's worth the risk. So, it all began when Clarissa asked May to go stargazing. The forecast predicted that the night would be perfect for viewing Jupiter. Clarissa had pulled out all the stops to get her way. She offered May the answers to her homework, offered to buy her food along the way, carrying her books. May's hesitance was born from the fact that the lake Clarissa chose, which is going to be redacted for legal purposes, was rumored to be hosted by some sort of strange creature. Eyewitnesses, however, were unreliable, as they had reported seeing a strange wolf standing upon his hind legs and walking like that of a man. Others insisted they'd seen a bigfoot or even a yeti. To put it simply, nobody knew what they saw, and so nobody really took legends all that seriously. No one important, anyway. Instead of believing us, or better yet, investigating the area, police oftentimes arrested kids out past curfew, fined their parents for the inconvenience. It didn't matter how many disappeared. They always asked the same questions, as made apparent when after the incident, the police asked all who had known about their outing, but nothing ever changed. The abductions didn't stop. The thing was never found and executed. Instead, we all carried on with our lives, continuing to ignore the truth lurking just beyond the cover of the trees. Anyway, they had got to the lake, both of them lugging sacks of equipment upon their backs, as they searched for a good spot to settle down. The trail was long and lumpy, and May was desperate for a break. The night was alive with sounds of nature, crooning into the silence, and Clarissa immediately got to work drowning them out. She went on about stars and spent minutes detailing how to properly use the telescope while she set up. The endless explanations quickly grew boring. Then, they had apparently heard the sound of something large stalking their tent all night long. At one point, May had gotten up to use the restroom, but after a while, Clarissa noticed she had been gone for quite some time, going to check up on her, only to notice she was now nowhere in sight. She was gone. Feeling very nervous, considering all the folklore and legends surrounding this lake, she shined her light, and to her horror, she sees a blood trail leading from right around a tree back further into the forest. She screamed and panicked, running back down the trail in the middle of her night, in her pajamas, calling the police, not sure what else to do. And once the police arrived, a full-on investigation for a missing girl was conducted. They had followed the blood trail, but apparently it led nowhere. Her remains were never found, and while Clarissa was speculated as killing her, it was later discovered that, while the case is still ongoing, she had nothing to do with her death. At least no foul play was speculated. I know this sounds like some sort of crazy horror story, but it's something my friend has to live with and is seeing therapy to learn how to cope with something like this. There's a reason she hasn't come public with it. Not only because of legalities, but, well, think of how easily she'd be written off. So my message to you and anybody that reads this, don't be so quick to blow somebody off for something that had happened to them. If they have a story or an experience, don't be so quick to be closed-minded. Listen, observe, use critical thinking, and always trust your gut instinct. Y'all aren't going to believe this, but I have to tell somebody or else I'm going to explode. So, there's this trail that cuts right through my neighborhood. It's very popular for dog walking, due to the dozens of lights that's in the area. It's possible that these lights, that I saw what I saw. I was walking my dog Roxy along this trail when, all of a sudden, she starts becoming really whiny and fussy, growling and grumbling and barking and shaking. And she's pulling out all the stops, but for what? The trail was empty. And it was a little late for dog walking, even with the stadium lights and an 8-pound security system. I was on high alert. But with nothing seemingly there, no matter how much I struggled to see what Roxy saw, it always seemed like something was around. It wasn't until I rounded a corner that I caught a glimpse of a large hairy figure with sharp teeth and long pointed ears, that I turned around and ran with my dog. Now, before you blow me off, let me just say that this was not a homeless man, nor was this a person in a costume. The size alone is what scared me so badly. It was like a giant man, covered in woolly hair with a massive canine-like head. I don't know what it was, but I don't want to see it again, and I was not willing to take chances. I don't regret it, not even now. This event happened when I was 17, around a decade ago. Now I luckily live somewhere else. This is something that I've never talked about, or liked talking about, because it was during one of those ugly overall nights when we were wrong from the beginning. I grew up and went to a small school in a small town in Michigan. Our houses were close to the woods, which we'd frequently used to hang out. Nothing supernatural ever seemed to happen there. I mean, sure, we'd tell each other the occasional ghost story, or we would try and spook each other with horror movie references, but nothing more than that. Just teenagers being teenagers. I know this context may seem unnecessary, but it's important to understand why I chose to be alone this night. Some streets in my town were just on the verge of fields, uninhabited areas, undeveloped plots of land, and woods. After all, the transition between teenage years and early adulthood is a very weird time. My group of friends was always the same 4 or 5 girls from childhood, but there were changes. 2 were closer than the others, and suddenly started to become more secret. And soon, I learned they were talking behind our backs. During those years, I was suddenly left aside by my best friend. She had got a boyfriend, and without prior notice, she began randomly to give subtle hints that it would have been better for me to meet with my friends or something. She also distanced herself from other girls, and the couple soon got very possessive of one another. Her behavior had never been like that, but things at my home weren't the best, and nobody paid mind when I tried to bring attention to the subject. My mother would tell me to find a boyfriend, or not to be jealous. I wasn't jealous. My now ex-best friend was experimenting with mood swings and getting really mean. Something wasn't okay. I even lacked the specific words to describe it. My intuition told me something was very off. And so, I began spending time with the girls that were left in the group, which wasn't easy. 2 had also gotten rather cranky, to say it nicely. You know, this was years before the whole feminist thing became widespread, and subject of abusive relationships was only ever touched on if there was ever physical violence. Now, I really suspect my best friend in a toxic relationship was with this guy, and she was in denial. And for the girls, envy was just a part of it. One of them was newer in town, and her history was rather complicated, but she was still very charismatic. And so, one night, we were all hanging out at a friend's house, a mutual friend. She lived around 10 or so blocks away. Some parts of the road were close to the woods, and just empty. Like I said, no development being built. I'd go there with my bike, spend as much time there as possible, and return during the day. All my friends were there, and my friend had invited some of the girls from another town. I remember we were all hanging out, introducing ourselves, and on the subject of our careers, once we had finished school. One of my friends was going to apply for economics in college, while another really wanted to pursue journalism. We even discussed things like marine biology, anthropology, and other things relating to the science field, which always interested all of us in a group. One of the ways we would bond, actually, is by talking about nursing school, as a matter of fact. After a while, one of the girls got really snotty and mean with us, and things kind of erupted into a large argument. I decided to leave. There's no way I wanted to spend time around that kind of negative energy. They didn't like it at all. But after I left, several others left too. It was not the hangout I expected. Now, before I go any further, I want to state at this point I was entirely alone, and the appearance of what I saw was so sudden, it could not have startled me anymore. There, in the middle of the road, where I was walking my bike, was this strange creature, alone, on two legs. It was very tall and had yellow eyes, the same way that an animal's eyes glow at night. Its body was strange. I could not tell what its gender was. At first, I believed it to be a black bear, due to the protruding ears and the muzzle, but the more I looked at it, the more canine-like it looked. A wolfish one, to be exact. Even the way it moved, it was creepy and grotesque looking. Its joints, every time it moved, would crack and twist weirdly. Something was very wrong with it. It was pure horror and completely unnatural, and it growled and moved towards me. It moved towards me very slowly, though, like it was a thief in the night trying to be uncaught. Although I could clearly see this thing, and it knew that I saw it. I jumped on my bike, bumped up the gears, and I flew past this thing as fast as I could push my legs. I don't know if it ever chased me, because by the time I was 2 blocks away from home, there was nowhere around. I just quickly shut the front door, locked every door and window, and kept it all to myself, never telling anything about what I saw or experienced. That includes my friends, that includes my family. But I'll go ahead and go on the record and say that yes, what I've gone through on this day, I wholeheartedly stand by. I know I'm not crazy. I did not make this up. I gained nothing from sharing this. A couple of months after this happened, I moved over to New York for college. But to this day, it was still one of the worst nights of my life, and the scariest by far. We own a wheat farm and have a small farmhouse in the middle. Our main house is in a village near our farm, but sometimes we also spend the night in the farmhouse. I was 12. One such night, when I was in my room playing video games, I could hear something big moving in the field. I thought it was just an animal, since we do have big deer that come through here, so I ignored it. After some time, I heard my mom running upstairs to my room. She looked terrified and asked me to close the window. When I stood up to close it, I saw what I thought was a wild bear, and I kept looking at it. My mom scolded me, staying close to the window that the bear could not see us. But when I tried to look closer, its snout was longer and thinner in the middle. How could a bear look like that? I mean, I was sure it was a bear at this point, but the more I looked, the more sure I became it was not a bear. Long fingers, shoulders that were huge and muscular, and even the footnails were pointed and clawed. Its teeth were like large daggers sticking out of its mouth. Maybe it was hungry or something. It was growling heavily and was looking at the entrance of our house. Our farmhouse was far from village, so even if we called somebody for help, it would take time. I asked my mom to go hide in the basement, but she was already scared to leave me, thinking the creature outside is a wild bear. I could not tell her it is not a bear, but something maybe more dangerous. I went down to hall and closed the window. I was walking close back to the door of the kitchen, and I heard this mild growl. Whatever this thing was now right behind the door. I was unable to breathe, and I put my hands in my mouth, so could not hear my breathing. I was shaking. I was so scared. I could hear it moving slowly, away from the door, and it let out this very low groan, and this smell filled my nostrils. It was like death, the rotting meat left on the side of the road for days. I almost vomited. I ran to the basement to grab the shotgun. I went upstairs to my room where my mom was sitting in one corner. I went to her and tried to calm her down, asking her to listen. I told her it's not a bear, that I didn't know what it was, but I thought it was trying to get in the house. I really had no idea what it could be. She hugged me close. She was very frightened. We both looked through the window, and we could see it moving around the house, like if it was looking for a weak point, trying to get in, circling, eventually leaving off into the crops. After we thought it left, we contacted the village and many people came in the morning. That night felt very long and we could not sleep. When villagers went looking for this thing, but could not find it, instead, finding a trail of dead, mutilated animals, from rabbits to deer, even a dog. After this, we moved back to our house in the village, and even decided to sell it afterwards, for fear that whatever this creature was might return. This was in the UK, by the way, back in the late 1970s. I didn't want to write this story. I was not interested in becoming one of the more internet lunatics who talk about their encounters, like with Dracula or even the ghost of Michael Jackson. However, I do want to know more about what I saw. As it turns out, I'm actually not alone. I googled it to see if anybody else had ever heard of something similar, and found that many people have apparently reported encounters about it, and it even has a name: Dogman. I know it sounds stupid, but there's not a better way to describe it, really. It's possible we might be onto something here. If it turns out that we've actually been witnesses to a real nature phenomenon, I'm glad to report my findings to the public. So, here it goes. I recently began working as a security guard in a factory in Cincinnati. I will not be naming the place of employment to avoid any potential issues. But it is important to the story that I mention the factory is right next to a large forest. As soon as I got the job, I got stuck in the night shift. Of course, the newcomer gets the night shift. Anyway, I'd be willing to do it for a couple of weeks, and then see if I could trade my spot for some morning shifts with somebody else. So, there I was, receiving instructions from the boss about how everything works. Normal security stuff. However, he told me he had one last thing to warn me about. He said that lately, night shifters have been reporting sightings of some large big animal roaming outside the facility on the northern end. Nobody had got hurt, but in any case, stay alert. If things got ugly, just call animal control. I was already having second thoughts about this job. Great. Fast forward to the first night. I was in my post, just walking around, nervous. Every sound I heard, I would shine my flashlight on, but nothing ever showed up. Second night, same thing. Not a sign of anything roaming around. Guess the animal got tired of stalking a factory. I began to relax. Third night, all was normal, so I even got my headphones on and played some music. There I was, deep into the music, and I heard a faint rattling outside my headphones. At first, I thought it was a part of the song, but then the song ended, and the rattling kept going. So, I took off the headphones to hear it properly. There was no doubt the noise was coming from somewhere around the factory. I got my flashlight and my gun and went looking. And suddenly, the noise ended. I started to run, trying to find the intruder before they made a run for it. But I did not find anyone. I did find where the noise was coming from, though. On one side of the factory, a part on the fence that had been ripped apart. It was not cut, as it would have been if somebody had used those wire cutters. No, it was ripped apart, and the borders of the cable seemed to have something that disturbingly resembled large teeth marks. I cursed and ran away from the place, shining light everywhere in case it would still be around. I saw nothing else that night, but I did not turn my flashlight off, not for a second. The next day, I informed my boss of what had happened. He immediately sent people to get the fence fixed, I told him I refused to keep on going around at night, alone, if this thing was around tearing fences apart. We have no idea what kind of animal we could be dealing with here. Maybe a ravaging bear. Or worse, a bear, a mama bear with cubs. But he didn't care. He just said they would shut the place down for some days until they found the bear and moved it along. He could not afford to let that happen. He told me he would send somebody else to spend my shift with me. This way, I would feel safer. I didn't want to lose the job, so I had no choice but to agree. The fourth night comes around, and it's me and this other guy who had been working for a few years on this place. I'm nervous, wearing 2 jackets and 2 pants for extra protection in case of getting bit. Ridiculous, right? Well, I'm now holding my gun and flashlight with me at all times. I'm not sure what to expect anymore. The other guy keeps telling me I should chill out, and that I probably scared it off yesterday. He's not making me feel any safer or any more welcome. Eventually, the hours go by and nothing comes around. I make some conversation with the guy. He tells me it's not uncommon to hear animals roaming around, but due to how close we are to the forest, this is not the first time. They're just told to not talk about it, and they never get close. The whole fences being ripped apart, though, that's a first. The night goes by, and now I've let my guard down. Me and the guy are just shooting, talking about life to make the night go faster, and we hear this deep, angry growl sound coming straight behind the woods, not far from us. I shine my light in a second and see something that I'm still having a very hard time believing. It was this huge, tall, furry creature that was shaped like a person, but with the head of a wolf. I understand, that's hard to hear and hard to believe. Trust me, it was harder to see and accept. Its eyes shined red, the same way a deer's would in headlights, except they were very visibly red, focusing right on me and bearing fangs. My partner merely cursed, took out his gun and shot it, but missed. The creature let out a howl and a spine-chilling noise, disappearing. So yeah, that was my encounter with Dogmen. We called animal control right away. They came to check, but didn't find anything. Afterwards, the factory was closed for a few days, and I lost my job. I didn't mind that much. I'd honestly look for something else rather than stay there, risking myself for my boss that could not care for about our safety. They never found anything. I don't think anybody believed us much either. But we, or I, know what we saw. The other guy doesn't want to talk about it, in fear of being called a lunatic. Even if this was the so-called Dogman, what else is out there? What happened was, my brother got admission into his favorite university. He moved out of the country. I decided to go there for his birthday as a surprise. I boarded the flight, landed on port, and called him. Lucky. He was so shocked and he took me to go sightseeing. We video called our parents and cut the cake in the park. It was quite dark, so the streetlights looked like spotlights with no ballerina around. There was this little shop behind our bench in the park, which was also a snack center. My brother got up to buy some drinks for us while still FaceTiming with my parents. I felt like someone was looking at us. Mom asked me about his friends being there too. She saw someone behind us, but he was all alone. I said it was just for the two of us in the park. Let me tell you about the park first. It had trees lined up on both sides of the pathway and seemed to function like roads. There were bushes crowded near the fence from start to end. It was beautiful, to be honest. We spent around 3 hours in the park. It was beginning to get late, so I asked him to drop me off at my hotel. It was my first time there. We rented these electric scooters, and the street looked so deserted. The streetlights on footpath looked empty. I was sitting behind my brother, and I was enjoying the view when I saw this creature, like big and muscular, ahead of us. It suddenly jumped from the woods. I asked my brother if he knows what this thing is, as it jumped out, but he was startled and scared to to see this. It was unreal. He asked me what it could have been, and we stopped and entered the building nearby. We hid behind the gate. We could see it, though. It was 7 feet tall, wide shoulders and pointed ears. It was walking around like a man would be on its hind legs. It was alone, on a deserted footpath, and was kind of heading towards something we couldn't see. It jumped over the small ditch on the side and disappeared. I was dumbstruck to see this kind of thing, but my brother felt a little more at ease. We hid there for about 20 more minutes. While we were riding away, I did not ask him anything. That picture would not leave my mind. My brother informed me this thing is known as the Dogmen, a concept I only knew as rumor, and now it exists. Somehow, I still don't believe it. I can't comprehend such a thing exists. I was 16 in 1989, at a time much different than now. You see, I am a believer in the paranormal. I even grew up with a poltergeist in our home, so I'm no stranger to dark and creepy things. But I never thought they could take physical form until this night. My friends and I thought it would be fun, with it being so close to Halloween, that we would sit around a graveyard and speak to ghosts in a graveyard. We used one of those old tape recorders. Remember, this was the 1980s, so the concept of an EVP session was pretty primitive, if not really well known at all. And I don't even think we called it that. We had a name for it, but I don't remember. But I digress. There were 5 of us in total. The same friend group that used to hang around all the time after school, getting into mischief and, typical teenager stuff. I guess you can call it being bored with our extracurricular activities. But our friend, Ronnie, he was very, very much so into ghosts. And after having dealt with a poltergeist most of my childhood, me, not so much. But he was insistent that we go to the graveyard and do this. He's the one that actually had saved up enough allowance to buy the tape recorder and do this. It was all Ronnie's idea. We just went along with it. My other 2 friends thought the whole thing was a joke and that spirits and ghosts did not exist, that you could not speak to them, no matter in a house, a haunted house, or even a graveyard. The closest cemetery was maybe a mile away, if I remember. A rather large one, and old, holding some graves back to the early 1800s. I had walked through it before but never spent too much time really looking at tombstones. This is where Ronnie wanted to have our little EVP session, I guess, as they call it nowadays. It was not a seance. Maybe it was. I'm not really sure how to differentiate the two. So we set it up. I want to say it was maybe a week or 2 before Halloween night. I couldn't tell you exactly, but I do remember it was a school night. We all just told our parents we were going to be hanging out. We weren't curfewed, at least not that I remember. But we did have to be back at some reasonable time. After all, we had school the next day. But this was the 80s. Parents were more lax in some ways and strict in the others. We all met up at one of my friend's houses, not Ronnie's, but another, and we walked our way there with our tape recorder, laughing and joking and thinking of all the things that could happen. Of course, we thought it was going to be a very uneventful night, that nothing would happen. Little did we know, even though our world was not shaken exactly, something still happened beyond my realm of normalcy and comprehension. We make our way to the graveyard, and it's now dark. It has been for quite some time. Since in October, the sun sets at about 6:37. It was around 9 p.m., 10. Something along those lines. I just remember it was dark now. We made our way to about what I would call the center of the graveyard, next to a very large family tombstone. It looked very old and weathered, probably dating back to the early 1900s, but I don't remember the dates. I guess you could say we kind of treated it like a seance, since I guess that's what we called it back then. We all sat in a circle. We didn't have any candles lit, but we sat in a circle, with the tape recorder on record right in the center of us, a brand new tape, in hopes that we could ask the spirit something, and when we would play the tape back, we'd get a response. Since this was Ronnie's idea, We let him be the ringleader. He could ask all the questions, and if he wanted to get answers, that was on him. I felt pretty neutral about the whole thing. I couldn't really think of any questions to ask, but I did find it interesting, if anything. Ronnie begins asking the age-old question. If there's any spirits here, please tell me now. Silence. If there's anybody here again, please, we are trying to make contact. Nothing. Except one of my friends began snickering. Ronnie got mad and gave him a very, very mean look. He even then introduced himself, claiming he would like to reach out to somebody whose life was now lost and their souls were wandering this boneyard. At some point, Ronnie had to shut up a couple of our friends. He had to re-explain to them that they were not going to get any responses, at least that were directly audible, and they would only hear something unless they played back on the tape. This went on for maybe 15 more minutes, but it's just a poor time estimate. It could even have gone as long as 30 minutes. But at one point or another, I remember one of our friends began almost acting panicked and pointing off in the distance. Off by the trees where he was pointing were a glowing pair of eyes staring in our direction. That's when the entire atmosphere around us changed. We were convinced we had somehow invoked a demon. The friends that were with us, who were not believers, became believers very quick. Even Ronnie had shut up, asking out loud, "If that is you, taking physical form, please step forward." My friend grabs him by the shoulder. "Are you kidding me? You're going to bring that thing over here?" And this figure kind of lurched and stepped out more in the open. Not that we could visibly see what it was because of how dark it was, but enough we could tell it was very large and hunched over, and had a head that resembled a dog, with long hair draping all over its body. It was kind of drunkenly staggering, like a man who had taken one too many shots of some whiskey. We all got up and ran, screaming, ditching the tape recorder in the process. Maybe not ditching it, but forgetting to grab it. We didn't even bother to say goodbye, we just all ran back to our houses. The next morning at school, we were all too afraid to talk about it. Even Ronnie seemed pretty shaken up. But we figured, in class, we should discuss about going back and retrieving the tape recorder. Me and Ronnie were the only ones who had big enough cojones to go and get it. We stepped foot back in the graveyard in the late afternoon. It was shortly after school had gotten out, and we walked away all the way over to where we were sitting the night previous. The tape recorder was gone. We also wondered if this thing had somehow grabbed it. This is a very old graveyard, not really visited by many people. Is it possible that security stopped by and confiscated it? Sure, I guess you can go with that theory. But it doesn't make any sense. And for the longest time, I've never really bothered to tell our story. I think my friends all just left it as is, in the past, not telling anybody. Ronnie soon lost interest in all things paranormal after this. I think he bit off more than he could chew with this experience. Myself, I've been too afraid to tell my story, thinking people would call us crazy. And in fact, as I grew older, got out of high school and moved on with my life, I kind of just forgot about it. It wasn't until the advent of the internet and all the real-life encounter stories and what you youth refer to as creepypasta became increasingly popular, had I been reminded of what happened that night back in the late 80s. Maybe I wouldn't be considered so crazy after all if I shared my experience to people who are willing to listen. But the truth is hard for me to speculate what it could have been. Sure, maybe some of the friends would have said it's a demon, but I don't know what it was. I can tell you this, though. It did not appear until we started doing a seance, or EVP session. And part of me wants to believe it was supernatural, but I'm not sure. I've never heard of demons or ghosts that take physical manifestation, at least that I'm aware of, but please, I'm no expert on the supernatural or paranormal. It's just purely speculative. The only thing I can really say is that it really scared me. It scared all of us. And like most high school friend groups, I lost contact with everybody when I went to college. So I have no idea where all of them are at in their lives. And no, I have tried looking on Facebook before, but nothing. It would be interesting, however, to reach out to Ronnie, see if he's still alive and get his perspective on it. Maybe I'll try and do that at some point. But for now, you have my telling of the story. Thanks for hearing me out. Where we come from, people had always talked about the Dogman encounters that people had had, but nobody in our town, where we grew up, believed it. It's like those tales they would tell us when we were younger, but as we grow older, we know it's not true. And me and my friends would always talk about it, wonder to ourselves if what our parents told us were true. One of my good friends invited me to go out on a date with this guy she had found online. It was weird. While we were going to go on a date together, he had introduced himself and said he was lonely, which I guess is probably not the best thing to introduce yourself and start off with, right? Well, after going out on a date with him, he seemed pretty innocent at first, but things began to take a very weird turn the more time we'd spent together. You see, after a few months of seeing each other, he explained to me that because of his night visitors, he often didn't get people coming over. That included his own parents, his family, and even, yes, girls. He was only 16 and emancipated, so he lived on his own, and this tiny little shop converted into a small one-bedroom apartment. When I would ask him, "What do you mean by nightly visitors?" he was pretty vague about it at first, explained that these large wolves would come to the backside of his house, kind of sniff around and look for trash, and it often scared his family away. I didn't believe him. I thought he had some strange habit or something weird about him that he was just trying to hide. He decided to prove it to me and invite me over to his house one night so he could show me exactly what he was talking about. I came over on a school night, decided to sleep on the floor in a sleeping bag next to him. I wouldn't exactly call us super close. We were loosely dating. I mean, I liked the guy, but there was still something off about him that I could not put my finger on. Well, come that night, right around 1:30 or 2 in the morning, we heard noises outside, scratching and sniffling, and then he began complaining, saying that these things are here and they always keep him up at night, and he's having a hard time sleeping. He tells me I can go peek out the back window if I want to. I get up and curiously wonder my way over to the back door, thinking he's completely full of it. And to my shock, I see several large dogs, all black, larger than any dog I've ever seen. They kind of reminded me more of hyenas, honestly, than anything I've ever known. At least in the face and the way their backs were arched. They seemed to be communicating with each other somehow, making these strange clicking noises. Or that's what it sounded like. They began to almost move in formation and descended back into the tree line. I was so scared. I ran back to him, shaking him. "You didn't tell me that there were mutant wolves coming up to your house." But he acted so careless and nonchalant about it. I tried to sleep the rest of that night, but I just could not. And the next day, we had a few classes together, since our high school rotated between A days and B days, like many other high schools do. And after that, he just got really weird, like he got overly clingy and would say strange stuff to me. And after a while, it really turned me off from him, so we broke it off, maybe about a month or 2 months later. I pretty much moved on with my life, compartmentalizing that memory as just some strange, weird off-occurrence that happened in my life. But as I got a little bit older, the thought and memory came back to me, and I got curious, wanting answers. I guess it turns out that it's very possible what I saw that night could very well have been Dogmen, or what they claim to have been Dogmen. I'll let you decide for my story. This happened last year, in August. I was riding home with my bike. The road I took was usually windy, and went through a small portion of forest. The town is very small and traditional. Everybody here talks of lots of myths and legends. When I go around during the day, and it's sunny out, I don't really like to go anywhere alone at night. It's probably because of all the bad things that have happened around our small town over the years. People disappearing mysteriously, or people being murdered. It's never been safe out there, and every person who lives here is aware of that. You'd be blown away by how many of these murders have been covered up and not allowed to access the public. One night, though, I got caught up at a friend's house. You see, there was this girl I really liked, and I wanted to stay as long as I could to be there. When I got going, it was midnight, and I had a very bad feeling in my gut, telling me to stay the night at a friend's. But I ignored it, thinking my parents were going to beat me. I just left and went home anyway. Along the way, I got tired and began to walk, carrying my bike next to me. Suddenly, in the distance, I heard something crashing. It was like something had stepped on a large branch or something, but it was very loud. I turned around and could not see very clearly, deciding to ignore it. All of a sudden, I hear another loud bang of foot against the ground, something growling deep. The fear I felt at that moment was something indescribable. I never felt that way. I thought I would pass out. I had heard loud footsteps approaching me very fast. I knew I needed to get onto my bike and ride as fast as I could to get to the nearest house in the village. I ran and ran, but it was getting closer and closer, and the growls were getting louder and louder. I could not ride anymore. I was too exhausted and needed to stop. The last thing I saw before I passed out were two bright eyes approaching me, and a creature that looked like a half dog and half human. When I woke up, I was in my bed. Nothing was clear to me, so I asked my mom what had happened. She told me they thought a dog had attacked, that I had claw marks. A few days later, looking up this creature on the internet, I found out it's called a Dogman. I knew that nobody would ever believe me, so this is the first time I've openly admitted to what I've witnessed. I'm not really sure how others are going to be receptive to what I have to say. Wish me luck. 5 years ago, I was traveling with my family to my grandparents' house just outside of New Orleans. The traffic was terrible. We were late, stuck in the rain. While looking bored outside the car's window, I saw something strange outside of the road. Something strangely large. It reminded me of a dog or something. I noticed its size, and the only thing I could see, which the window fogged up, and this thing caught my attention. After some time looking, the creature looked back at me. Its eyes, I noticed, were different from any normal animal, looking a little bit like human eyes. I did not believe in my own eyes and told my parents to see. When they finally did, the creature was not there anymore, and again, things went back to being boring. Hours had passed, and finally, we arrived at my grandparents' house. It was raining even more now. After dinner, I went to talk with my uncle. We'll call him Finn. We played some games, and I began talking about what I saw earlier on the road. He got really serious looking, and told me to never look into its eyes. I said, "What?" He said that this creature hunts everything that looks into its eyes. I told him to stop joking, and he told me he was not. The creature was now following us, my parents' car. I thought he was trying to scare me, so I blew him off. Well, we all went to sleep, and I heard my grandfather's dog begin barking like a maniac, until there was one last high-pitched bark, and suddenly it got silent. I went to the window to look. I was trembling, scared, thinking about what my uncle said and trying not to make any noise without my steps. Outside was raining a lot. I saw in the yard what lasted of the dog's house, and then I saw its body. The dog was headless. All its paws were broken, and I screamed, and I was terrified, running to wake everybody up. My parents did not believe in my words. They explained it was a nightmare. I needed to get back to my bed. I insisted, and after trying hard to get them out of bed, they came to my room and looked out the window. My mother now paralyzed. My father ran to wake up his parents. My uncle was awoken and went out to see the dog's corpse. When he opened the door, the thing was there, the creature that killed the dog. My uncle was paralyzed and he tried to backwalk, but the dogman began ripping apart the corpse of the dog. My entire family howled out of fear and terror, running back in the house, while my uncle grabbed his rifle, kicking the door open again and firing several shots in the direction of this large, hideous creature. The creature, now incredibly angry, almost rushed the house, running its hand right through the wall, then quickly retracting it, then disappearing as it got shot at several more times. We sat there, huddled, crying and afraid at whatever this horror was that had just tried to attack our house. We were not sure what to make of it or what to even think, but we knew that terror had struck. My aunt, being the most distraught of all of us, somehow decided to call the police. But they informed her there was nothing they could do, wished us all luck, and that we were now on our own. The rest of that night was like a ticking clock, always waiting for something to happen. The woods around were very quiet. Even my grandparents were very unnerved. We all slept in the living room, all with our guns next to each other. Not me, though. I was too young. But my parents and my aunt and uncle and my grandparents, waiting for whatever this thing is to come back. Once the sunlight came, my grandparents admitted that they believed this was the work of a rougarou, a strange canid werewolf-like creature said to stalk the swamps around New Orleans. And now, it had finally found their house. Even the police knew about it, which is one of the reasons why they refused to come out and send anybody. They were not about to be a part of it or get entangled with this creature. And it was that day that I learned a lot more about the rougarou than I would have wanted. Not only did I learn that it was more than folklore and very real, but I learned that it had been hunting my family for generations apparently. My grandfather, I guess at some point or another back when he was younger, in his later 20s, had made some sort of deal in blood. For what, he never told. But he said that ever since, this rougarou has been following the family, attacking and stalking at random times, terrorizing aunts, uncles, children, grandchildren. It doesn't matter who or what. If there is a direct blood family connection to him, it will be a target. He has gone to churches, but mainly they either reject him or refuse to help him in a situation. I even now have a really hard time writing and talking about this, so excuse me for any poor storytelling or grammatical errors. We spent some extra time with my grandfather this time and tried to convince him to move out of state. After much debate and argument, we got him to move to western Texas, a much drier and safer place, and what's even more beautiful, no rougarous around for miles. Or so we think. I was 6 years old when this happened. I was playing outside with my friends. We would play all day, and when the night came, our moms called us inside. We all lived in the same neighborhood, so it wasn't far for anybody to get home. We basically could see each other getting in the house. My mom would always tell me scary stories about what would happen if I managed to stay out too late or did not behave. The scariest story is the one she told me about the Dogman. According to my mother, it's a night creature, half dog and half man. It's twice the size of a human, and it feeds on small children. I was never late to go home because of this, the fear of Dogmen, until one day, I was having too much time to notice it had gotten dark outside long ago, and I was now late. I noticed and quickly said goodbye to my friends, heading to my house, which was only a 5-minute walk from where we were playing. On my way, I could not stop thinking about my mother's stories. I was so late home, and I was sure that something bad was going to happen. I got home safely. Nothing bad happened, thankfully. There were no dogmen trying to kill me, which made me start realizing maybe they don't even exist. My mom did give me a rant, though, but I told her it wouldn't happen again, and she accepted it. When I turned the lights off in my room, I got a very strange feeling. I was rather going to sleep with my lamp on that night. My house was made on only one floor, and the bedroom was right next to my parents' room. The windows in my room looked at the huge backyard of my neighbor's house. It had a ton of trees and plants. They obviously did all their own food, greenhouse kind of people. I told my mom to check under her bed for monsters. We all go to sleep, and as always, I had a strong feeling that I should check my window, as I had heard something like a strong growl outside. I got curious. When I went to check the window, I saw something that makes me freeze to this day. Behind the trees and across the street was this giant black figure. I could not see it as clearly as I would have wanted to, but once it stepped forward, I realized this was the dogman my mother had warned me about. And suddenly, it jumped and began running toward the window, like a Russian football player. I didn't know what to do, so I just ran and hid under my blanket. I couldn't move for a half an hour. When I finally got the courage to go to my parents' room, I ran to at the speed of light, literally. My mother told me when she checked my window, there was nothing there. She reassured me that she wasn't mad about me being late that night, and the dogman concept is all made up. I should state here that she did not call it a dogman. I don't know what she called it, but it wasn't that. I only say that she called it the dogman is because later on, I learned that what I saw was probably a dogman. I couldn't sleep that night until I went to their room to sleep with them. It took me a very long time to forget about what happened that night and convince myself the dogman isn't real. Now that I'm older, and I have nightmares about the night still, and knowing Reddit, I understand that dogmen are actually real, which would explain what I saw. I was staying with the family for the wintertime. A nice, cozy home located in Michigan. It was kept clean, and there was never a time where there wasn't a fire on the fireplace. It actually belonged to my great-aunt, and she was very wealthy. She owned a large house with a large portion of property with woods in the back. It was on this back side of the property that something had happened. Something I still have trouble believing to this day. I was just a few years younger than I am now, and my family was staying at my aunt's. The fire was warm. My mother was talking with her sisters, and me and my cousins grew bored of just sitting around, listening to older lady gossip. My cousin, Morris, told us he knew a cool place out back in the woods. After all, I had not spent much time exploring. We lied and told our mothers we were going to play football. We walked out the door with no football, but our moms did not question it, so we stepped outside and made our way to the woods, giggling like children. In our minds, we had just gotten away with the most elaborate prison escape. We walked our way to the woods. It was so cold we could see our breath every time we spoke. We got to the woods, but with a few hours left of sunshine. We found our logs, sat down, and my cousin Donnie pulled out the alcohol, and we began passing it around. We barely had to drink anything. It was our first time drinking. We all thought we were drunk. We sat around the bottle over time, buried in the snow. After an hour and 30 minutes or so of rubbing our hands together to try and get some warmth, we decided we should go in. We got up, we each took another swig, and Morris tossed the bottle at a tree. We all laughed and pseudo-stumbled our way back to the house. We were drunk. Well, we weren't drunk, but we were fools who convinced ourselves we were intoxicated. Donnie was talking too loud. Morris was belching, and I was laughing uncontrollably. This is probably the reason that we got lost and could not find our way back. It took us about 30 minutes to get back to the spot, and somehow, it seems like we had gone back in a complete opposite direction from where we had come. We did not recognize where we were at all. It wasn't dark yet, but it was surely getting there. And Donnie began freaking out, saying our parents are going to kill us. Morris and I just laughed at him. Calm down, we'll find our way. We looked and looked for a way back to the house, but we couldn't find it. It was basically dark now. We sat down, didn't see any point in continuing on. We began to turn on each other very quickly. Yeah, great idea. Thanks for bringing us out here, Morris, Donnie told him smugly. He told him to piss off. I got involved and told them both to calm down. We decided it was time to get back to trying to find our way out, and we all stood up. I told everybody to look. We pointed at the path in the snow, and as Morris got closer, They were not footprints like we thought. When he said that to me, Donnie looked at me and asked what type of prints they were. He looked back at us and, with a somewhat worried look on his face, they were canine tracks. We weren't too worried. We doubted a dog can really affect all three of us. Maybe it was the alcohol, maybe it was the fact that they were young and stupid, but we all blinked out on the fact that it may be one or more dogs. Maybe it's Nana's dog. After all, our grandmother had a huge husky. We all decided in unison that it was best we follow the path, hoping it would lead us to where we needed to go. After a while, the path stopped right in front of us, of a bush bigger than all of us. If we go through here, it may lead us to the front. Donnie said, and we walked through it. On the other side was not one of our grandmother's home, but a snarling pack of wolves. None of us moved. They stared at us, horrible looking, and they all began to stand up in unison, like some sort of freak out of a horror movie. What sort of freak show had we just walked into? We all began trembling and shaking, and these three large mutant-looking wolves began to walk toward us, standing on two legs. They each took a few more steps, stopped, and the one bigger one turned to the other two, and kind of made this weird expression, and almost as if they were communicating with each other, kind of this strange clicking noise. They looked back at me and Morris, turned back at them, and then looked off in the direction where a howl was present, a very deep and guttural growl which sent shivers down my spine. And no, it was not from the piercing cold or the alcohol. These creatures looked off in the direction of the howl, then back at us one final time, and one right after the other, dropped down to all fours and exited into the tree line, disappearing for good. We knew that was the moment. We needed to disappear, and now. We began taking off through the trees, running as hard as we could, our skin crawling at what we saw, and knowing there's no way we could tell anybody we nearly got devoured by werewolf-like creatures. It was by the sheer grace of God we made it back, but knew that our moms would never believe us. We decided to keep it quiet, and talked more about what we saw before we came in. We started debating about what it could have been. Were they maybe men in costumes role-playing? Could it have possibly been three men LARPing? I'm convinced that whatever we saw was no way, shape, or form a human, but some sort of unidentified bipedal canine. Near our home in Texas is a rather large patch of woods, so sightings of the occasional animal is pretty common. The area is mostly fenced. I'm pretty sure that just about everybody in our tiny neighborhood has military-grade firearms in their homes. The animals don't worry about us for the most part. Well, most of them, anyway. A few years ago, we had some trouble with a small family of bears, but that had been resolved. Now, last weekend, my friend Jacob and I were home alone, playing Call of Duty Warzone on my Xbox One. It was around 8 p.m. I was waiting on the pizza that we had ordered. We had gone through our food faster than I had lost my first game. Unlucky for us, the only good pizza place nearby took an eternity to deliver. I'm rather impatient when I'm hungry, so I had placed my beanbag near the window to sit on when it was not my turn. My room was on the second floor, nearly overlooking the woods directly. Between the house and the forest is a pretty wide road, and our backyard with tall wooden fencing. There are not any barricades between the road and the forest, just some rough land that acts as a transition. There are some streetlights, but that's about it. After dying for the millionth time, without much progress, suggesting we change the game to Rocket League, I went back to pouting by the window. Looking outside in anticipation, my eyes fell on a peacock a little distance away. Peafowls and peacocks are common sights in our neighborhood. If you wake up early enough, you could almost always hear them cooing. I liked them, and since I had nothing better to do, I watched it as it waltzed around. A minute later, something else caught my eye. Creeping up behind the bird was this large black animal. I could not make out what it was, but it looked thin and weirdly shaped, like a bear. Its front limbs were disproportionately larger than its hind, and its movement was just bizarre. We had zero trouble with bears since quite a while, and since last time, it had not been a picnic. I was kind of scared. I called Jacob, who had just finished his first game of Rocket League, to watch the scene. He came over to the window. I watched as the bear pounced over the peacock from a distance. The bear grabbed at its neck from its front claws, stood upright, only on its hind legs as the peacock struggled to its grip. The posture wasn't like that of an animal. It felt far too human. This was not a bear. Bears don't hunt this way and especially do not stand upright on 2 feet as a human. Jacob saw it too, and said my thoughts out loud. His guess was that this was a wolf. As I opened my mouth to tell him that there are no wild wolves in Texas, I realized that the animal did look wolf-like, even from a distance. I could see its long snout and pointed ears. It resembled a wolf, but what kind of wolf was this? The creature had now sunk its teeth into the torso of the bird and was back on all fours, carrying it in its mouth. While the face had resembled that of a wolf, and the posture and body most certainly did not. For one, the animal towered over the peacock and was as large as a bear. The way it moved somewhat resembled the way of a silverback gorilla, until it broke off into a run in a few seconds. The animal had then crossed the road and entered the woods. What did we just see? Jacob and I said at the same time. I would have called jinx if we hadn't just seen what we had, but we were both very weirded out. What it was, I am not sure. I wondered out loud instead, as Jacob still had his eyes glued to the woods. He asked if we had just seen a werewolf. I told him werewolves aren't this large, and I don't think they're true. I have no clue how big werewolves are anyway, even if they were real. But I said that anyway, since I'm sure as heck I don't want to believe that I had seen one outside my home. I called my mom, sure that she would not believe me. However, she did believe me, and sounded very concerned. She and my dad were spending the weekend at a family friend's house, just a few hours away. She told me that they would come right over and that I should lock the doors and not go outside. I called the pizza place next, canceled my order. I did not want someone coming here and getting attacked by whatever that thing was. I also told Jacob to stay over. I did not want to be alone. Him leaving while that thing roamed around was not too safe either, and I knew where my dad's shotgun was, if worse came to worse. Next, I called up my next-door neighbor, an old lady who I know as Marie. I didn't think she would believe what I had seen either, but for her safety, it was worth a shot. To my surprise, not only did she believe me too, but was already aware of the creature. I had asked her how she knew, and in a very grim voice, she told me this bone-chilling story. Apparently, there had already been multiple reports of a wolf-like creature in our area since about 2 decades ago. A long while before my parents had ever moved in. The creature, described as a 7-foot-tall wolf, had been seen walking on 2 legs like a human and hunting animals in the woods. It had the body of a dog, but could walk like a person, possessing strength that could uproot trees effortlessly. Thankfully, to my knowledge, it had never attacked a human, and mostly just kept to itself. Cops and animal control had searched for it, but with no luck. A while later, the sightings appeared to stop as suddenly as they had started, and the creature, as far as we know, had disappeared. Those who had seen it believed it to be dead, while the others never believed it existed in the first place, although I know otherwise. According to my research and the cryptids Wikipedia, this creature is known as a dogman, and to my understanding as a supernatural entity whose existence is highly debatable. Well, I can unfortunately vouch for its existence. Only hope that the thing retreats to wherever it went 2 decades ago. I don't know what our options are if it does choose to come back and stay. First, let me tell you just a little bit about myself. I'm 17, still in high school. I come from Michigan. You've probably never heard of where I'm at. It is very small. Very few people live there, which naturally means that everybody knows one another. I have a very small group of friends, mostly from my class. We do everything together. All of us can't wait to finish high school and go to college, have a fresh life in a bigger city. That's why we spend most of our nights drinking and having fun in any way possible, hoping time flies by faster. Our favorite hanging spot was near the Ellenwood Marina. This place was nothing more than a regular dock for fishing boats, but is significant for most of us. Not only did we hang out near it for countless nights, but a lot of us had our special first there. First kisses, first dates, etc. There is something very special about sitting close to the water and having meaningful conversation. We usually don't go all the way to the docks, but rather stay a little further from the water. There's a small area with a tree stump on the ground. There, we set up some chairs around it and use it as a table. We've spent many amazing nights there, playing games and drinking, generally enjoying ourselves. The story I'm about to tell you happened during one of those same nights, and began like any other. It was evening. Me and my friend Dave were the first ones sitting next to the tree stump, with a couple of beers. We never have called each other to meet up. Somebody would always sit around that place, so if we had time to hang, we would just show up at the docks and look for others. The sun was already very low in the sky, and water from the white lake reflected its orange colors beautifully. It is a sight worth remembering and revisiting from time to time. During the next hour, the whole crew has arrived, and now there were 6 of us sitting around the tree stump, like King Arthur's knights, drinking away. We were all a bit tipsy, when Jack suggested to a round of scary storytelling, since it was already very dark and quiet. Jack, after all, is the group's prankster. He loves teasing, scaring, and is always trying to find a way to mess with somebody. We all loved him. It didn't take too much convincing for us to start telling stories. The first one up was Peter, who hated scary movies, so he told one about the Loch Ness Monster, which made all of us feel bored and yawned. The next few stories got more and more interesting gradually, from monster sightings like Bigfoot to some other famous cryptids. By the time we all finished telling our own story, it was already very late, but we decided to stick around for another hour since none of us really wanted to go home yet. Jack needed to go piss, so he left us and went behind a first line of tree. There's a small forest space separating us from the city, but it's very boring and empty. We know. We've searched it completely for anything. Jack was taking a rather long time, and suddenly, he heard a noise coming from the forest. It was a growl, sounding much deeper than any normal dog. We were all startled for a second, and we realized it was probably just Jack messing with us, making the sound. Before anybody even told him to stop, we saw him sprinting towards the stump, and he looked scared. He began mumbling about the sound coming from the forest, but everybody else thought he was messing with us like usual. And then we all heard it again. This time, closer and louder. It sounded like a dinosaur or a monster was nearby, so deep and guttural. You could feel the bass of this thing, meaning it was incredibly large, like the size of a moose or an elk, something massive. Everybody who doubted Jack before were now all believers. All of our faces were as pale as snow. Terror reeked. Then, we all began to hear heavy breathing, followed by more growling near the end of the tree line, as it sounded like it came from some massive dog you would see on Game of Thrones, like a direwolf or something. That's what I imagined in my head. We're all scared. We got up slowly and prepared to leave if we saw this thing sticking out between the trees, which is conveniently when it decided to show itself. What I can say it looked like was rather frightening. It did exactly look like a large dog, a direwolf. The size of its teeth alone was more than terrifying, and it wore this strange grin across its face, with stark, piercing, bluish-purplish eyes, and the fact that it was roughly 7 or 8 feet off the ground and built like a weightlifter. This was some werewolf monstrosity. If this thing was a killing machine, we were next on the list. The head looked so big, it was kind of ridiculous, like a bobblehead werewolf. It looked so disproportionate. And we were all beyond scared, and everybody was running as fast as we could towards the nearest street. The creature, whatever creature this was, began to give chase, but stopped after passing our tree stump. I was now running with my head turned towards him and saw it all. It stopped and stretched its arms at full length, as if getting ready to leap back. It did, and began burrowing in the ground, like a dog would digging, and dug until it disappeared into a hole in the ground. We're all trying to catch our breath, holding each other from falling over and pissing ourselves. As we see this go on, we hadn't made it very far. None of us were very athletic, and with the alcohol going through us, well, safe to say, we were pretty slow. Running was not our strong suit in that moment. After it burrowed in the ground and disappeared, we took off running, more so than we could, more than we can endure. Being in Michigan, you hear stories about the Dogmen and all the other folklore that goes along with it, but you never want to acknowledge it. It's something you don't want to believe. I mean, the having to acknowledge something like that is terrifying, but having to encounter it face to face is even worse. So since then, we haven't really hung out much at night, really only during the daylight. I think it all scared us pretty bad that we don't ever want to see it again, if we can avoid it. The story of the Michigan Dogmen might have an iota of truth in it, after all. There have been more sightings than Bigfoot, and in fact, the first sighting of the Michigan Dogman was in 1887 in Wexford County, Michigan. The creature was said to be 7 foot tall, blue-eyed or amber-eyed, a bipedal-like canine, an animal with the torso of a man and a terrifying howl reminiscent of a human scream. According to myths, the Dogman appears every decade, especially during the fall time. Numerous sightings have been recorded in various locations all throughout Michigan and the Midwest especially, but primarily in the lower northwestern quadrant of Lower Peninsula. This beast was previously unknown to most people until the later 20th century. It was first sighted around the Manistee River, back in the days when the Ottawa tribes lived there primarily. The first alleged encounter of the Michigan Dogman occurred back in 1887 in Wexford County. A couple of lumberjacks saw a creature they described as having a man's body and a wolf head. In 1937 in Paris, Michigan, a man by the name of Robert Fortney suffered an attack from 5 wild dogs. He also claimed that one of them walked on 2 legs like a human. Rumors of similar creatures also came from the nearby county in the 50s, also in Manistee and Cross Village in 1967. While there was talk of the creature being of supernatural origins, others believe that there are scientific animal-based theories for this being's existence. Dogman sightings began in Michigan and spread with a few variations to the description, but the main characteristics have always remained the same. This was anticipated with any growing, migrating, and evolving species. Dogman sightings usually happen deep in the forest, around logging camps and out on deserted roads late at night. In 1987, the Dogman gained considerable notoriety and popularity when famous Traverse City radio disc jockey, known as Steve Cook, wrote a song titled The Legend. Cook got his lyrics from reports of the Dogman encounters, and people began reporting their sightings. In 1986, the fall near Manistee, Ray Greenway was driving home from the Manistee Army recruiting station. It was quite late at night, and he discovered something in the darkened fields beside him. His car headlights were reflecting off of something that appeared to be eyes, but the eyes of this creature were too high off the ground to be a deer. And suddenly, this unknown creature began running towards him, making an amazing leap, clearing the 2-lane road with a single jump. He described it as having yellow eyes and a remarkable leaping ability. In 1887, other sightings were also reported during that time in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, and denizens of dog tracks in the dirt around numerous dead horses. The horses were rumored to have died of fright. Fast forward to 2001. In the fall, a witness allegedly claimed to have spotted a werewolf-like creature stalking the hill behind their house. She described it as black in color, like a big bear with haunches and the head of a wolf. Well, that was the first and last time residents of Cass County, Michigan ever saw the Dogman. They claimed to hear it splashing around the 20-plus acre swamp late at night. Sometimes, they hear it shriek once in a while. The shriek is as loud and piercing like an infant's, hysterical and loud. 2006. One of the most famous Dogman encountered was on an OnStar incident that occurred this year. The incident had happened in Troy, Michigan. A man was driving when he suddenly spotted something that he described as a great big dog standing upright in front of him. On reflex, he immediately veered to avoid hitting the creature, ended up running off the road, causing the vehicle to flip on its side. Luckily, he and his passenger remained unhurt, and with the help of OnStar, he got assistance. OnStar has a recording of the encounter. In 1938, a 17-year-old boy named Robert Fortnoy, allegedly while standing near the river in Paris, Michigan, was confronted by a massive black dog. Fortnoy did not report his encounter until after 49 years, but he vowed the beast had stood on its hind legs and glaring at him with piercing blue eyes. Scared out of his wits, he shot at the creature, and it quickly fled. Fortnoy was still terrified by the ordeal for many years to come. In his statement, he said, I quote, "Maybe it was a result of fear, but I swear the dog was grinning at me." And again, in 1993, another Dogman encounter was reported by a 13-year-old girl named Courtney, with her family living in Reed City, Michigan. Courtney had decided to sneak out for a quick puff of cigarette behind her family house. This is where she would encounter the worst scare of her life. She claimed to have seen a glint of light flickering out from the planks of an old abandoned barn. That had gotten her attention. She traced its movements, and slowly she realized there was something there. She saw that it was a 6-foot-tall thing with a man's body and a dog's head staring at her. She took to her heels and was utterly terrified. Later, her neighbors affirmed that they have also spotted a creature in the abandoned barn. They described it as a buffalo-sized dog lurking in the barn. Other encounters described it as having features of a wolf, while others said it looked more like a dog standing on its hind legs. Whatever the depiction, it shows that there have been numerous sightings of Dogmen. Could the legend of Dogmen be nothing more than just mass hysteria? These handful of reports seem to prove otherwise. I hope you find these interesting, and as you release so many more videos of this topic on your channel, I hope you as a researcher look deeper into these and understand, wherever side you're on, open-minded or closed-minded, that there is truth to the Dogman, and that saying Michigan Dogman seems so one-dimensional, since they're being spotted all over the United States and the world. This story is about how me and my friends encountered an angry, vicious creature while hunting in Alaska. It was a typical sunny Tuesday when me and my friends went hunting in the Arctic. We wanted to hunt the main animals like muskox and caribou or moose. Maybe if we can get lucky, even hit the jackpot of hunting a black bear. Basically, we wanted to have a boys' day and have fun from our busy lifestyles and constant work pressures. The place we came to hunt here had plenty of animals to be hunted. We began by offloading our rifles and hanging them on our backs, since we wanted this to be a fun challenge. We decided to hunt without guns and only use bows, spears, or injections. We were a total of 6 guys. We decided to split into groups of 3. Whichever group had the most animals hunted without the use of a rifle would win. We couldn't even travel in our vehicles. That meant full Stone Age style hunting. The first few hours went smoothly. Me and my 2 friends hunted 2 big moose and 1 muskox, using only spears. It was very hard to hunt them without the use of a rifle. I don't really know how people in the old ages hunted without the use of them. We obviously couldn't lug around the mooses and muskoxes we hunted, so we set them up near a tree, hoping some animals wouldn't eat them till we came back. We did take a picture of them as proof, in case some animal did eat them. Yes, we took this game very seriously. When it was 7:30 p.m., we decided to go back to our meeting spot, as this is the time we had decided to meet again with all the animals we hunted. We began tracking our way back from the X marks we had left on the tree, so we knew where we came from. The GPS doesn't work here due to lack of signals. That's why we had to leave marks. As we were walking back and chattering, we heard rustling behind us. At first, we ignored it, thinking maybe it was a goat. But the rustling continued to follow us, so we decided to kill whatever this animal was so it would stop following. When we looked back and around the trees to see what animal it could have been, we were utterly shocked and perplexed to see this strange type of creature. It wasn't a normal animal, nor was it a human. It was something in between. It had the head of a wolf, but the body of a human. Except it was covered in unnaturally thick body hair all over, more like fur. Not even kidding. Literally all over, just like a wolf's hide, but with a human's body. It had long, muscular arms and legs with long, pointy claws. It could scratch deep enough to cut and slice human flesh. It began growling at us, and we spotted it and slowly began walking towards us with this evil snarl. We were shocked. Quickly took our rifles from our backs and pointed them at this creature. As soon as it saw our rifles, it became even more angry and fully began growling, moving towards us. This scared us out of our wits, and we began running, all the while shooting behind us, with no good aim or direction. One of my friends, Alex, tripped on a fallen branch. To save him from being ripped apart by this creature who was gaining upon us, me and Josh, my other friend, stopped and turned back and started aim with the intention to shoot at it, just till Alex got up and we could run together. Surprisingly, the bullets did not affect the creature at all. Instead, the more we shot at it, the faster it ran towards us. The constant shooting and screaming must have alerted our other friends, and some other hunters present, all of them becoming towards the noise of our shooting. As we began hearing voices of our friends asking why we were constantly shooting, we screamed at them to load their guns, that there was this wolf man, whatever it was, chasing us. The creature must have also heard the other hunters coming to see the commotion. It quickly fled. When our friends had arrived, the creature had already fled. We narrated the whole story to our friends and other hunters that had arrived as well. At first, many were skeptical, but they saw Alex's bruises and abnormal footprints on the ground, and blood. We then thought of calling it a day, going back to our vehicle. We kept our spears and other hunting equipment in the back, but kept our loaded rifles with us, in case we encountered another one of those things. No telling how many there are out here. Later that night, I searched the description of the creature online and learned it was a dogman or maybe a wendigo. According to Google and Reddit, many people have encountered the same thing. Maybe I was not the first person to capture it. This is how our relaxing trip turned into an encounter with death itself. I don't even know if I'll ever go hunting after this. Maybe this is a sign that we should stay away from natural habitats, at least until we deem it safe. My friends and I loved playing basketball after college for hours until we were absolutely beat and exhausted. It's only then do we go back home, and to keep it going, we have a fun challenge between us friends. Whoever turns in first for the day from playing has to fetch the basketball for everybody as they practice shooting. Anyway, it's pretty common for us to be playing until 8 or 9 at night. And one evening, we're playing basketball on the court. It's in the center of a park, so other than 2 lights on the opposite ends of a court, there was no one that night. We were just playing like usual when Mark's friend, his phone rang. He went to take it and told us that his mom was going to beat him if he did not come back home that instant. So he shrugged and tried to run. The guys caught him and we made fun of how he had to stay for a couple of minutes, fetch the ball as the rest of us practiced shots. So he stood under the basket, waiting for us to shoot it in. I should mention here that we're all pretty great at it, so he knew he wouldn't miss. We wanted to mess with him. We began purposefully missing and hitting the board with a lot of force, so the ball would bounce off in the distance. It never went more than a couple of steps, until my turn. I jumped, threw the basketball with as much force as I could, and the ball bounced off, quite a distance into some bushes outside the court, in the dark. Mark cursed at me, but obviously that didn't make a difference. We were chatting and waiting for him when we heard a scream. All of us turned our heads to see what was wrong. We ran in his direction and saw him on the ground, visibly shaking. He wasn't saying much. He only kept looking and pointing in the bushes. Taylor shook Mark, which got him out of his trance, and he told us he saw something behind the bush. We brushed it off, just going to tease him about it. Something rustled behind and we saw it. Then it emerged. It was something we had never seen before. The thing had a face of a dog or a wolf, but the body was human, I swear, and it growled and snarled. Taylor, Gavin, and Mark all pulled him out without looking back even once. We all went back to Mark's house and directly into his room. None of us said anything for a good 10 minutes. I'm sure we were all wondering what we had just seen. Norman, our buddy who was with us, broke the silence and asked if that was a werewolf. A few of us chuckled, but you could tell we were all uncomfortable and still unsure about what had happened. A creepy dog-like creature outside the basketball court. Let's not meet again. My dad and I go hunting every weekend. Just the two of us. Living in Montana has its perks and benefits, especially when it comes to a great hunting spot. We always come back with something and enjoy a delicious dinner after. Last weekend, we went into the forest again. Our little getaway. My dad doesn't let me use guns because I'm only 15 right now, but he talks me through all the steps and what to do, what not to do, how to spot prey, how to get it, the right spots, etc. These few times, I've been his guide. So I was talking a few steps ahead of him, careful of my steps so I didn't step on twigs or crispy leaves and alert the deer of our presence, all the while being aware of my surroundings. It was a relatively warm day. I spotted a deer in the distance. It seemed like it was maybe just 3 years old. There were no other deer around it. The deer were quietly smelling something on the ground and leisurely walking around. I signaled to my father that I had found an animal. He quickly followed up and began taking aim. I waited for my dad to decide when the right moment for pulling the trigger was, as I watched the deer's movements closely, trying to assess when I should shoot it, if I had a gun and how good of a shot it would be. Anyway, for a while, there's no sounds around us, nothing at all. And suddenly, we noticed the deer's ears went on high alert. I thought maybe we had made some sound that it was able to pick up on, and that our hunt was gone. But then, it immediately looked around in a different direction than us, which made me think there was something else, or someone else, maybe another hunter. My dad didn't take off his aim, but steadied it. The deer did not move away yet. In a flash, something jumped from behind the trees and onto the deer, smashing it against the hard ground. My father covered my mouth. I didn't make any sound that would get whoever attacked the deer's attention. He pulled me back and we began to back away slowly and carefully. The thing had a head that was similar to that of a wolf, but the body was human-like, covered in black fur. The thing turned its head, staring directly at us, into my eyes, its mouth with blood all over it. The thing was disgusting looking. I felt nauseous. Even thinking back to it, I feel sick to my stomach. My dad just told me to run, and we got out of there. We came back briefly the following day to try and find more evidence of what it could have been, but we found nothing conclusive. This is the first time I'm publicly sharing this story. It happened back in 2017, and I still cannot believe what I'm about to tell you. Here we go. It was summertime. I had just finished finals for the year and was very excited to go home for a while. I had finished my third year in engineering and was honestly drained out, in desperate need of a break. My school break was going great. I had been spending time with family and relatives, visiting friends, and just living my best life as a 21-year-old. My friends and I had this tradition since we were 12, taking our bikes out into the woods and hanging out there for a day. At first, we'd do that during the daytime, going back home once it was dark out. Once we were older, our parents allowed us to stay there for longer. We'd go out and camp for the night and go home for the day after. We loved doing this and would go once or twice during the summer break. Well, this time around, we decided to take a car and go farther than we've ever gone before. We thought we'd go on a trip to the mountain, relatively close to our town. There was a nice forested area right under the mountain. It was known to have a nice camping spot. We'd go on a Saturday and come back home on a Monday. It seemed like the perfect plan. We had not gone to the woods since last year, so we were all very excited. We packed our stuff into our trucks. There were 4 of us, so we took 2. We took our 2 tents, gear, food and water. I also brought a gun. You never know what you might run into. It is better to be safe than sorry, as my dad kept telling me while he was giving me the gun. At first, I refused to take it, telling him I won't need it, but he insisted, so I gave in. I thought, okay, I'll take the gun, put it in my bag, and I'll just give it back to him once we return. It was fully loaded, wrapped in a towel, and put it at the bottom of my bag. We started the trip on a Saturday. It was probably noon or a little after. The drive took us a couple of hours. We stopped here and there along the way, but we finally arrived to a parking lot near the forest. It had a few parking spots and all of them were empty. Apparently, there were no campers, so they were probably moving the first ones to get the ideal spot in the woods. We took our things and began moving through the woods. It was a beautiful day. We had never been to this forest, but we took a map and prepared for the unfamiliar terrain. We explored, took some pictures, and just overall enjoyed our day. Once the sunset was nearing, we decided that it would be a great time to set up the camp. Plus, we had stumbled upon a small clearing, which seemed like the best place to do a campsite. We settled there, built a fire, and made some dinner. I don't know if any other campers have come into the woods after us, but we had not heard anybody. I assume there were no other people near us that night. At around 10 p.m., we called it a day. We had brought 2 tents, like I said, so in each there was room for us. I think I crashed out pretty quick, but I was awakened by a loud noise sometime during the middle of the night. It was probably closer to 3. The loud scream-like noise came from the north. My friend had heard it too. We opened up our tent to check on our friends in the other tent. They were inside and peeking out just like we were. We could not see anything. The noise sounded like it might have been from a mountain lion. It was pretty far away, so we decided to wait it out, and it disappeared. It did not bother us. We went back to bed, sleeping soundly until the morning. Everything was okay, so we felt relieved that nothing had come up and messed with our stuff. That Sunday was spent further exploring, lounging on our campsite and playing poker. The day just slipped by so fast, and before we knew it, it was already twilight. We started dinner, opened some beers, and gathered around the fire. It was perfect, and the moon was full. You could easily see around the clearing we were in. Since the day had gone so well, we all assumed that the mountain lion from the night before would not bother us. We had planned on going back home tomorrow anyway. We crashed for the night, at around midnight this time. All was well, up until about 2 in the morning. I woke up to that noise again. However, this time, it seemed to be closer than before. It sounded like a wolf howling, combined with that high-pitched scream. It was very strange. I know there are no wolves here in Texas, At least not in this area. I know that for sure. What could it be? I poked my head out of the tent and got a look in the direction of the noise. It looked humanoid. Not human at all, but it stood up straight. I want to say it was human because it was very furry and had a very wolf-like head and appearance, and it was coming toward us, where our campsite was. I don't know if it was coming for us or our food we had left out, since it was a wild animal. It made no difference. I took out the gun, ran outside, flipping off the safety. All four of us went into the trees as fast as we could muster. Once it reached around our tents, it destroyed our camp. It remained there for a while, so I shot at the thing once. I don't know if I hurt it or what, but it quickly fled and disappeared. We remained there in the trees for about an hour, too scared to come down or out. It was clear that it would not be coming back, or so we assumed. Gathered what was left and we got out of there, even though it was dark. As we're going back, I cannot be more thankful that I had a weapon with me and we got out of there when we did. I don't even want to imagine what would have happened had that thing got to us unguarded and without a firearm. I regret all of us not bringing a proper rifle to defend ourselves. Thankfully, I had mine. It's very common for people in my city to gather some friends and go spend a weekend at somebody's farmhouse right outside the city. Just a way to have a road trip experience while having a place to sleep and get mind-numbingly drunk. You know, all the classic teenager stuff. We were headed to a smaller property that my best friend's aunt had right outside Ibarra, where she would grow watermelon. Don't ask me why, and have a stable with some horses. But the best thing was that the property was in the middle of nowhere. That just meant that we could be as loud as we wanted, and there would be no complaints. The first day, everything is pretty normal. We get there in the afternoon, unpack the car and choose rooms and set out to make lunch, while two of our friends are already in the cocktail business. Nobody wanted to get that drunk yet, though. So, we set out to explore the entire property. We get to the stables and meet the caretaker. It's very normal here to hire somebody to look after your farmhouse while you're not there. So, we talked to the guy. He says the horses are very nervous, and it was true. They weren't letting anybody touch them. He says that this morning we went to check on them. They were moving around and, overall, acting agitated. Something scared them at night. He warns us to keep our eyes peeled, though. Says he feels some bad vibes in the place. We don't really take him seriously. Outside of the big cities, people do tend to be very superstitious. The rest of the day was pretty normal. After dinner, everybody is ready to get to business. On come the cocktails and music. Some blunts are even rolled up, and we all get in a good mood. Eventually, two of our group go missing. We all know they had a thing going on, so we assume they went to find a place to hook up. Suddenly, the couple returns. They want to know who's playing the drums outside. We have no idea what they're talking about. They claim that they were walking around, and they began hearing this drum, coming from somewhere around the property. We turn to my friend, whose aunt owned this house, and he says he has no clue. The caretaker went home long ago, so it should just be us. They seemed weirded out. They decided to just join us again. As for us, we were just too drunk to care, to be honest. Next day, we're up late, all of us in different stages of hungover. We fix some quick breakfast and stay inside, playing card games. Somebody brings up the topic of drumming. Theories began flying. We settle on the idea that it must have been some farm machinery from far away. But the guys who heard it were not convinced. There was no other farmhouse for kilometers away. In the afternoon, we were mostly feeling better, so we all decide to go to walk. We head down to the entrance of the property and find the caretaker. One of us asks about the drumming at the night. The caretaker makes a cross on himself. He thinks that it might be the La Caja Ronca, the horse box in English. And there's this local legend about this demonic possession, where supposedly these hooded figures carrying black candles led a carriage with Satan himself sitting on it, holding a thumping, large black box. We all tell him to stop trying to scare us, but he seems genuinely concerned. He starts warning my friend that we should not be spending the night there. He assures him we'll be okay. The caretaker says he'll pray for us, and for no reason, we should approach the procession, in case we see it. He successfully creeped us all out. Fast forward to the night. We're all sitting, playing drinking games, but taking it slower tonight, as nobody wanted to end up wasted as they were yesterday. The music was not as loud. We wanted to have actual conversation. We should not have been able to hear it, though. Boom, boom. Right in the middle of the night, cutting all conversation short. We all get quiet, and a few seconds later, this thumping sound that seemed to come from all around the house. We all huddled together and turned down the music. The sound again, deafening. It seemed to be shaking the entire house. Somebody begins crying. One of my friends panics and begins asking, "What is that?" We tell him to shut up. More booming. Now we're practically crapping our pants. The friend that brought us here tells me to go with him outside to see what's happening. I'm scared, so I suggest we all go together. They refuse. It's just me and him going outside. We open the door, and the booming is even louder, as if a speaker from some meters away were playing it. We look around, scared out of our minds and trying to see if we find the source and hoping we don't. But we do, I pointed out. Many meters away, around the horse stables, tiny lights are flickering, as if they were candles. We squint. They are candles, and they're being held by these hooded silhouettes, walking right in front of another figure. It was large, way taller than a human, and pitch black, blacker than a normal silhouette would be. It seemed as it could reflect no light at all, and he carried something. He gave it a stroke. There it was, unmistakable, the booming sound. We fled right there inside the house, told everybody to pack up their stuff. We packed everything in like 5 minutes, getting in the car. The whole time, the booming seemed to be getting stronger. My friend started the car and we left the property. As we left, I could still feel the sound right on the back of my neck. I didn't dare look back. We drove straight back and we all stayed on our friend's house, unwilling to go back home till the next day. The next day, his aunt called, wanting to know if we were okay. The caretaker had asked her to check on us. He told her everything. She knew about these things, so she believed us. Then she told him that something chilled me to the bone. When the caretaker got there the next day, all horses were dead. No injuries apparent, just dead. Like they had died of fright, just dropping dead where they were. I don't know what this could have been, but we're still terrified of it to this day, and never going back there. I was driving on the Arizona highway in the afternoon. I never like driving long distances at night, even less alone, and there are lots of freaky stories about what happens here in the desert. My best friend had recently moved to another town with her family. We were both 22, and the plan was to visit them, spend the night there, and return home the next afternoon. I must say, I'm pretty confident about my driving. I'm very detail-oriented, and while it might sound like a pain to some friends and family, it also helped me a lot. The gas tank was full, and I'm accustomed to driving my car. When you live in a small town in Utah, you just have to do it. I was on State Route 89, west of the Grand Canyon. It was Saturday. It's not like there were many people around. Some just like traveling or visiting with their friends, relatives, or partners on weekends. I'd see few cars and vans every once in a while. My friend had moved to Williams. I was driving there from Flagstaff, just listening to the radio and enjoying the scenery around me. The trip could only take 2 hours and a half, in worst case scenario. At some point, my radio went off, but things seemed fine. So, I just went on driving. It was broad daylight. If something weird was going on, I'd see it. Sometimes the signal would not work. At the side of the road, I saw something moving. It was then when I realized it was a cat with a collar and a leash. I knew some cat owners like to take their cats for walks. I remember reading about it. But you can't tell me that's a normal thing to see out here in the middle of nowhere. Especially a cat. I knew some people like to abandon their pets on roads, but to do it in the middle of the desert was basically a death sentence. So, I stopped the car and tried to get the cat, which was scared and nervous. I had to struggle a bit. I never stopped looking back at the car, in case somebody came driving to catch it, but I had to yank its leash. The cat was scared and hissing. I was wearing a small cardigan, wrapping it around her. She was a beautiful calico, making sure she wouldn't scratch me as I carried her back to the safety of my vehicle. That's when I saw them. Plastic trash bags. They were green and black, and blood was dripping out of them. There were large red stains across the trash bags and around the dirt. It was crude and sudden and violent. I couldn't explain it. My stomach twisted. I noped out of there away from there. It was a place too far away from civilization, so I just ran into panic in the car, basically opening the door, throwing the cat inside, driving as fast as I could. I remember the scary state of fear I had as I drove to the nearest place. Turns out it was a truck stop. The lady behind the counter looked at me as if I was crazy. I rushed to explain everything and called the police. Who kidnaps somebody and their cat, murders the owner, and leaves the pet alone? For some reason, I thought about a girl, but then everybody can have a cat. So, the cops come. Truck drivers and a few customers see it all with their nosy faces, and we all return to the creepy place that I struggled to find. In the end, the police did a thorough search. I ended up sleeping in a motel. They let me go the next afternoon. My friend was super weirded out. The cat stayed with the cops, I guess, as she had a collar and leash and would be used as evidence. To this day, I still don't know what happened out there, but I know that whoever was in those bags had been brutally murdered. By who, though, I'll never know. I had my first and last scary and unexplainable experience when I was just about 18 or 19 years old. Me and a few friends used to love hanging around quiet and deserted places, like deep in the forest or even abandoned old buildings when urban exploring. We would sit together, drink and joke around. We always had a lot of fun. This one time, we decided to explore this bit of forest that we had never gone to before, taking a new path out there. We did not like to sit under the trees. We were always worried about ticks, so we went until we could find a large meadow to set up there and camp for the night. Just to point out, we aren't really avid outdoorsmen or campers. We didn't really bring enough gear with us. Only some lighter material, just enough equipment to make a fire, have a tent, and a few cigars. We weren't planning on sleeping out there for several nights, just one. And then, in the morning, after we were done exploring, we would go back home. This time, we had walked for a very long time, well over several hours. We even discussed going back because it had gotten too far. About 10 more minutes later, we finally found a large meadow where we could sit down. The grass was perfect, short enough that we could make a fire and try and keep the bugs away at night. I know the smoke helps with mosquitoes. This little patch of woods was always safe. It always felt serene and perfect. No dangerous animals, and there aren't many smaller ones either, like deer or rabbit, meaning there should be no reason for predators to be around. There's just a lot of insects, and a lot of thick brush and trees. A perfect place to be kind of netted in by the wilderness. After settling down, I noticed a small cavern in the distance. It wasn't completely dark yet, and so, even though we didn't have the ample gear for spelunking, we decided to go check it out, hoping to find maybe something interesting inside. To our disappointment, there was nothing. It was just a small empty space. So we went back to our spot, moving on with the night. The sun had now set completely. We were playing card games and drinking a little. I needed to go and empty my bladder, so I walked a short distance so the others would not hear me, and began letting out my stream. About halfway through, when I was done with peeing, I heard this weird crackling sound in the distance. It kind of reminded me of bones breaking mixed with a firework going off. Strange. The moon was also full that night, so we had decent enough illumination that it wasn't completely pitch black. We actually had some light in the forest. I'm looking around and specifically in the way of the sound, and I thought I saw something moving. It wasn't sinister or evil, like a monster or a bigfoot, but it appeared to be a normal-sized human in the forest. I immediately thought it was somebody out here watching us, that they had followed us and were planning on doing something bad. After all, who would come by themselves and follow us out here if they weren't planning on doing something bad? I decided to ignore it and nope out of there, zipping back up and going back to the tent. We tried to continue and have fun for the next hour or two, while I completely ignored what I just saw, figuring it would be better if I didn't mention anything. I didn't want to make my friends paranoid. A few of my friends actually dozed off and fell asleep from the booze. Only me and a friend, who I'll call Mike, drank a lot, and that evening, we were still somehow awake. We were talking about Metal Gear Solid and other video games, like some older PS2 titles, when a loud noise interrupted us. It kind of reminded me of an animal getting caught in a trap and hurting. It was a very high-pitched noise, but it came from quite a distance away. Mike and I were pretty freaked out there for a second, checking to see if any of the others had woken up. They were still sound asleep. The booze had really taken a number on them. They were out cold. The sound wasn't stopping though, and we agreed to check it out, thinking that the poor animal needed help. We had walked for about 5 minutes before we got close to the sound, which was by then very quiet and weak. We thought the animal was dead, assuming that's what it was. Maybe a rabbit. I know when they get a distress call, they sound like dying or screaming. By this point, we were now in the middle of the woods. We didn't exactly know how to get back to where we were. It was too dark. We looked around and noticed this red light, glowing just a few trees ahead of us. We began feeling very uneasy and scared, so we figured we might sneak up a little to have a better look, because, we were curious. The sighting shocked us. No more than 10 feet from us was this old man, appeared to be dressed in robes, holding a large knife. Under him was a small deer, a doe, actually, that didn't look fully grown, but not quite a fawn. It was kind of squealing in pain, and the man appeared to be slowly cutting it, cupping the blood that came out of its body and sipping it. The scene made us sick to our stomachs. We were too afraid to move, so we just stayed still and watched. After another moment, the man stayed still, finally standing up and cleaning his bloody mouth. Somehow, he didn't seem to notice us, so he turned off the red light and began moving in our direction. We remained still, deciding when the right moment was to run. It was too dark to see, and then we see a camera flash go off, like one of those old Kodak cameras, multiple times. The sicko was taking pictures of us, and every time there's a flash, it would illuminate enough around us. There were multiple dead deer, all with their throats slashed, and weird symbols carved into the trees in blood. I aggressively grabbed Mike by his shirt, and we just began running. We could hear the man now shouting and almost growling like a wild man. I think he was trying to catch up to us. Luckily, we were both faster, managing to reach our friends quickly, shaking them violently to try to wake them up as fast as we possibly could. Now we felt a bit safety, since there was more of us, but we still picked up the pace, throwing everything into the truck, dousing out the fire. The next day, we went to the police immediately, and we told them exactly what we had seen. I guess they went out there to look and found nothing, other than a few dead deer carcasses, with their throats slit exactly as we had said, but no signs of anybody. From that day, we stopped going to that forest, and now we spend a lot more time hanging out around our own places, and are more careful in where we choose to go for urban exploration. To this day, I'm still scared of going off to venture into the woods. I mean, can you blame me? This isn't something I normally talk about. When I was 18, male, I traveled with 2 friends around. We went to the Altamaha Regional Park in Georgia. There were my friend, 19, and his girlfriend, 18. We just wanted to hike, talk, smoke weed, and drink if we could. By night, we decided to set up camp by one of the meanders of the Altamaha River. The general idea was to sleep by the place because we thought it would be cool to hear the river's noise or something like that. I remember it was very late. We had the radio turned on. Just grunge music, and we're chatting about stuff. Vibing. The scenery was very green, full of trees and lots of thicket. That's pretty common for this time of year. People fish on weekends, and we crossed a group of men with their fishing rods at night. They were probably searching for a good place. The thing is, it's very dark out here, and there were strange sounds, but that's normal when you're outdoors. And we were a bunch of idiotic teenagers. So, for some dumb reason, we felt like sitting by the river, taking a small bath in there. No swimming, just playing with the water at 3 a.m. Now, I realized it was almost as if we were looking for trouble on purpose. Do you know that feeling when you have listened to so many songs you can almost separate it from the sounds of your surroundings? Like, we suddenly realized something was odd. Outside of the music, something was out of place. I was not the only one with the feeling. My friend and I stared at each other with serious expressions, and his girlfriend seemed worried too. She left the river. When we turned around, we saw this big oval figure emerge from the middle of the water. It was really big. It's not uncommon to see sturgeons and other fish in the area, but we understood something was coming and immediately left the water. And so, a thing raised its head from the black waters. Just a little. Enough for us to see a long snout, like a caiman or a crocodile's. 2 yellow protruding eyes. It immediately went down the water again. But it was not a crocodile, nor a sturgeon or something else. It did not try to harm us. It simply swam past our campsite towards the east. But we all saw it. From what we knew, the Tama Native American tribe has legends about a creature like that one, and the Scotting settlers talked about a Nessie similar creature. Whatever it was, we nearly had a close encounter with it. That's all I'm gonna say. Back in the early 2000s, I worked on an excavation team in South America. We had found various remains of ancient civilizations, tribes, and underground temples from cultures there. While many of these sites had been known about for a long time, hundreds of years if not more, we were the ones actually sent in to thoroughly investigate and potentially restore these sites for tourism attractions, and to explore and discover any other archaeological evidence there would be holding. This does include things like artifacts, ancient gemstones, and any other relics that we can find still left, a figment of time. I've always heard numerous scary stories where people have claimed to have heard their own names being called, or encountered something from beyond the grave, or otherworldly. However, I never really gave them too much thought, and neither did I know that I would have any such experience. I had planned to take a trip to visit an old relic site that was more so recently discovered in the past 100 years. The excitement had engulfed me, and I pushed all thoughts of the supernatural off to the back of my mind. After all, this was far more exciting than it was scary. I packed my gear and set off to the location. The crowd was astounding. Nobody has expected such a large number of enthusiastic people. Excitement was all over their faces, especially those who had come with the intention to steal treasure or two, since relic treasures were well sought after, and their value was above normal. My intentions, though, were vastly different, as I was there only to witness the glory and magnificence of the tribe who had once inhabited the place. As we entered in droves, the wealth of former denizens were displayed in full glory for all to see. This blatant and arrogant display of wealth awed everybody. Some people had the light of greed flashing across their faces. Clearly, it was becoming hard for them to suppress their greed. I shook my head in disdain and snorted coldly before proceeding to other locations in the relic. I came across so many artifacts, other sorts of treasures. I was about to step into another hall when my eyes strayed towards it, the object that caused my downfall. I had thought I had a strong will to resist greed, but all of my moral senses crumbled at that moment. I felt this intense urge to rush toward it, where it was resting on. This discovery made me break out in a cold sweat. A mere treasure could be so powerful. I desperately fought back, but efforts was like a mantis trying to stop a car. Clearly useless. After struggling intensely, the treasure's will dominated mine, and I rushed up towards the platform. I could see what the treasure was. A jade mask, adorned with different gems and different markings. This time around, the urge came back. It was telling me to pick it up and put it on. I fought back once again, but ultimately, I picked up the mask and put it on my face. At that moment, I felt space warping and I was transported to a new location, vastly different from the relic site. This new place had a very intense aura of death and desolation. I decided to roam the new place as I had no other choice. I needed to formulate an escape plan, but I can't do that without seeing what the world was like. I never knew the stories I had heard from locals about people playing out right in front of me. At this moment, I'd been in here for 3 days already. 3 days of hellish torture, and I was already gaunt and had grown leaner, nearly dying of lack of water and feeling starved. During those 3 days, I could hear my name being called over and over. The first time it happened, I was elated, rushing up to the location immediately, but what I saw gave me the chills. There were different insignia, sigils, and markings, all covered in blood. It was at that moment I had heard a cool voice behind me, asking me if I would like to join them. I let out a scream and took to my heels. The same voice I had heard let out this deep, demonic laughter, reverberating all throughout. I knew it was the spirit. Its powers were evil and terrifying to the extreme. I was put through all sorts of mental anguish in its twisted dimension. I desperately sought for death. I kept seeing the sigils and insignia that were coated in blood. I decided to rest for a bit and found myself running for my life. As I fell down to sleep, I heard a scream. It sounded like human more than it did anything else. And then, this iota of confidence came over me. I even felt myself dying, being taken out of my body as a spirit, and the next thing I knew, everything went black. I remembered tidal waves of blood, terror and nightmares, demons all around me, and lots of fire, and worse, that same maniacal, demonic laughing that I'd heard in that ruined temple. And the next thing I know, I came to, my body limp on the ground where I still had the jade mask. And even though it was our job to go in and retrieve these relics and sigils, I wanted nothing more than it destroyed. This place had clearly been cursed and hexed, which was common for many of the natives back then to protect their treasure with. After all, I know the Egyptians would do similar things for protecting their tombs from robbers. Why wouldn't the cultures and indigenous here do the same thing of many years ago? For the time being, I've had to sign some papers that I can't really talk about my experience. And what I've already told you is far too much. I guess this story is more of a spiritual experience than anything else. And I apologize for not being the world's best writer, because it probably comes off as a crudely written horror story by what you'd probably think is an 8th grader. I could really care less what you think. I'm just here to try and get this story off my chest, and hopefully, even though I've signed some papers, this doesn't get traced back to me. This has been living inside of me for so long, and I've been really needing to get this out. Lindsay, Jonathan, and I, the names have been changed, of course, just FYI, had always enjoyed hiking, exploring, and camping, be it in the Andes Mountains, the pyramids, or the small forest behind Jonathan's complex. We had pledged to explore them all, no matter how much it would take, no matter how old we had to become or how far we had to travel. It was our duty. It was our lifelong goal. We three have been best friends since, well, college. All are well settled into our own respective careers and, fortunately, very financially independent. So, an impulsive 2 to 3 week trip every 6 months was never an issue. All of us were also single at the time, although Jonathan did have occasional girl trouble. Luckily, that never stopped him from going with us. The freedom spectrum was pretty well. This was then. Now, all of us are married. Things are somewhat different. But Jonathan, remember how I said he gets girl trouble? He recently got divorced, so he's free again. If anyone's curious, this happened right around 2011 or 2012. Anyway, so one day, Lindsay came to us with the idea of exploring the Himalayas. We couldn't have been more excited. After planning thoroughly and swearing to find out the secret of the Yeti, we decided to book our trip. Jonathan suggested we freestyle it and kind of just figure out as we go. But Lindsay and I, we wanted to get a guide, going with a travel group. Trekking and camping out in one of the largest mountain ranges of the world had been far too dangerous for us to just freestyle and wing it. We could use travel facilities with the group. We booked our trip, connected with our travel partners, and patiently waited for the day of our departure. The slot was for October. We had a few months to kill. Well, the day finally came, and we landed. The trek wasn't for another couple of days, so we checked into the nearest hotel, exploring the city for a while, before finally visiting the office of the agency. That's when the uneasiness began. Hours before we had met up with the group, I began to feel unwell. It wasn't something like weakness or fever, and I don't know how to describe it, except that I simply felt uneasy in the stomach and a little heavy. I guess it was similar to the way you feel when you have an exam the next day, or when you have a presentation due, but you're not prepared, combined with depression. I had never been nervous for a trip before, and we had some pretty wild rides, so it felt weird. Anyway, I tried to shrug it off and just enjoy our trip. We met with our guide and the other travelers. I guess there were about 14 people in total. We had already been in touch for a while since we all had been added to the Himalayan trek, but it is far more fun to meet in person. After being briefed with the itinerary for the trek, over a hot cup of tea and making some small talk with others, we left for our hotel room, getting all of our gear. We were leaving for the site the next day by car. The uneasiness had somewhat subsided, but the next day, it came back in full force, and it came back stronger. Lindsay probably saw that I had been rather quiet throughout the trip, but I evaded her questions. I was not going to be the, "Guys, I know the trip we had been looking forward to since months had just started, but I don't feel well," guy. I would never hear the end of it. My friends would have taken care of me and probably suggested returning home, but they would never have let me hear the end of it. After a lot of hours in the car, seeming like days, and on foot, we reached the first portion of base camp. The area was cold and full of snow, and we could see the high snow-covered cliffs. It was like a scene from a movie, beautiful and like another world. I'd suggest you make a trip there if you can. The guide showed us to our own tent, told us where the canteen and dinner table and all those other things were. Lindsay and I sat on a nearby bench with a couple of people, while Jonathan went to get some tea. I was acting normal, I guess, but I'm pretty sure Lindsay could notice something was wrong. She always could. Around the afternoon, we were told of the first milestone of the trek. We were to hike for about 3 kilometers on this huge cliff in front of us, to where they had another camp set up. Despite the now stagnant, weird feeling from before, I felt very energetic. The view was beautiful, the noodles were good, and the trek would be exhausting enough for a great nap. I looked forward to it. The excitement turned into dread about 1 kilometer in, when I remembered just how hard it was to climb a mountain. I was the last one in the line, holding onto guiding rope pretty weakly. At least the nap was going to be great, I thought. Jonathan had been a sprinter and a swimmer in college. I'm pretty sure he still participated in the occasional triathlon. Lindsay was also in a CrossFit. He has the stamina of an ox. Me, well, I'm a pretty big guy. So long distances, combined with elevation, do not bode well with me. A guy can be a couch potato and also like traveling to mountains. Back off. So anyway, here I was, wishing for the trip to be over with, and I saw my mother in the distance. I did not black out or have a dream or imagine her. It was actually my mother. I have no clue what or she could be doing here, in the middle of a mountain range, 5,000 plus miles from home. But it was her. I stopped and focused, thinking, I'm so confused. She was wearing her favorite nightgown, looking towards the peak of a nearby mountain. Literally impossible in that cold. I had never hallucinated before, and it was far too little of height for there to be a lack of oxygen that would make any brain go fuzzy. Was I actually sick? I called out to her. She did not respond. I called out to her again, but she turned her back to me and began walking away. I called to her once again and almost left the rope to follow her when a trek guide stopped me. I told him I'd just seen my mother. He shook his head and calmed me down. He told me to keep moving forward in a very serious, calm tone, and that if I see something or somebody else, ignore it. Kind of scared at this point, I blindly followed his advice. That couldn't have been my mom anyway. It was not possible. Perhaps I was sick. I told what had happened to Jonathan and Lindsay when we met at camp a few hours after. One of the guides, Vatsal, joined in the conversation, offering me some insight. Apparently, I had seen some form of a demon or a spirit. Although rare, there had been reports of tourists feeling unwell, and later seeing a loved one. The demon or spirit basically latched on a tourist and impersonated a loved one of theirs to lure them towards the edge. Had I followed it at the time, my death would have been certain. Needless to say, the story terrified the crap out of me. I wanted to call BS, but I hadn't told anybody about the heavy feeling of uneasiness. So, Vatsal's story kind of held up. He talked to a few people at the camp and gave me a black pendant on a red thread to wear around my neck, and another one to wear as a bracelet. He told me that the stones were holy and protect me. I decided to cut the trip short. Jonathan and Lindsay came back with me, despite me asking them not to. So I did become that guy, unfortunately. I told my mom about it, but she thought I was high on that Himalayan weed, which I didn't even know was a thing, and just laughed it off. I had stashed the bracelet away, but I still wear the stone around my neck. The uneasiness went away as soon as I left, but I'm not risking it. Guys, take some advice from me. If you see somebody you know in the middle of literally nowhere, and it's not possible they could be there, it's not them. Do not follow them. It is an imposter spirit. I can't tell exactly what I saw there, but if I could, I'm not sure you would not believe in my words. I believe that what was trying to kill me that day was not an animal or a natural being. Not sure if it could possibly be that thing that had been born on Earth. I remembered the sound, and after 2 years of searching for any known animal sound on this planet, I concluded that this thing does not belong here. It was a demon, or an alien, something that must be destroyed. I will start telling everything to you, from the beginning, of course. You can call me Alan, just a regular high school student. I was going with some friends to another place, but kind of out in the middle of nowhere. I know what you're thinking. This sounds like a recipe for 4 teenagers to go and die, but that's simply not the case. See, we made our way out quite a ways. I wish I could tell you where we went, but I couldn't because we drove for probably about 3 or 4 hours, all the way across the state, to a place I don't even know. We stopped at a gas station, I remember, getting some beer and some chips. I remember the attendant didn't even bother IDing us. We're all 17 and 18. The youngest 16. I don't even think he cared, if we're honest. But either way, we had beer, chips and good food, and ready to go snack out and camp out. I think the plan was, looking back, that we were just supposed to pull into a random spot. Not like an actual campsite, where there's a host and you have a water spigot and all that, and all the wonderful camping commodities. We wanted to rough it, being out in the middle of nowhere so we can drink in peace and not be bothered by police. I remember we had just pulled off onto the side of the road somewhere and maybe walked, a quarter mile into the forest, where we found a decent enough clearing to decide to make up our tent. So that's exactly what we did. We made a very small fire. Zach was the one who knew all that. I couldn't make a fire to save my life. But he's the one that set up our tent and made the fire, and we even brought hot dogs. So we started roasting that traditional camping style, on a stick and talking and making jokes. It was then we decided to share scary stories. Ivan started talking about zombies, and Zach began talking about aliens and spirit possessions. Of course, they were entertaining, but boring for the most part. We laughed and decided to get out the beers. After all, what's a night out for teenagers if there can't be alcohol involved? Well, sooner or later, I think all of us began to notice this stink, and we were looking around making jokes like who farted, typical teenager boy stuff. But the smell wasn't like that of a bad fart. It stunk really bad, and the more we smelt it, the more we kind of realized it smelled like death, like rotting meat. I remember complaining, thinking, oh great, somebody has used this site as a trash dumping place and probably dumped a bunch of raw meat. But what we found would be much, much worse. The sun was already down in the sky at this point, so the light was pretty poor, except for the light of the fire. We had our phones with us, so that would provide enough light from the flashlight app that we all had. This was before phones had the built-in flashlight feature, so you actually had to download an app from the Play Store to get it. With our flashlight phones on, we began searching for the source of the smell, which seemed to be coming from all around us. But surely there had to be a reason. The smell was not there when we had just begun setting up, or at least we didn't notice it, and we did not understand why. Walking a ways back behind our tent, the smell now was getting stronger. We had a lead. That's a good thing. Maybe we could at least find out what it is. Zach suggested that maybe a deer had died or something else had died, and was just now beginning to rot. Maybe this way we can kind of kick it away. I don't know what I thought. I don't think it was too much later until we saw what it was. A body, hanging from a tree by a rope. The person had been skinned. Their flesh and innards had been dumped in a pile, maybe 2 or 3 feet away on the ground. All of us instantly began vomiting, and it wasn't just because of the beer we drank. Ivan started crying. We had just come upon the body of a murder victim, somebody who was more than likely tortured. We had no choice but to call the police immediately, getting back to the main road. Forget our camping trip. Screw it. This changes everything. We spent about 30 minutes getting back to the main road where we actually had reception. Shaking and crying, we called the police, telling them what we'd found. We waited there on the side of the road for probably about 12 minutes before the first officer arrived. He began asking us a bunch of questions, mainly about the alcohol. And yeah, we got scolded quite a bit for that. But I think the officers who arrived kind of let it go, under the guise we give them all the information we need and tell them what we knew. We have no idea what happened or what became of the body we had found. After police had got there, they told us to pack up and leave, and they would handle the rest. Still stands out to me as one of the most terrifying nights of my life. The fact that we actually saw a serial killer murdered victim who was tortured in heinous ways. I've never shared this story before with anybody, but I thought everybody would think I'm crazy. I've decided to share it now. It was the summer of 2019. I went to Malaysia for vacation with my family. It was a really fun trip, except for one scary event that had happened. I won't be able to forget it. It was that traumatizing. It all happened. I thought I was brave and courageous. like the main characters you see in most movies. After all, protagonists are meant to be unfearing. One day, we went to the Taman-Nagara Forest, which is a very popular tourist attraction. It is 130 kilometers big, and it's so old that people believe it used to be home to dinosaurs. As we were exploring the park, I, the most adventurous person who thought it would be fun to go deeper into the forest, I wandered off away from my family, ended up in the part of the forest where I was all alone. As I continued walking deeper, the quietness increased. There were less cricket noises and almost no birds in this part of the forest. The loneliness and quietness of this area creeped me out, so I tried to find any sight of humans. I could find a way out and not be alone in this unknown place. After a few minutes of trying to trace back my steps, I started hearing my name being whispered, and it sent chills down my spine. The voice was not that of a human. It kind of had a melody to it and seemed to match the description of the voices of sirens. I ignored the voice, calling me towards it, and started going away from it. The voices then increased, from one whisper to two, then to three, and all I could hear was my name overlapping each other over and over. My head began shaking to stop hearing these voices. I took out my headphones, connecting them to my phone, and started listening to my music. I couldn't hear the voices over my music, so I continued to go back to where I came from, when suddenly, a tree branch had fell 2 meters away from me, and had a dead, decaying animal on top of it. It scared me. I began sprinting and crying, shouting for my mother. After a few moments of running and screaming, I was finally able to let out a large sigh of relief when I heard her voice calling me back. I followed it, thankfully reuniting with my family. I did not tell them what had happened. I was hysterically crying and just assumed I was crying because I'd got lost. After that incident, I never wanted to go into the jungle again, especially older ones, which are rumored to be homes of supernatural entities and creatures. It was a rare weekend when I had no college homework, so I decided to go to my hometown, visit my family over the weekend. I was feeling homesick for quite some weeks, and was terribly missing my mother and her amazing cooking, not to mention my annoying little siblings and watching soccer with my father. College really made me appreciate things that I found annoying at home, and greatly unappreciated them. On Friday evening, I packed my bags, loaded them in my car, and connected my phone to the car speaker, only to play songs. Then I began driving, hoping to find no traffic since it was already an 8-hour drive. You might be thinking, why did not just take a train? Well, the train system here is very crappy, and they always seemed overbooked. It's a lot of people in a small space, and the washrooms are always, well, stinky. Anyway, I kept driving for around 3 hours, after which I got very tired and decided to take a break and rest my eyes. I refueled my car, bought some sandwiches from the gas station. I drove a little further from the gas station and I parked my car at the side of the road, hoping it was not a no parking zone. I wasn't too worried as nobody was around to tell me otherwise. Perhaps I should have been worried. Nobody was around. But I stupidly decided it would be amazing to rest my eyes in the middle of nowhere. I was very tired, so resting my eyes turned into me falling asleep. The next time I opened them, I could hear a tapping sound, as if somebody was knocking on my window. When I looked towards my window, my blood turned cold. What I saw was not human, not even an animal. It looked alien-like. I could see its football-like body and its head. It had long stick-like arms, and they were knocking on the window continuously. I was scared, shocked, and amazed all at the same time, so I kept staring at it, feeling that I was safe as long as I was in the car. It soon got angry because of my staring and began pounding on my window with both hands, trying to open my car door. This made me snap back into reality, and the thought of being kidnapped by a supernatural creature set in, and I quickly began starting my car, speeding away. I kept driving through the whole night, only stopping for gas. I certainly didn't want to encounter something like that again. I reached my family house near dawn and didn't tell them of the creature that I saw. They probably wouldn't believe me. Also, it would have been embarrassing to tell them what I had seen. They probably would have thought I had an overactive imagination, had watched too many horror or sci-fi films. Anyway, that's my story, and take it as you will. I'm still just trying to process what I've experienced. I was on the phone with my friends Kim and Nancy, and they were talking about how stressed out they were during school. Kim had been going through a lot since her last breakup. She could not get over the fact that he left her for her younger sister. It was the summer of 2008, when me and my friends were stressing about school. So we tried making a planned trip to Mexico before the finals, or maybe gonna go take a hike. We asked everybody what you would do to bond, and we all agreed a hike would be best. We planned a trip and went to take one. We brought everything we needed. We were packed and ready to go. Nancy said, "Do you know what route we're going to travel on so we don't get lost?" We got everything planned. Just be ready at 8 a.m. The next day came, and I said bye to my mother. I remember arguing with my parents. They did not want us to go. She'd rather us go to Mexico. When she told me to be safe because she heard on the news people going missing near the mountains, we were talking about the hike. There were 8 of us, and I told her that should be fine. We were all very excited to take this hike. We had been very stressed with school, and we all needed to clear out our heads before the finals. When we arrived, we had never seen such beautiful mountains, just gazing upon them in their beauty. I told Lisa that it would be amazing to watch the sunrise. My friend Nancy said it would be an amazing idea too, and we all agreed. So we split into 2 groups. As we were doing so, going through the scenery, the sky began to darken. We all tried to check our phones so we could see if it was going to rain, but nobody had service. We decided to just follow the path and continue on our hike. I was preoccupied with taking pictures of everything I'd seen. The professor suggested that this was the best place to clear your head before the big exam. And boy, he was right. Frank saw something flying across the sky but did not know what it was. Lisa said she had heard some man yell, "Jojo, come back when you need to come home." Lisa had asked us if we had heard somebody say Jojo, and we'd said no. Maybe you need to stop drinking, though. She had claimed she had not had a drink in 10 years. We all looked at each other, trying to find out who said Jojo. That was not a familiar voice that any one of us had heard before. It was strange. We tried to see if we could pick up the signal to inform the others. Again, going along the trail to the mountain, I saw something on the top. I did not have my glasses on, and it was hard to see with the fog. Frank said I didn't know what way to go. Does anybody know how to get back to the others? I said to Lisa, "Do you have a copy of the map so we can get back? I'm really over this trip already." We began screaming everybody's name. We didn't have any signal, and we could not hear them or see them. As we're walking, we could not unsee what we had seen. And my parents, in a way, were right. We should have never taken this trail. Frank explained the professor was wrong and there's nothing peaceful about what we just saw. How we're going to explain to the others what happened? Mark had a whole bunch of cuts all over his face, by God knows what. We all began running in different directions, hoping to find the other. The entire time, we were crying out for the others, to see if we can locate them, and they're nowhere in sight. Lisa began screaming while we were stuck in the middle of nowhere. We have no way to get home, and I do not know which way to get home. We reached to a point where we had a bar. We called Nancy. I heard her phone ringing, but she was nowhere. Frank explained how we were stranded, and half of our friend groups were already gone. It was an entire disaster. We just wanted to go home. It was getting darker now. We had not seen or heard from our friends. We were stranded. I told them we have no choice but to call the police. We can't hide this from our parents. Our friends are lost, and so are we. We struggled, with our one bar, to make it back to a place where we could call the police and have them help. It was about an hour or two later when they arrived, with search dogs in hand. they discovered that our friends were nowhere to be found. The police were kind enough to take us home. I began crying as soon as I came home. The police told my family what had happened, and that I was very lucky. Out of me and my other friend, most of them went missing. Well, turns out, long after, their bodies were never found. It's as if they simply had just vanished into nothing. I believe that something out there took them. Before I tell you my story, I should give you some context. I'm from the Netherlands. I've been living in Rotterdam for my entire life. It's a great place to grow up in. 2 years ago, my best friends and I decided to go on a little day trip to a village not too far away from us. The village is also known for its beautiful windmills. It's a place in the countryside, and it's UNESCO World Heritage. I really recommend everybody traveling to the Netherlands to visit this beautiful village. It's worth it. A fun fact, the village is also below sea level. They've managed to keep it dry with windmills and waterways. Going for a walk there is a great way to relax and enjoy nature. It's quiet. If you don't want to take beautiful pictures, this is the place to be. The entrance tickets are pretty cheap. Don't mind me advertising my country. I just feel like it's pretty underrated and has a lot more to offer than people think. We visited in October, and it was very cold at the time. The country certainly isn't known for its great weather. Not only was it cold, but it was overcast. We didn't complain though, because most people seem to have decided to stay inside. We were not completely alone, but we did not encounter many people on our walk. Sometime in the afternoon, we were walking, the three of us, by ourselves. The only sound you could hear was the wind. It was pretty loud at that moment, and all of a sudden, it went silent. And when I say completely silent, I mean it. It was so quiet. I looked at my friends. They did not seem to react to the sudden silence at all. That was weird. Anybody would have noticed it. After a few seconds, I heard somebody whisper my name in my ear. It was a woman. Both of my friends are guys, and they were walking on the other side of me. I turned around, but there was nobody there. After that, the sound of the wind came back, louder even. I asked my friends about it afterwards, but they said they didn't know what I was talking about. According to them, the wind had been loud the entire time, so loud that we could barely understand each other. It didn't make any sense. Who whispered my name into my ear then? And why? Why this sudden silence? Why me? I don't think I'll ever be able to explain it, but I wanted to tell my story anyway. I want to know if anybody else experienced something like this, and if they have an explanation or some sort, it would be wonderful to hear it. I still get nervous thinking back about it. About a year ago, I went on a road trip in Wisconsin with my brother. We were planning on driving around for a couple of days. This was before I had moved out of my parents' house to go live by myself. It was our very last chance to take a trip like this, so we were really looking forward to both spending time with each other. Like a goodbye. I know, Wisconsin is not the most exciting place on earth, but we were driving on the Great River Road when my brother really had to pee. I decided to stop on the side of the road, where there was water. This way my brother could pee. There were no other cars around. I had asked him if he wanted to stay there for an hour, so we could eat our lunch, have some coffee, and then take off again. He was happy to do so. Sitting in the car for hours on end isn't very fun. It's also not very healthy either. We're just sitting on the ground, leaning against the car facing towards the water, and I spotted something between the trees on the other side of the water. It was red, and I assumed it was a balloon or some sort of package that traveled there, with the wind. This was not the nicest place. It smelt pretty bad. I wasn't surprised to see all the trash around, but I noticed that whatever was stuck in the trees was holding onto an object. It was a child. There was a child on the other side of the water, with nobody around. I couldn't see the child clearly, but it appeared to be a little girl. wearing a bright green raincoat and a hat. She was looking towards us, staring. I didn't understand how she got there. She wasn't standing there with an adult. She was too young. I called out for her, but she did not answer or even react to my voice. When I looked over at my brother, he looked at me and looked confused. He asked me why I was screaming. That's when I got confused. It was pretty obvious somebody was standing there, and we had been looking in the same direction. When I looked again, the child was gone. There was no one there. The trash was now hanging on a tree. I told him I saw a child and pointed to where she was standing. He thought I was joking around. I reassured him that I was not. He told me I just needed some sleep. I was certain that I was not hallucinating. I even considered calling the police, but my brother convinced me not to. He was certain that there wasn't a child where I thought I had seen one. Later that night, when we were in a room in a hotel not too far away from where this happened, I did some research. I didn't find anybody that matched the girl's description that was missing at the time. I still feel bad about not calling the police back then, but I do feel like maybe I was just really tired, that this was all a big mistake. Either that, or I really did see a ghost or an apparition. Perhaps it was the ghost of a little girl who had died there before. I don't know, the whole thing just feels weird. The fact she didn't respond to me, and I even called out to her. I don't know. Something just feels so off about this. Surely you can understand. Driving through Kansas is the absolute worst. The endless rows of corn and nothingness are enough to drive any sane person mad. Every now and again, you'll see an occasional windmill, breaking the monotony. This is when I found myself excited for windmills. I fished for something, anything, to try and occupy my wondering mental state. Instead of watching corn, I thought over my plans to finally pop the question to my wonderful girlfriend of 2 years. The long distance was beginning to really wear on me, and I'd been secretly applying for jobs in her zip code. Surprise, right? The idea was simple. Get a job, propose, move, you know. It meant leaving behind my roommate. But there was nothing so daunting I could not overcome, if it meant spending my life with Miranda. Besides, we weren't getting any younger. I was so lost in thought that Jason, the man driving, swerved into the other lane, cursing about some crazy lady standing there in the middle of the road. I practically yelped. I spun around in my seat, looking for the woman in question, only to see the road was empty. As night wore on, the travelers dropped off one by one. They were the only ones there, bearing a well-hidden cop or two. When my heart calmed in my chest, I asked, "Do you want me to take over?" But he swore up and down he was fine. He was not hallucinating, that she had been right there. But in the end, he called me a few obscenities and pulled over. I've only ever been driving for 20 minutes when a girl, dressed in a school uniform, gets swallowed whole by my headlights. There was no thump, and even though I slammed on the brakes, I knew I'd hit her. My door swung open. I came tumbling out just in time to see her climbing off the pavement and go sprinting off to the road. I screamed at her to get back here, but she kind of just disappeared down the hill, as if I'd never said a word. I didn't want to chase her into the dark. I feel like it's worth mentioning here that as a man, as white as he was tall, it just didn't feel right or possible to go sprinting after a little girl. But he had definitely hit her with his car. Adrenaline had to be the only reason that she was still standing. He couldn't just let her die out there. She was scared. He'd find her and apologize and hopefully get her to the nearest hospital before she bled out or whatever other injuries she had just acquired. Easier said than done. She'd been moving now, and there was no sign of her. The only lead I had was a dusty set of footprints that had set in what was once mud, like fossils. They led into another cornfield. If not for the injured girl, I imagine lingered within the field. I'd have turned on my heels and dragged my big butt back up that hill. There were few things so spectacular that I thought them worthy of chancing a meeting with an axe murderer. But I had a duty to her. So I swallowed my fear, diving into the corn. Calling out to her was useless. Whoever she was either already dead, or I thought that I'd hit them with malicious intentions. No matter how I introduced myself to the darkness, opening myself up for sneak attacks and dismemberment, she would not reply. I was on the verge of giving up entirely. There was nothing I could do for somebody who wouldn't let me help them, when my ankle caught something solid, and I went sprawling. My chin hit the dirt so hard, I couldn't be sure I did not black out for a moment. But when I came to, I was assaulted by a stench so putrid, it was enough to bring up my dinner in one merciless heave. As if the loss of my dinner were not enough, my phone had also fallen from my hand where I'd fallen. Righting my wrongs was quickly becoming an ordeal. Padding around in my own vomit, searching for a phone that could have gone any inconvenient distance, while my roommate was sleeping in a running car in the middle of nowhere, was not how I imagined spending my night. But then again, I never imagined hitting a teenager either, so I guess tonight really was a wild card. By the time I found my phone, I was content to call an ambulance and simply explain my situation. My chin hurt. This cornfield reeked, and my hands were now covered in dirt and my own vomit. And, to add insult to injury, once I flicked on my flashlight, I found myself sitting hip to hip with the girl in a uniform. Both her legs were broken. Half of her face was eaten away as maggots wriggled along her skin. I don't remember much climbing to my feet and slamming the door to the driver's seat. My heart was rioting in my chest. This is by the time I had already hit the gas, jerking Jason awake in a way that was none too kind. The screeching of our wheels was nothing in comparison to his startled scream, but my tongue was frozen in my mouth. He asked me what was wrong. Those were first words that permeated the cloud clogging my brain, but hearing them didn't mean I could not reply to them. How did I explain that I hit an innocent child, chasing her to the corn, then tripping over her rotting corpse, without seeming completely insane? There was just no way. And worse, how did I explain that I saw her standing by the exit signs, by the food markers? How did I tell Jason, the man I accused of seeing things, that I was not seeing things? I couldn't. So when Jason wouldn't take my silence for an answer, I lied. There was a bear off to the side. Freaked me out, I guess. A large black bear mama with her cubs. It was a lame excuse, a real one, and Jason didn't buy it for a moment. Silence reigned for a moment longer before he sputtered and laid back down. Yeah, right. I bet you saw her too. The rest of the drive was quiet. We did not acknowledge what had happened, and we kind of just hoped to forget about it, never bringing it up. I still talk to Jason sometimes, and it's one of those elephant in the room topics. Even now, typing this out has been very tough for me. Reliving the events of that evening is kind of like a nightmare that won't stop coming back up. So, I just got back from a road trip late last night. It had been like 10 hours, but my hands are still shaking. I've not slept. Me and my dad and my little brother just got back from my grandma's hometown. A little bit about me. I'm a 26-year-old woman who's never liked anything to do with horror or anything related to that genre at all. Since I was young, when I'd become aware of the things that lurk in the dark, I've always got this kind of third eye feeling of some sort. While I can't see ghost or spirit, I swear, I can feel something around like a presence of another person, but it feels wrong. I get goosebumps and sometimes I even feel like fainting, like a lot of negative energy is suddenly thrown at me. My parents, especially my mom, believes in my condition. She's quite the superstitious one, mainly because of how she was raised. So, whenever I tell her that I feel strange around certain places, she would hold my hand and would inaudibly pray in Latin. She made me wear all sorts of decorated talismans and things that have been blessed by a priest. I'm Catholic, by the way. Enough about me. Last Saturday, my father took me and my brother to my grandma's hometown to celebrate my cousin's birthday. Mom was busy with work, so she couldn't make it. This celebration was a lot of fun, a lot of great memories. But when the night came around 7 p.m., a visitor had shown. He was an older man, accompanied by his caretaker. I heard he was my cousin's godfather. Remembering it now, the moment he came, I slowly felt nauseous. My mood was gone and I didn't feel so well. I excused myself and went to the guest room for an early rest. I was drinking at the time. I did not relate it to him, but now I'm certain that when he came home, he brought something else with him, and it followed us on the way home. Next day after the party, my dad drove us back. My grandmother's hometown is located in a small province, so we passed by a lot of remote areas. The trip would take around 6 hours, so I decided to sleep. I didn't really manage to get some rest until around 4 a.m. I would wake up, sleep, and then wake up again. We took off around 11, and when we were 2 hours in the trip, we stopped by this small diner for lunch. I still felt dizzy and not in the mood that I thought I was in. It was a hangover and lack of sleep. But first, my skin crawled for no reason. I looked around. I didn't see anything unusual. It was a public place, so a lot of people were there. I started overthinking things. Then, my bladder, now of all times, just had to go. But since I feel like there's something in that place, I didn't dare go to the bathroom. I held it in, asking my father if we could just eat in the car and go home. He said okay, and we continued on our trip. After about an hour and a half, we passed by the gas station. I could not hold it in anymore, so I asked my dad if we could just stop for a while. I went straight for the bathroom. I passed by 2 other girls and went inside in one of the cubicles. As I was doing my business, my skin crawled again, and I turned stiff due to the realization that something might be in there with me. I realized how unlucky I am today. First, at the diner, and now in the gas station. Then, I remembered. When I came in, there was 2 other girls in the bathroom using the mirror. I felt quite safe. I heard the faucet in the sink turn, and that just solidified my sense of security. I still hurried on finishing my business. When I came out, there was nobody there, but a faucet was turned on. Then, I felt a cold breeze by my feet. It definitely came from inside the stall I was using. I was scared, my heart now beating so fast that I'm close to hyperventilating. It took a lot out of me to finally move. I hurriedly told my father what had happened. He just comforted me, saying things like maybe the girls just left the faucet running and the breeze was my imagination. But I know what I feel and saw. I was on edge the rest of the trip. Finally, a couple of more hours go by and we're almost out of the province area. We drove by this really long road. There were a lot of trees by the roadside. Almost no houses or buildings in sight and very few vehicles on the road. Dad was going quite fast because of the open road, but not exceeding the speed limit. While on the road, my mind was in a mess while looking out the window. I was seated in the back seat alone, in deep thought. I don't really remember what I was thinking about at the time, but while I was blankly staring outside, our car suddenly began slowing down until it stopped at first. I thought it was intentional, but when I heard Dad's pissed voice, I realized it wasn't. Dad parked the car by the roadside, got out, leaving me and my brother inside. My brother also went outside shortly after, stretching his body, leaving me alone. After everything that had happened that day, to be left alone was the last thing that I'd wanted. I reached out to the car handle and pushed, but nothing. It didn't budge. I kept trying. I tried opening the other door, and that would not budge either. I began to panic, slowly. I'm not claustrophobic, but at that time, I felt like I know how it feels. I called my father and brother, but they could not hear me, so I began banging on the window. That got my brother's attention, since he was closer. When he saw me, he must have realized that I was panicking. I saw him walk toward the door and start pulling the door handle. When nothing happened, I saw him start pulling harder. Dad noticed it too. I saw him trying to open the opposite door. While all of this was happening, I suddenly felt a cold breeze by my side. I thought to myself that this can't be. This never happened to me before. I was literally crying already. I clasped the cross around my neck and praying in Latin. I learned it from my mother. After I finished praying, they finally were able to open the door. They dragged me outside and I collapsed on the ground. I could feel cold sweat on my back. The car somehow magically began working again after my father inspected it, like nothing bizarre had happened. As we hit the road again, I was now seated at the front, while my brother was at the back, strongly grasping his cross necklace. I looked at the side mirror subconsciously, and there, I saw something black, in humanoid form but was blurry. It might have just been my imagination, but I swear, this was the demon chasing us, haunting me and trying to possess me. I will never forget this experience, ever. And even writing this down is still very, very traumatizing. I learned that you can't beat a GPS when it comes to discovering shortcuts. Unfortunately, for me, I had to learn the hard way. After spending 2 whole months away from my girlfriend, I was ecstatic to see her. We did go to different colleges, so we did not get to spend as much time together as we'd like. But now it was spring break, and I was driving all the way out to Arizona to see her. It was a far drive from my dorm back in California. 12 hours, actually. But it was worth it. Around 8, I had begun getting tired, not wanting to waste my time staying at a hotel. I decided my best option would be to find a way to get there quicker. I parked the car on the side of the road and got on my phone, looking up a shortcut. After doing some digging, I found one. I started to take the route, and the built-in navigational system that came with the car heavily advised against it. It was against my best judgment, but I turned it off, turned the radio on. I tapped the steering wheel, along to the drum pattern, nodding my head. Every 30 minutes, I kept driving. I would think to myself, only so much longer until you're there with her. This really made the drive better. That was until I stopped recognizing the signs and the scenery around me. I had no clue how long it would be until I got there. I kept on going. I didn't trust my surroundings enough to stop my car. But it wasn't until I spent about an hour driving around aimlessly that I needed to stop. As crappy 20-year-old cars usually do, mine began to act up. And believe me, I've been around some cars that have been well taken care of. They run great, but mine, not so much. I pulled over at a conveniently placed, dimly lit gas station. The horrible-sounding speakers were blaring Doors songs. I got out, and the man working at the counter had a hat with rips and a white t-shirt that was decorated by what I assumed to be a cup of coffee and a bumpy road. "Hey, do you know where I can get a phone?" I'd asked. Without speaking, he raised his hand and pointed to the phone booth that I was ashamed of myself for missing. I nodded thank you and walked over to it. So I called her on the phone to tell her I was going to be a little late. It wasn't until she asked me if there was a motel I could sleep at that I realized there was nothing around. It was as if I was in a simulation, and the only thing that loaded in was a gas station and dirt. I told her I was going to have to call her back, walking back over to the attendant. I told him I'm sorry for bothering you again, but where are we? He kind of just had a laugh and told me we're in paradise. Flashed a smile at me. I asked him how we get out. His smile faded and pointed behind me. "Just take this road until you get to the canal, then take a left." He turned around and went back to his paper. I hated that I needed to, but I needed to talk with him once more. "Well, my car is saying that it needs oil. Is there a place somewhere around here that I can get that done?" He just turned around and sighed. "I got the stuff at my house to do it for you. Follow me." He led me to his car. I know I shouldn't have done it, but I got in this stranger's vehicle. We drove for about 5 minutes before making any conversation. Actually, it was mostly quiet until we got to his house. He turned to me and told me to come inside. Bad idea, right? Right. As soon as I got to the door, my nose was in unexplainable pain. The stench coming from this man's house made my eyes water. He must have noticed my expression because he explained to me that his wife was cooking. I lied and said I couldn't even tell, and we kept on walking. As we got to the staircase, he told me to stay downstairs as he went up. I waited for 3 minutes or so before I got impatient, and I began to look around. I went into the living room. It was thrashed, things thrown everywhere, and some red substance all over the curtains. I tried to ignore it, and there was a knife on the floor. My eyes widened, and I ran out of the room, going back to the staircase. I heard him walking out of the upstairs room. If he would have known that I'd wandered off and saw what I did. Thinking quickly, I walked fast to the kitchen. If I have a conversation with his wife, he'll think she called me over, and he won't ask any questions, I thought. Well, while I was walking over there, I thought to myself, what if she's in on it? And I couldn't help but shiver. I got to the kitchen and his wife wasn't there. I looked around. There was no back door for her to walk out of. I looked down at the huge pot on the stove that was bubbling over on the floor. It looked like some sort of stew. But what was worse was all over the kitchen was blood. It stunk. I gagged and almost vomited. I stepped back to lean up against the wall for support, but to my surprise, the wall was practically missing. Just pieces of ripped up and torn drywall. I heard the man make his way down the stairs, entering the kitchen to find me. He stopped and stared at me, and kind of snickered, and he said, I told you, my wife is cooking. And the next thing he did completely shocked and scared me. This man was clearly insane, out of his mind. He walks over to the boiling pot of stew, picks it up with both his hands and pours it all over himself, screaming in agony as the boiling stew literally boiled his skin. I got up and ran out of the front door. I quickly jumped back in my vehicle and flying out of there down the road, back in the direction of the gas station. When I pulled back in, I jumped on the payphone calling the police, telling them what exactly had happened. Well, I'll skip all the boring details and just tell you the good ones. It turns out, the man was a serial killer and rapist, and had already killed multiple victims. The man pouring boiling liquid all over his body was some sort of sadistic, satanic ritual of his. Or so, that's what he had explained to the police. A creepy, sadistic man who ran the gas station. Let's not meet again. The night sky was clear and starry, and the air was crispy and cool. The clock said it was midnight, but I could not fall asleep. My husband had drifted off to sleep an hour ago, at least, but I could not keep my eyes closed for the life of me. I turned to my side, away from him facing the window when I jumped out of bed, went to the window to get a closer look. I was half trying to understand how it could have happened that I had fell asleep without noticing, half trying to understand whatever was happening outside of our cabin. Now, some backstory. David and I have been married for 5 years. We met in college, dated for 3, and got married when we were both 25. We have no children yet, though we've been trying for about 2 years now. He works a pretty normal corporate job, and I'm a veterinarian. It's been quite a while since we've gone on a vacation of any kind, so I thought a quick weekend getaway would do us both a favor. The stress of work and the pandemic, on top of the stress from trying to get pregnant and failing for so long, has really begun to affect both of our mental health. We live in a small house in the suburbs. He commutes to work every day. I go to my clinic out of town, helping locals with their pets and livestock. One of the things that David and I have in common is our love for the outdoors and nature. I had arranged this trip and booked us a little cabin in the mountains. The place is heavenly. The view from this little place is outstanding, and the forest behind it makes the perfect spot. We plan to explore the forest for a while, go hiking around for a bit, maybe even have a picnic out and just enjoy the fresh air and each other's company. We'd arrived at this heaven on earth on a Friday evening. I parked my truck in front of the cabin, settling in for the weekend. It was so good. The cabin was almost something out of a fairy tale. We made dinner, drank some wine, and went to bed with a plan for tomorrow's morning walk in the wood. Everything was perfect. I cannot remember the last time I slept so well. The altitude and the fresh air really do wonders for a tired body and mind. David made us amazing coffee out of a French press. We ate our breakfast out on the little porch in front of the cabin. We packed some turkey sandwiches and drinks for the picnic in the woods. We got ready and headed out. We walked around the cabin, disappearing into the woods. It was probably around 10 a.m. by that point. The weather was amazing. It was late July, so a light jacket would suffice in the daytime. The forest was breathtaking. The tall trees, the thick greenery, and the treetops. Even the canopy was so overgrown, and the moss and occasional mushrooms, it all just felt magical. We walked further into the woods, stopping from time to time to check out the ground or appreciate the view. David seemed more mesmerized by the forest, and watching him be so happy made me feel even better. We were like little kids. We lost track of time for the very first time in so long. Nothing was waiting for us to finish, or an errand to run, or an email to send. I don't know how long we were walking by this point, but we came across a clearing. It was perfectly lit, and to our left side of the clearing was a little bench and a table. Clearly a picnic spot, probably made by the owners of our cabin. There were no houses or cabins near us, as far as I could tell. We made our way over to the bench, sat down and ate our own lunch in silence. At first, I didn't feel like talking as I was enjoying the background noise too much. The peace that comes from untouched nature is unmatched. As I finished my sandwich, I realized the forest was a bit quieter than what we were used to as we sat down. It was enough to make me curious. What made me realize I was uneasy was when the woods became silent. Now, we both know enough about nature to figure out that deaf silence is not a normal circumstance. In fact, if you talk to any hunter, it means there's a predator in the area. We perked our ears and tried to see if there was maybe a large animal coming our way. A deer, perhaps a mama bear. But we hadn't been able to see anything in those 5 minutes we sat there. We decided it was probably best if we got out of there, quickly, which is what we did, trying to make as little noise as possible. We returned to the cabin, much faster than I anticipated, getting inside. The rest of our day was spent indoors. It was still a nice day. We lounged in the cabin, read books, and drank tea. We could not figure out what happened in the woods. We took our minds off of it and gradually went back to enjoying our alone time. I made dinner, and later that night, at around 10 p.m., we headed back to bed. I told you all of this because I guess from the events of that day, we came back. David fell asleep, and I felt compelled, for me personally, to walk to the window and take a look at the forest. The moon was full, and there was no lights on in the cabin, so the moonlight was the only light that I had, but it perfectly illuminated the woods, as well as the strange horned humanoid biped which was now standing by a large tree. I don't think it saw me, but I had a good view of it. It was standing out there in the clear, staring at the cabin with these giant red eyes. I was horrified by what I was seeing, and I'd felt this ominous presence in the pit of my stomach before I even looked out to see what it was. After seeing it, I noticed it wasn't coming closer, just standing there, observing our cabin as if trying to tell us to stay away from its territory. As it slowly began to dissipate, I walked back towards my bed and just quietly praying that this thing or demon would just leave us alone and not bother us. I told David when he woke up. We decided to leave the cabin earlier than we had hoped to. It creeped me out, for sure. But David, he was not willing to risk or take any chances. In my family, Only my father is a working professional. His job profile demands him to transfer to different places quite a lot of time. A year ago, when he came back from San Francisco, we temporarily shifted to a larger apartment. Considering the area of flat, the price was less comparative to other apartments that we had checked. For about 1 week, everything was fine. But one day, my dad was late. He called us to tell us that he'll be working all night at the office. My mom got a call from my grandmother that my grandfather was deathly sick. She was to leave to her folks. Now, it was only me and my sister in the apartment. I was sitting in hall and my sister was in the bedroom. Between hall and the 2 bedrooms is a kitchen. My sister called out my name, demanding she wants tea. I ignored her. Then again, she said the same thing. This time, I shouted, denying her request. Then, my sister came running to the hall, asking why I shouted in the middle of the night. And therefore, I said that she demanded tea. If she wants it, she's not going to be an entitled prick. She could help herself out. Sis said that she had never asked me for tea. However, what I heard was definitely her voice. The area from hall to kitchen always felt cold to me, and after this incident, I was curious and a little startled. There came a time when I was sleeping in my room with my sister's bed above me. I had heard someone being in the kitchen as I had heard the fridge opening. I thought that was my father. I got up to proceed there. When I went there, the lights were off and nobody was up there. I go to my parents' room and knock the door. My mother opened the door and asked if her dad was in the kitchen, so she told me he did not come home. The next day, my sister was burning hot with a fever. We ended up taking her to the hospital. Doctors ran a lot of tests to figure out what was the matter, but as a result, there were no significant reason for her fever or sickness. She was actually hospitalized for over a week, and her fever was in control. Not only controlled, but she was completely healed. We went to our grandparents after her discharge. My father was all alone in the house. When after a day, he called my mother and asked her to come back. She was confused, but she said he sounded scared, so we went back home. That night, he told my mom that while he was sitting in the hall, he heard strange noises. When he walked up to check, nobody was there, but the water was spilt on the floor. Hearing this, I recalled the time when I heard my sister's voice calling for me, and then my sister got sick. I do not believe in such scary incidents, but the odds were against me. When my mother asked around and talked to our neighbors, she came to know that the couple who lived there before us, the wife was daily beaten up by her husband, eventually committing suicide. I do not know if this is even related to stuff happening to our family or potentially a poltergeist, but I somehow can't help but connect the dots. We have now moved to a new house. All the strange things have stopped, and the eeriness and the feeling of being not alone is gone. For one summer vacation, we went to my father's relatives in Thailand. I only have my grandmother from my father's side, and she lives in a village where her house is bigger than the rest in the area. When we were playing hide and seek, I was running to room upstairs to hide from my younger brother, as all these years, I've seen the room closed. But when my grandmother saw me running upstairs, she grabbed my hand and shouted at me and my brother. It taught us to not go in the room. At night, when we were sleeping, my grandmother called for my father. We woke up and ran to her room. She was lying on the floor holding out her hand for help. My father helped her and put her on the bed. We asked her how she ended up on the floor. She said she went to go drink some water, but she was standing there as she was pushed from behind. Nobody was in the room except for her. My father stayed here with her for the night. In the morning, my grandmother was lying on the bed and staring at the fan on the ceiling. When she was asked to get up and sit, she could not do it. Grandma was shaking her head from side to side, expressing the thing that she is unable to move, and her constant stare at the ceiling seemed like she was looking at somebody. Her condition did not look good, as if she had lost weight overnight. Next day, she could not move her right leg. like a paralyzed person. Dad was scared, so he called a local doctor. Doctor checked her temperature and blood pressure. It was skyrocketing. He asked Dad to immediately move Grandma to hospital. When she was hospitalized, her vitals became normal, and her health was fine compared to before. We brought her back home from the hospital. Grandmother was fine for a day or two, when one night, we heard her scream. We went running to her room, and she was on the bed, screaming, pointing at the window. We held her tightly, so she could calm down, but she constantly kept pointing at the window. I looked outside, and there was nothing. Her eyes were red, and it was horrifying to see her behaving this way. It was hard to control her, as she kept telling somebody to go away, as if she could see someone. After 1 hour, she calmed down and went to sleep. We knew something was wrong, especially when we brought it back to the US with us. These episodes stopped when she moved in. Unfortunately, after 1 week, she left this world. Dad put that house on sale and never went back. This happened just last August. I was not in the best place mentally at the time. A lot of things were happening to me, and all of a sudden, I didn't know how to properly handle it. See, I'm a violin player. Not the best, but I certainly do strive for greatness. I know one day, I would love to be known. Although lately, I've been having a hard time getting some pieces right, even if I have played them 1,000 times before. Failure is my biggest fear, and when I'm failing at something, I tend to lose myself and just get out of control with my thoughts and everything. My parents suggested to me that I go to our lake house for a week or two, just to try and get my thoughts straight and relax a little from everything. At that time, it seemed like a great idea, actually. Exactly what I needed. I was just surprised I hadn't thought of it sooner. Whenever we go to the lake house, I come back like a new and improved person. It's just something about that house that has a positive effect on me. It always has, but it doesn't just have a positive effect on me. In fact, anybody who goes there will more than likely have a great time and get something positive out of it. It's just something in the air there. I remember a few years ago, my parents were going through a really rough patch in their marriage, so we went there and everything was back to normal again. As I mentioned, it's been really hard for me to get a couple of these tunes right. I cannot move on from it. I played them perfectly before. I don't see what the problem is. My fingers have been not wanting to cooperate for days. I feel like I'm driving myself crazy if I continue on like this. That's the way I'm going. I need a break for myself, to focus on me, to realize I'm more than my playing, and to connect with myself again. I was thinking of not bringing any electronics, but I realized it would literally be crazy not to bring my phone at least, just in case I literally break a leg or something. My parents let me take their car. They were probably not going anywhere far anytime soon, and if they wanted to, they could have always had me take the bus. The lake house is about 2 or 3 hour drive from where I live. It was probably the most relaxing drive I ever had taken. Maybe that's because I don't go there more often. When I got there, I felt at peace, and as soon as I saw the house and saw how secluded it was, it's probably the only house in a 2-mile radius from each side. But the isolation is what my parents were going for when they bought it. The privacy gives me a chance to relax and completely unwind. First, I opened all the windows and cleaned up, but I noticed something wasn't the same inside the house. I just couldn't put my finger on it. I thought maybe my parents painted or something, but I didn't know. It took me a few hours to set everything up, settling down, and I felt so happy when I finished. All afternoon, I had been sitting on the patio reading when the sun began to go down. I felt like going for a run. While running, I had the weirdest feeling in my gut, like somebody was watching me, or somebody was there with me, even though there wasn't anybody near me for miles, as much as I knew. The roads felt different. I could not recognize any of the paths that I usually jogged at. Something was different, completely different. I didn't want to stress about it though. Plus, maybe it wasn't even about the place. maybe I've changed. After all, last time I was here was a year ago. A lot of things have changed since then, so that could be the reason everything feels so different. It was getting pretty dark, so I went back to the house. I turned the lights on and made myself a cup of tea to make me warm. The nights got pretty chilly. No matter how hard I tried, I just could not get this feeling of unknown out of me. Like I've been here for 1,000 times, but this time, it feels as if I'd never stepped foot in the house. I brushed the feeling off again, even though I probably should not have. I was reading again when, all of a sudden, the front door opened. It was as if somebody had pushed it, but there was nobody inside. There were no wind. I mean, it was blowing a little bit, but not that strong of a wind to kick the door open. To say I was frightened would be the understatement of the year. At that moment, I realized I'm not alone in this house. Anybody could be here. Anybody. Somebody could have followed me in or something that I could not get help from anywhere. I called my mother immediately, telling her that something is wrong and asked her what I should do. My brain was paralyzed from fear. She told me that if I'm scared, I should probably just come home, and I agreed. But when I began to hang up, she asked me the most heart-wrenching question. She asked me why I was playing a specific violin piece that I was playing it the last few years. I froze at that moment and told her nothing is playing in the background and that I'm not playing the violin. Literal silence is around. And then she asked me if I had my violin near me, and I was just messing with her. I ran out of the house and began driving home without looking back. I was scared. I turned the radio on and tried to get the tension out of the air, but the only thing I could hear was that violin piece playing over the radio. I turned it off, but it would not stop playing. I was losing my mind. I sped up so that I would get back to my house quickly, but I couldn't stand it and broke the radio. I will probably never think of going to that lake house or playing that song ever again. Being a nurse means I have to travel around at odd times between hospitals and nursing training programs, which is honestly fine by me. I don't mean it to be a bad way, but if you compare it to spending a couple of hours in the ER versus driving alone with your favorite crappy music on, then I think you could see where I'm coming from. Besides that, I get to visit places, meet new people, so it's kind of my own break. Anyway, just a few days ago, it was roughly 2 a.m. on a Monday. I was driving back up to Upper Greenland Lake from the Union Valley using Clinton Road. It was dark and quiet, which isn't something peculiar for me, having traveled alone on highways for a while now. But the thing that really struck me was the owls hooting. It wasn't loud, but it wasn't quiet either. There was a certain unnatural cadence to the rhythm. It kind of disturbed me. Anyway, I turned up my music a little more and continued driving. A few miles onto the highway, my GPS started beeping and showing a different route. It showed me that I should take a turn 1.5 miles ahead onto a safe off-road. This would help me get to the Upper Greenland Lake quicker. So, 1.5 miles after, I took a turn putting all of my faith into the GPS, as I had before all the times, and began driving on a dirt road. A couple of minutes after that I'd gotten on the road, my screen showed a GPS lost, which was kind of weird. It also started worrying me because I was on a route that I had never heard of before, pretty much in the middle of nowhere. I kept going through and checking if the GPS was back. Around 3 a.m, I see a tall figure standing on the side of the road ahead. I couldn't see it properly, but I could tell it was a woman, judging by the figure and shape, and the long hair covering the face. She was wearing a long black gown that ended just below her knees. I know what you're thinking. It should be pretty creepy for somebody who hasn't seen that kind of dress in conditions that people come into in the ER. It's natural for people to be scared of. I know. I know that you're not supposed to stop in the middle of the night, especially after midnight, on a highway you're speeding on. I didn't think about the dangers at the time. But when I saw that woman, my nurse instincts kicked in, and I slowed down while trying to look for any hints of injury on her, wondering what she could possibly be doing out here. After all, human trafficking and all that is very real. I slowed down to approach her. I called out to her, but she didn't move. She had her hands folded as if she was holding something, but I couldn't see it because of her hair. Anyway, my car was at 15 miles an hour, and I noticed her hand extended. There was something wrapped in a white blanket, covered in red. I stopped the car near her, kept staring as she turned over the blanket in her hand, and there was a baby in it. What I imagine would be a deceased baby. Judging from the discoloration and the smudges of blood, it was at least dead for over 4 days. Note that my car windows were up. I reached for my seatbelt, about to unbuckle, when I noticed her moving face. It didn't move the hair back, but I could see 2 dark yellow eyes staring into mine. I felt chills in my body. I left my seatbelt buckled, stepping on the gas. God, did I speed. I looked back from the rearview mirrors as I started to drive away, which is when I realized her feet were backwards. Like literally, her toes were at the opposite side. I lost all control and panicked, speeding even more as I raced ahead on the road, trying to get GPS signals and find a sign of something that would tell me where I was heading onto, trying to get back to Clinton Road or on my way to Greenland Lake. I didn't care about where the road was leading me. I kept going for hours until I saw an intersection in the distance, connecting the dirt road with the highway, and I took it. Ironically, as soon as I did, the GPS came back up, as if the signal through there was terrible. This was easily the scariest thing that has ever happened to me. You would think it's strange if I told you that my favorite pastime was climbing up in the mountains, but it's true. One of the best perks of living in Maggie Valley was I could just go out of the house, decide to walk up the mountains and the forest in any time I wanted to. My parents are pretty chill, so there were days I came back home pretty late. There was never anything wrong. At that point, I had the whole mountain range and forest on the tips of my fingers, due to how frequently I visited them and how much time I spent there. I haven't told this to my parents. I'm sure they would not let me go there again, but I told it to my friend Sam, who now always heads up there with me since the event. It was Saturday afternoon, and I was bored of playing Fortnite. The weather outside was pretty nice, so I thought I'd go up in the mountains. I packed my usual supplies and headed out. After going in, I began walking around, just kicking a stone or two in my path. There's a really neat spot I had found in the forest, with a huge fallen log on the ground and a view down the mountain. I walked in that spot's direction, but I couldn't find it. It weirded me out. I'd gone there at least a dozen times before, and now there was no way I had gone the wrong way. I began walking more, and I don't know how, but it just became a part of the forest that I'd never seen. Here, the trees were barely alive. They were thin and creepy. No sound at all of any kind. I didn't see any familiar plant or spot. Nothing that I had immediately recognized. It made me curious, so I kept going. It wasn't until I heard a scream, an ear-piercing one, that I had stopped. I could feel the ground shaking under my feet, but the scream kept going. It sounded like it was getting closer, which really freaked me out. So I began tracing my steps back to where I had come from, and kept running until I saw the path that I used to go down the mountains. It wasn't until I was going down that it finally stopped. I didn't look up or stop until I was at the bottom, and then ran back home. I have no idea what that was, and where I was. It wasn't the forest I went into every day. I know because the next day, I went in again with a friend, and found my spot easily, always following the same path I always did. Did I somehow enter in and walk into the Twilight Zone, or another dimension? In 1996, I was contracted by the federal U.S. government for a special bioweapons project. I was tasked with providing animal carcasses to be used in field testing. This involved me regularly driving out of state to collect them. I will not say where I was contracted from, due to the nature of what tests were for, but I will say that it's classified U.S. government work, and they knew everything about my life, even before they contracted me, due to my extensive background. As I said already, it was my job to provide the animal carcasses, and I even had a private supplier who I got them from. It was a local rancher. Now, this rancher was very secretive about where they came from, but it's not hard to guess because coyote pelts and other animal prices go for excellent prices. But all jokes aside, he called me with a special task. Apparently, he had gotten shipped crates of live specimens, specifically cryptids that I had to move back and forth between facility to facility. It was my job for this. This became commonplace for me for quite some time before the rancher had a bullet put in his head for disrupting protocol. Not my call, but it's something you have to deal with in this line of business. Apparently, he was a massive liability and risked exposure to the projects that we were involved in. I was then moved and stationed to a small underground base in Wyoming, in which I would still continue my work on the bioweapons project. We primarily focused on splicing and interchanging DNA. We're talking about matching specific sequences of genetic coding for certain sequences that had already been determined. We were looking to see what kind of poisonous substances we could artificially create and splice into the genomes of other well-known animals. It was a pretty nefarious project, sinister to say the least. The goal was to come out with something like that of a living weapon, a super poison dart frog, or other animals similar to that we can enact on the enemy, gain intel, and whatever it is else we needed. Then, in 2001, shortly after 9/11, we had a brand new contract. The US military was going to war in Afghanistan, and they were going to do it with a special serum. For most of us on the project, this was our first exposure to biowarfare work, at least to this degree. I had been okay with what we were doing up until this point, but when I heard about the new assignment, my stomach turned upside down. They were taking it one step further. All it took was one meeting where they unveiled the plan for me to realize that a mistake had been made somewhere along the line. Sure, we were already artificially creating super poisons, diseases and other extremely dangerous pathogens, but this was on a different level. They had really pushed for us to use live human experiments and began scrambling their DNA coding. We were under strict contract and had to follow through with our assignment. I wasn't about to be a part of this. I was pretty vocal in my opposition, and they were vocal about my disposal, and how I was very expendable for the project. We had come to some sort of an agreement. I would be taken off the team and moved into a different sector. But in all actuality, I was actually kicked off the team and removed, blacklisted, so to speak. I was placed on watch, forced to sign multiple NDAs and told if I were to ever speak a word of this, I would not live to see another day. Now that it's been 20 plus years since this all occurred, I feel now might be the time to open up. After all, after battling with stage 4 cancer, I know I don't have too much longer left to live anyway. If they were to come after me for releasing the little bit of information I've given you, what gives? I'm a dead man already, and I could assure you that as time goes on, and with COVID rampaging the earth, you're going to have a lot of older gentlemen like me come out of the woodworks, talk about all the heinous projects they had worked on in their lifetime. I guarantee it. Many of us live with the guilt of things we had to bear witness to, and we cannot hold it in any longer. My colleagues and I have worked hand in hand with entities from the ethereal planes for well over a decade. In my 20s, I served as an infantry marine in Somalia, then moved on to work for the government, involving tech that would make people weightless. But it wasn't until I was selected by a secret government organization of academics, researchers and engineers to take part in experiments with large-scale applications of levitation technology that really anything noteworthy would happen. Some years ago, you might remember hearing rumors going around about a flying man spotted over Mexico City. Although this story eventually became well known publicly, thanks to reporters, I was aware of it months before it ever became popular. Or should I say the experimentation of it. Before the Mexican sighting, my colleague and I were both involved in reverse engineering experiments with a number of third-party entities who will not be named, who had also been assigned to help us better understand how their technology worked. In short, our research was focused on finding out why they could levitate so well when ours never performed as planned. We were always being told what we would have to cross the streams in order for any significant results to be achieved. But we didn't know what this meant until one day, when a disc-shaped craft landed in our own base. We engaged with 4 ethereal beings. In the process, they killed several of my colleagues. These entities refused to work with us and sought our demise. They were incredibly hostile. Bud was told later on that these beings were somehow handled by the secret organization. Now that you're up to speed on my current projects, we are currently doing advanced DNA testing, of the kind I can't really talk about or divulge into the details. I'll just summarize and say that we are currently working on harnessing the power of different forms of energy that this plane of existence has no idea even exists, and we are working with these beings to harness said energy. I was corporal in the Marine Corps, stationed at the U.S. Naval Academy. This was at the beginning of my second year when I was assigned to an unnamed project that was given the utmost highest priority. This meant that everything else had to go on hold until this project got its act together, which is why I had never gone home for Thanksgiving. It would have interfered with our deadlines to get this project moving forward. The brass did not care if you were still a student, as long as you showed up every day and did what they were asked of you, even though I continued to go into class for the first semester, even while working on Capitol Hill. Thus, while others spent time with their families during the holidays, I was working. It did make for some good stories over the years, though. The project was basically a research program to determine what happened on reported sightings on UFOs and possible abduction cases. We were told not to focus on the more sensational events, rather, look at all aspects that could be considered ordinary or even mundane. This would help us better understand how these beings interacted with us if they existed outside our realm of understanding. The first interesting thing that I observed during my time there is our supervisors knew way more about the subject than they were letting on, which either meant they were lying or somehow involved in very bizarre activities not listed in their official description. For instance, one day, we had an unusual sighting over Baltimore involving a large fireball that was witnessed by both ground and airborne traffic. Someone found out that I had family in the area, asking me what they saw, then began to grow angry when I said my family never called me with this news of the event. The other weird thing is that our supervisors thought it was a good idea to have us work closely with these people. We might learn something from them. But at no time did they ever share information gained from these interactions, which made no sense, considering how much money the U.S. government spent on this project. The strangest thing I observed while working there involved one of the study participants who came to us voluntarily after her second abduction experience. She wanted answers about what had happened to her, even if it meant going up against everything she believed in up to that point. These people were told that there would be no memory of their abduction experience. This was for their own good. The woman I mentioned above said she remembered everything, which included seeing several beings on her farm doing something with her cows. Nothing about what she had experienced made sense, considering about what we knew about these beings, after observing them for almost 20 years by then. And when they realized things had gotten out of hand, our supervisors decided it was time to make contact. We started out like a diplomatic visit, but ended with all 3 of them, myself not included, being subjected to an unknown liquid until they passed out. Next, our supervisors returned to work, but were no longer allowed to interact with our study participants, so this woman was stuck out without answers about her abduction experiences. We also had intelligence on strange alien beings, and so little time to explore and understand it all with very limited resources. I was glad to leave this project behind me after my first year, but felt obligated to go back the following year because I needed more conclusive evidence that these beings were indeed out there, which only drew the ire of my fellow students who tried convincing me not to waste any more time on what they deemed a futile effort. Fortunately for me, 11 months of non-activity at the project convinced our supervisors that I needed another assignment. Long story short, I won't waste your time with irrelevant details, but the project is still ever going, and they are still working with human abductions and non-human entities. July of 1984. I was a sergeant stationed up in Maine in the Army. I was in charge of a very small unit, guarding an airstrip. We would go out on patrol every morning and night, but never had anything out of the ordinary to report. I was pretty sure my unit was there as a form of punishment. The airstrip is surrounded by woods. We'd see evidence of people going in and out, but never had to report seeing anybody. Regardless, we were told to strictly patrol the perimeter. So, one July night, a new guy that had just been assigned came up to me while we were standing guard at dusk and told me he saw something very strange. He claims he saw what looked like a woman with long dark hair, wandering and walking off in some trees across from where we were posted. As we watched her, he realized that she didn't have a face, just a blank space. I told him to write up his report. We'd send it in through the chain of command. But something made me doubt what he had seen, so I went out there to take a look for myself. One thing is, I've always been good at sensing when something doesn't seem right. As I walked out towards those trees, my senses got stronger and stronger that there was definitely something wrong going on. The closer I got, the less safe I felt. I reached the spot where my soldier said he saw her standing. It became very clear that this was not a person at all, but some strange creature, taking the form of a human. As I gazed through my rifle scope, I could tell that she or it was unnaturally hunched over and slightly misshapen. Its skin seemed to have a strange texture. Even though it was dark, the moonlight shined and glistened off the body in a way that looked unnatural. She or it turned to me and ran on all fours in my direction. I fired a shot, and as soon as the bullet pierced through her body, she disintegrated, like shooting dust. I myself immediately reported what I had seen, but as soon as it got up in the chain of command, I was scolded and corrected for my behavior. The information would be refused to be passed up higher, and since I have connections with people on that base still, and people talk, I'm told that there is a lab underneath that base where they run not-so-ethical experiments. Apparently, several of them have gotten out or were doing field testing. That's perhaps just what I saw that evening. In 2000 is when this happened. This story still remains classified as top secret by the government, but recently released documents state that this incident that occurred in 2000 off of San Diego's coast, when several sailors on the Zodiac boat saw what they described as two fish-like beings. The sailors were part of a special unit conducting classified operations in the area at the time. We were on a Dark of the Moon mission, some 50 miles off of San Diego, when an extremely bright light illuminated our boat, stated one of the officers involved in the briefing back in 2000. The light was so bright and intense, all I could see was a silhouette of the three other men on the boat with me. We were all bathed in this unearthly glow. There was also a long structure beneath it, like a fin or a dorsal fin, which is common on military vessels, but it had an unusual protrusion coming up from the top. He then went into more detail. Whatever the object was, it was either ejected or dropped or something into the water, and immediately it began to rise toward our position. Said one naval officer who has seen classified photos and videos of the encounter. He described the object as having an elongated, burnished gold tone, with the portion above water having three main prongs that looked almost like arms extending upward. similar to what many people think of when they visualize a classic depiction of a mermaid. The object or being seemed to stabilize. They were not able to tell if whatever it was mechanical or biological. While this was occurring, our boat began turning away from this thing and began maneuvering at high speeds. The thing accelerated with such incredible speed and agility. All I could do was watch in amazement. He called it an advanced technology beyond anything known on Earth. When you see something like this, and you're faced with the prospect of never being able to prove to anybody what it is you saw, because all you have left is your word against the government's, something that not everybody will believe anyway, I can assure you there was a very strong emotional component involved. Taking into consideration the speeds we observed and how quickly it changed direction, if that thing had been a craft underwater operated by another entity other than the United States military unit, I would say, with equivocation, we were looking at an extraterrestrial craft. But as much as we want to believe in aliens and UFOs, the thing in question seemed more biological than anything else. The sailors who feared retribution for talking about what they saw were told to keep quiet by the U.S. Navy. However, the boat videotaped the events, and one of these tapes shows up in a video leaked anonymously several years ago. The tape has been made public, but only recently released documents state that the incident occurred in 2000. My name is Vega. I work at an undisclosed site in the desert, recently acquired by the Unusual Incidents Unit of the FBI. The facility was recently used to house detainees of war from Afghanistan and Iraq, until it was decommissioned months ago due to renovation projects being completed elsewhere within the base. One project housed underground serves as a geomagnetic array to study fluctuations in the Earth's electromagnetic fielding. Another building is a state-of-the-art supercomputing facility that can store and process exabytes of data from all around the world. I was employed in this unit as a communications specialist for almost 2 years before being assigned to this very specific site. This is where I am tasked with handling emergency calls from nearby towns. In addition to providing security for the base itself, all responders have been equipped with high-definition cameras on their helmets and bodies. They could provide real-time visuals from any response area back to our dispatch center here within the base. We had been alerted that there had been multiple reports of supernatural events occurring early in the morning near Rockwell Pass, just outside of town. My supervisor authorized my presence on the initial response team. I was present for a total of 5 encounters. The first 4 were fairly ordinary cases of hysteria among civilian populace, but the 5th encounter changed everything we have come to believe about how most people view the world. When our responders arrived at the scene, they found a man naked, except for a pair of underwear, standing in front of an older model Mazda sedan, smashed into a massive boulder on the side of the road. According to witnesses, which included other motorists who had stopped to assist him after seeing him run nearly nude down Highway 191 at high speed, he seemed confused and frightened by his surroundings. He refused any assistance from any party until responders had arrived. He almost immediately relaxed and seemed calm after that. He informed responders that he had been attacked by a man and a woman when in custody. The man acted stranger than we could imagine, and informed us he was actually not of this planet. Before thinking he was crazy and sent him off, he told us some very sensitive intel that only few people in this branch could know about. How he knew about this, we weren't sure. After bringing him in for questioning, he showed us something. He used a sharp object and cut his arm open. Out came this black liquid, which was not like blood, but thicker. He then explained that he had been sent into the human populace to try and blend in and merge, all for the purpose of gathering intel. From there, and from what I was told, he was passed further down the line, if you understand what I mean. So I was not able to catch any more of what happened to him, or what they did. But things like this happen in my line of work far often than not. You'd be surprised. and maybe I'll share more details with you in a future email. For now, I'll keep things short and to the point. Thank you. (2003) An anonymous military officer has agreed to come forth with a detailed eyewitness experience about seeing strange wolf-like creatures outside of the military base he was stationed at. The officer involved wishes to remain anonymous, but has allowed himself to be named as Major C for confidentiality purposes. Being a higher-ranking officer in the United States military is enough of a pull on its own, just to get people interested in the story. Major C was serving in an undisclosed northern Louisiana base when one night, something happened. He firmly believes that this event should not hold any national security implications, and believes everybody should know what is really going on out there. He claims, "One night, I was doing rounds around the exterior of the base, going on my perimeter. I didn't have a partner with me. I wouldn't usually do this, but for some reason, I felt more on edge that evening than I had the previous evenings, and I wasn't sure why." He went on to say, "I can't really explain why I suddenly felt the overwhelming need to do this, to try and hurry my patrol along, but something told me, my gut instinct, that I was in danger." Major C then goes on to say he was not expecting anything out of the usual or out of the ordinary during his time, but most certainly had not anticipated what he saw next. He continued, "As I'm doing my patrol, outside one building in particular, which was a storage facility for all kinds of weapons and ammunition, something had caught my eye. I had seen some kind of being there in the dark. Not really sure what it was, but it emitted a noise that certainly did not help put my mind at ease. The most terrifying growling noises came from this, like it was really large and angry, like it was trying to intimidate me. It lasted around 30 or so seconds, but made me realize just how exposed I was. If whatever it was out there, had really wanted to fight, there was nowhere I could go, nothing I could do, nowhere to hide." He finished by saying, "That experience shook me up quite a bit. It'll make you think twice about being outside, especially by yourself. There has also been numerous sightings and reports of strange experimentation going on around that exact location. Some believe it all just might be one massive conspiracy, though." Major C says he wishes to remain anonymous for obvious reasons. He went on to say, "I am perfectly willing to answer all your questions surrounding this experience. I simply wish to remain anonymous due to my ranking in the military." Major C lives in the United States currently, but had recently returned from a tour of duty overseas and witnessing these strange events. He was deployed away from home for over 3 months, only returning. When asked further if he believes the military or government is involved in the creation or manipulation of these beings, he claims, "They are bioweapons, created and tested by the government. I firmly believe it. It's all about money, though. The military has been trying to create super soldiers for years now, and there's no doubt in my mind they have succeeded in several iterations." When asked what he believes these creatures might be, he said, "Well, first, you have to look at the old wives' tale, what many call the Rougarou. These beings that currently exist were the idea, the concept behind the creations. These superweapons or bioweapons were modeled after what already exists. They were often referred to as Banes, but many members of the squad also would refer to them as werewolves. The squad was involved in a lot of nighttime raids during our tours over there, often turning up in very odd results. In fact, the conspiracies surrounding these experiments supersede this sighting. The process of creating the perfect soldier can date back as far as the 1970s, when work on several bioweapon projects really began. These experiments and projects were approved and allowed at the highest level, meaning top officials within government bodies must have been aware of the events, but sworn not to speak of it. One report detailed an incident where a squad mate was viciously mauled by one of these test subjects before being shot dead by another team member, putting him out of his misery. Government interaction with them has always been sworn in secrecy. Any intertwining of civilian casualties caused by these are quickly swept away, never being released publicly. For now, it seems as though the story behind this sighting will remain a mystery. But it's clear that something is going on at this military base. People believe it has all been covered up. The government has never admitted to dealing with any type of werewolves or bioweapons during Major C's time overseas, but the conspiracy only continues to grow. In 2009, Mr. A was contacted by a team of Russian operatives working from a base down underneath the Sahara Desert for special projects including interdimensional travel and other supernatural-based projects. Mr. A was the only member of the team willing to go public with this information, for fear that he would face life imprisonment, or worse if caught. He has worked within the government, and thus far is trusted when it comes to disclosing such sensitive information. He claims, "Well, I had been working on a project in northern India, and we were given an order to relocate our operations to a base beneath the Sahara Desert. 2 weeks later, we set up shop, and we began right away, creating a portal using magic rituals, technology, and particle accelerators, all designed to bend space and time around itself, far before the famous and very public CERN. Anywho, something went wrong during the process, and we believe we opened a gateway. We were ordered to shut down the operations immediately, destroy all information and references to said project. The next morning, portions of the base were overtaken by this strange, alien-like growth. Many of our men had fallen severely ill and died. Many of us who did not spend full time on the project were the only ones who managed to stay alive. I understand this sounds something like out of a horror movie or maybe a video game. But I'll tell you, the truth is often stranger than fiction. The project was quickly ordered to close before contamination happened, and this particular facility was destroyed, buried eternally beneath the sands. And since this time, I have moved my work permanently over to United States soil, where I work, and am currently contracted on other various similar projects like the one we were working on. That's about all I'll say for now. With a deep past and many things I've had my hands on, I'm here to share some information on the government's involvement with the subject of aliens. The idea that this is still being hushed by all governments, military and otherwise, is laughable. The only thing stopping the truth from coming out about aliens existing in our midst is simply because there are so many countries involved who have something to lose if they come clean. They still want to profit off it, even while it persists. It does not help that most people are slow to believe even when they can't see themselves. The trick for any government, either wanting to be seen as a hero or continue their illicit dealings with these creatures, resists in keeping the public ignorant of the whole situation, not giving them too much information at once. Thus, an elaborate disinformation campaign was created to keep people occupied with distracting lies and lies. The truth is, there has been contact with interdimensional beings, and plenty of it. However, the matter gets more complicated by the fact that these aliens are not typical. They are not like what's portrayed in Hollywood. When we first worked on several specimens in our lab, we were not entirely prepared for what we would find. It started out as simple enough. There were reports from other countries about strange lights. Well, I first, before working on anything, could not believe it. After seeing the things myself, I knew that things would change forever once the public became knowledgeable about these things. Deals were struck and human contact was made. Human lives were exchanged for the cost of alien technology, for what the military and government now use in secrecy, without mankind and civilians really knowing much about. A technology that would terrify you if you knew it existed. And there was even massive controversy within several branches of the military and U.S. government over the massive war that happened in the Dulce base in 1979. But that's enough to write a novella on. Whoever reads this, I'll let you research that rabbit hole on your own. but many of the specimens that I had worked on personally were either shipped to there or from there. Any technologies we had gained, any hybrid experimentation that went on, was ultimately sent to that base, which, if you didn't know, is the primary hub for all of this, at least for my clearance and knowledge. There are several other smaller operations going on throughout the United States, all over the country. Of course, not acting to the level that that base is at, but similar in power and output. To keep myself safe, I'm going to keep this as short as I can. If you want more information, simply just try and Google some of the things I've told you about today. You can find a lot more information without me having to share too many details and risk myself becoming a true liability. In the 70s, I worked for a secret government project involving the paranormal, using special devices and complex mathematics. This was a project designed and set out to harness the power of ethereal energy, the energy that exists all around us, what we now know as dark matter. Back then, it went by several different names, but things didn't go as planned. After a few months, the project was shut down. We figured somebody had gotten to the top brass about the project. I believe it was more calculated than that. When you begin experimenting with energies on this scale, you begin to attract attention. Not always the positive kind either. I cannot go into further detail. There are still too many who watch out for any whistleblowers of this kind of information. But I can say that after this project was shut down, I had an experience with something on the other side of the veil. It has taken me even years to understand what happened, but I believe it was a warning for me about the dangers of tampering with forces we don't fully comprehend. I have since tried to help people afflicted by these otherworldly forces. Maybe it's my penance for working on that dreadful project. I don't want to sound like I'm crazy, and I won't put down on paper my experiences with what's beyond the veil, necessarily. That could only lead to more questions than I won't be able to answer. I will say that after my extensive work on this project, I began to have nightly visits from entities that referred to themselves as the gatekeepers. It were these beings who warned me about future experiments that would be conducted, as well as what unforeseen consequences they might have. They were demonic in nature, tormenting me every night. I think because I had a part to play in the lifting of the veil. I would wake up every morning, having been unable to sleep all night, feeling drained and exhausted, not just mentally, but emotionally. I made contact with the mysterious person who knew about the project, was a bit higher up the chain. They claimed that these beings too had life-threatening effects in their life, and to not communicate with them at any cost. That was not enough for me to listen. I went on to work with another project that had to do with the human psyche, and how we could all be manipulated. Kind of like PSYOPs, but different. I think I know why this project was kept so hush-hush. It all ties together. This was also during the same time that Monarch Mind Control was heavily being operated. It is the process of basically creating an unconscious killer, so to speak. That's putting it lightly, without going into too much detail. The other projects I chose to be a part of, these entities would continue to torture me more and more. There were no breaks. It was relentless. I eventually began not going home and sleeping where I could, in the car, in the lab, wherever. After all this, family members who I was close to began dying in strange, unknown ways over the following 2 years as I continued to work on failed attempts at harnessing this energy. Our equipment then was so much more primitive. We had many attempts, but many failed. I wonder if these entities that were torturing were the ones that had slipped through. Finally, in 1982, I resigned from my work and the ridiculous amount of pay to work hand in hand with these projects. Ever since then, I've been living with these entities. Even now, I don't feel like they have ever left. I had just turned 22 when I joined the US Navy. My first choice was the Marines, but I took what they offered. Like my high school self, who had dreams of being then President Bill Clinton, I wanted to become a Navy SEAL. At basic training in Great Lakes, the drill sergeants, all former SEALs, drilled into us that we would never succeed at becoming a SEAL. We were the dregs of the Navy, and they made sure to make our time as miserable as they could. I despised the idea that I could be no better than they were, but I was consoled by the advice given to me by an older sailor, and I became friends with. Always be the hardest worker in whatever you do. My mission began when I was assigned to a special ops team in Iraq. I had my first real experience of the supernatural on one of our missions outside Baghdad. I am sworn by secrecy by my oath of loyalty, which is why I'll only ever tell you my name is Jared. We were patrolling on foot to a location where formal intelligence had told us we might find intelligence to use. The weather was terrible. We found ourselves slogging through mud and slush. The team was spread out in standard combat formation. Our boots kept sinking into the mud. I was at the rear of the unit, alongside the group's only female soldier. We were following in our footprints, but had to keep stopping as we lost sight of the team ahead of us through dense fog we were now going through. It was just me and her, as we had gotten separated from the rest of the unit. My radio was shorting out, so communication was very iffy. The fog began to grow very thick, to the point we were now overwhelmed. We kept walking, but we were completely disoriented, as we could only hear the occasional sound of other team members ahead. We began to hear screams that were not our crew's, that sounded somewhat alien. Then we hear gunfire, and our own crew screaming. We were being picked off by something. I told the soldier beside me to use her radio, but it also turned out to be shorting out. I looked at my own radio. It was not working. We were now on our own, and whatever was picking off the rest of our unit was moving to us next. I could see large silhouettes moving quickly through the fog. Whatever they were doing were destroying and killing all of our troops. I took my gun and firing into the fog in the direction of where I thought they were. We both kept firing, despite it only being a few seconds. I stopped to then see the soldier next to me was now dead. I was trying hard now not to panic, despite all my training, but she was gurgling as she was dying, not dead. More screaming ensued while we were fighting off an unknown enemy. I let out a few more shots, but stopped as the fog began to now dissipate, with visibility coming back. About 3/4 of our entire team was now dead, including the female soldier I had just been with. The only other surviving members of our team who weren't seriously injured or killed was also another female soldier. We made our way back to the closest city, where we had to give our report, but not while fleeing this enveloping fog that was moving in our direction. We were taken by higher-ranking officials, explained that what we witnessed was a weapons experimentation. We were told to be silenced and not speak of this extraction under any circumstances. To this day, I've kept my silence, but now that's all changed. But the fog, it drives me crazy, what I saw in it. It was dark. It wasn't ordinary darkness. I believe it was alien of some kind. When I was a part of military intelligence, back in 2003, I've seen some things that lead to beliefs of alien life forms having infiltrated aspects of our government establishment. In 2003, I've been to the Area 51 for a classified project where I was introduced to some terrifying things that go on during the night. While spending my nights there, I've seen the military bring in the remains of a crashed UFO. And I'm not talking about the Roswell crash. There have been many, many more since then. The more terrifying news of this discovery is that alien lifeforms were also partly operating below that site. The project that I was involved in revolved around alien lifeforms and their plans to decimate our existence using alien technology that we have recovered. Numerous UFOs have since crashed since Roswell, one of the aircrafts that crash-landed in Stephenville, Texas. The UFOs were built using technology that is far superior than our own. This has prompted the military to build their own crafts. At first, I was hesitant about the reports, but after the UFOs from Area 51, I believe that what people have been reporting are indeed real. I wish that I had not seen what I did, but it has made me believe the possibility of extraterrestrial life even more, dominating our entire government. When I was with a group called Majestic, we were involved in recovering crafts and parts of alien origin. We would then use the technology that we had acquired and building more advanced aircrafts, still worked on to this day. I then ended my involvement in Majestic. I realized that the secrecy which we handled our projects was far too much. I left Majestic because I felt the public had more of a right to know about these life forms. I've had to do all of this in secrecy due to the overwhelming threats many women like me receive who wish to leak important information. I believe that someday the government will disclose what is happening, but until then, I'll do whatever it takes to get the info out there. In 2001, I served in Iraq. I heard about some strange rumors coming out of the country. The army had captured several strange things. Not necessarily ghosts or anything like that, but rather super soldiers, being genetically engineered for the battlefield. No one, not even my friends who had worked in a research facility located in Iraq itself, would give me any more information than that. I still think back to those rumors when I'm in the middle of a firefight and wonder if what I'm fighting against is yet another super soldier from the Frankenstein labs. See, I was a part of a group called the Armor Unit, in charge of training soldiers how to use specialized equipment. The government worked with us and sent us to some really bizarre projects. We've seen some strange things, and even weirder on paper. For example, one of the pieces of equipment we were working on was a helmet that could project an image of whatever was in front of you onto its visor. It gave you thermal imaging and anything else you needed to know. From what I heard, the Armor Unit was actually decommissioned in 2011 due to a continued intelligence blackout that's going out through present day. I've always wondered who was really calling the shots and why they were always so paranoid about allowing information to flow freely between their lower and upper ranks. Shortly after that stopped, the flow of information between units, rumors began to circulate that there was a top-secret super soldier program going on. We believe another reason for this discontinuation is so that that program could continue. In 2001, shortly after 9/11, we were operating in a tiny village in the middle of nowhere when we began to be attacked by swarms of soldiers. We had no idea who they were, and none of them were communicating. It was clear they wanted the village destroyed, and the Army unit either captured or killed. It turned into a several-hour-long firefight, with the entire unit pinned down, and 2 of my fellow troopers died. And then, all of a sudden, it's like we weren't fighting against ordinary men and women. This, by the way, was a small village located in France, in a very rural section, actually where one of our US labs is located. I think these soldiers we fought against were the same ones who took part in an attack on our own lab. I can't be sure. I've seen some strange things in my time, like I said, but I think this is what made me believe in the supernatural. I've been very quiet about it for a long time, but after seeing what I saw, nothing really surprises me anymore. In the time since this has happened, we pulled out of multiple secret locations, especially after they began attacking our own. I don't know what is happening, but I wanted to share my story with you. Since the Armor Unit has been decommissioned in 2011, and this new super soldier program has taken, I believe they're trying to go back and erase any trace of what there used to be, any trace of their old programs. To get you a little more up to speed, I'll copy and paste part of the declassified log that I kept while stationed. We've gone dark. I've lost contact with command. We've been compromised by something that we can't see, and the only thing we know is that it wants to kill us. They're invisible, except for when they attack. But even then, it's like they disappear between movements. With how fast they are, I don't know if we are capable of stopping them. I've got a squad of soldiers with me. Most I've never seen before, and none of them are in any of our files. They are not Iraqis. I have no idea who they are or where they came from. Some of them are normal-looking, while others are not anything human. We all have reason to believe they are actually alien life forms. I don't know why or how I'm still alive. I'll do my best to share more information. I don't work for the military anymore, but I had from 1991 all the way to 2000. I wanted to share one of the more interesting stories while I worked in the Marines. It happened during 1994. A lieutenant colonel who was a friend of mine called me over one day. He had been looking for somebody with my background and thought that I might be helpful with something he had come across which needed much detailed examination. The job was easy enough, and it would not interfere with my regular workload. The lieutenant colonel offered to let me work on it spare time. I was thinking of how I could make myself look busy when he called me over to one of his assistants and told me where I'd be working. I was surprised to find out it was actually on an alien craft that had been found some time ago on a small island off of New Zealand. It had been partially buried, and yet somehow encased in a black crystalline substance, which I later learned was very similar to what they used on their hulls, as a means of making them impervious to fire. It had been in the dirt, buried away for a long time. When they dug it out, it was almost covered in a very thick layer, which broke down into its constituent molecules in a matter of hours after being exposed to oxygen. It was clear that this stuff was self-replicating and would continue to expand until it had completely covered the object. I thought we were going to lose the entire craft. We had taken a sample back to the lab and used some very high-powered lasers. We were able to melt and burn a very small, very thin hole in it while keeping the laser on target. The black material would rapidly reform itself, but we were able to get samples of what was underneath for analysis. We were eventually able to determine that the substance actually had self-replicating properties, and it had been left in the earth any longer, it would have completely entombed the craft. Our lieutenant colonel friend thought we might be able to use something similar on our own spaceships to prevent damage, but the process of making it was very complicated. I could never get a straight answer from anybody on how to do it. The stuff was also very magnetic, attracting to metal objects. It would have been impossible to keep them on our own ships. The colonel thought maybe this might be deterrent, which the aliens, or the alien life, to use to prevent damage. I knew enough about their weapons by then to know they would never let something like this get in the way of them achieving their objectives. The research for the project was eventually moved to United States soil under the name Project Mercury. I found out later that the craft had been orbiting our planet for years, supposedly, but it was only then, when it began to get within range of some very powerful equipment in Antarctica, they were able to determine what exactly the source of the electromagnetic radiation coming from it was. From the time spent in the dirt, it had somehow managed to find a way to biomutate and produce this sort of energy source, a unique energy source. They later found out that it was half the life decay of one element into another, which typically happens slowly, but more rapidly in space, apparently. When they pulled it out of the ground, they could not figure out how to deactivate it, and such was towed away from the coast and placed in some international waters. I was told by somebody who worked on the project, that part of Antarctica where we were first detected, I was told that operations on this technology is still functioning today. I have lived in Boise, Idaho my whole life, and the only other state I've ever visited is Oregon. It is closest to my home besides Washington. My parents were never the type of people that like to travel a lot and explore, while I was always a bit different. Ever since I was little, I've enjoyed playing outside, going off into nature and catching animals if I could, generally exploring. Since I'm still not old enough to drive, I had not had the chance to visit more places than I wanted to, and I'm very eager to do so once I can do it. Luckily, I have a friend who is 2 years older than I, and he got his driver's license about a year ago. So, We began going on some smaller road trips together. We still did not travel very far. He is a beginner driver, and he's very intimidated by traffic situations. At least we could visit some national forests and parks. Idaho is one of the bigger states. It isn't very populated. A lot of the state is covered with just rough terrain and lots of wildlife. One day, my friend and I decided to go on a short one-night trip to the city of Arling, which is about 100 miles out of Boise. The plan was to start in the afternoon and reach Arling somewhere in the evening. We would have time to go down to the shore of Lake Cascade and set up a tent there for the night. It was not a long trip, so we didn't do much planning. We loaded some basic gear in my friend's car and headed for our spot. It took us about 2 hours to reach there, and a little more time on foot to go all the way down to the lake. The evening was very peaceful, warm, perfect for a night out. We pitched up our tent, put our gear inside along with our sleeping bags, then constructed a small fire. We grilled some meat that we had brought for dinner. The sun was almost set, and the scenery was just perfect, like something you'd see out of a fold-out magazine for hunting. After the sun had completely set and a full moon had taken its place, it made the night even look more spectacular. Stars twinkling in the sky, the moonlight reflecting perfectly on the lake, giving it this haunting yellowish silver color. We thought we couldn't have picked a better night to stay. We just talked and enjoyed the scenery for hours, and spent hours just chit-chatting, before we all got tired enough to call it a night. After crawling inside our tent, into the warmth of our sleeping bags, my friend is a pretty deep sleeper, and in no longer than 2 minutes, he was snoring. I could tell the trip really took out of him. It made it a lot more difficult for me to sleep, however, due to his snoring and, well, I'm a light sleeper. I tossed and turned for at least 20 minutes. I just could not fall asleep. Maybe I was overstimulated. I realized then, my friend wasn't snoring anymore, and something else would not let me sleep. I had a feeling that someone or something was watching us from outside the tent. Maybe it was just my paranoia. I decided to get up and check, just for my own head. I slowly unzipped the tent halfway and peeked my head outside. I scanned around with my flashlight, thinking this is ridiculous. There's going to be nothing here. After all, I'd found nothing anyway. I went back inside and tried to shake off the feeling, but it just wouldn't go away. It was very persistent. Something was near the tent. I could feel it. I was never a kid that believed in ghosts and goblins, but there's just something not right. Once again, after another 20 minutes, I humored my instinct by peeking my head out yet again, shining my flashlight all around, expecting to see something. Nothing again. This time, I decided to play inspector. Moved my flashlight around a little deeper, looking, and I finally spotted something in the distance just by the water. For a few seconds, I was staring at something, trying to figure out what it was. But it was stupid of me to keep the light pointed at it. Whatever it was by the lake slowly turned, revealing its face and its eyes. It didn't look too scary or ghastly. It just looked like some weird animal I'd never seen before. Even though it didn't look menacing or like it was going to attack, I turned off the light and walked very quickly back into my tent. Nudged my friend a few times until he woke up. He didn't believe me at first and thought I was screwing around with him. He decided to check for himself. We both poked our heads outside, only to see that thing was now a lot closer. But now it was in the water, so we could only see it from the waist up. The moonlight was strong enough to help us see this animal. It had small ears and very huge teeth. It reminded me of some sort of oversized humanoid sloth thing. While we're looking at it, the animal began to move around, like it was looking for something. Not long after, it caught a small animal we could not see and devoured it whole in a matter of seconds. It made this long, drawn-out, really low-sounding groan. We felt very frightened and just tried to stay calm and hope it did not come near us. I'd never seen an animal like this in my life. Either had my friend. I remembered some of the scary stories about real monsters that we used to tell each other as children. One of those stories was about a creature called the Yukon beaver eater. It was the resemblance of that thing we were seeing at the lake, and the description of the story was uncanny. I was almost sure that it was real and that we were looking at one right now. It's bigger than a grizzly bear, if you can imagine, and equipped with teeth that could break your bones in a matter of seconds. Luckily, this creature was never hostile and seemed to kind of mind its own business, like it was there to coexist with us and leave us alone. But its presence was frightening, to say the least, even though it never showed any signs of aggression. It dunked its entire body back under the water again. We could hear it, eating something else very large. It made that long, drawn-out low groan again. My friend and I were just shuddering in the tent, expecting it to come over to us. Then, we could hear it slowly, kind of take itself out of the water. It was lumbering and very slow, very heavy, and we could hear the trees parting as it went into the forest. And finally, the sounds of it leaving became more and more distant, and that's when we knew it was gone. After it had left, the feeling of something around our tent left, and, well, I'd like to say I was peacefully able to sleep through the night, but this was not the case. My friend and I laid awake in our tent, almost for a few more hours, but felt like all night, expecting this thing to come back and devour us whole. But it never did. The night remained quiet, and we lied awake talking about what it could have been, and just how frightening it was, the sheer size of it alone, trying to think of what animal it could have been. Maybe it was a bear. Our sloths out this way, it didn't look like a bear. We debated for a while, before finally and eventually falling asleep, which felt like pretty early in the morning. Even now, I'm not so sure we've made the right guess. I still consider this a very interesting experience. I'm just glad we didn't make any noise or do anything to upset it. After all, we didn't want to draw any attention to ourselves more than we had to. I'm pretty sure if it devoured what it did whole, we would have become dinner in no time had we made it angry. I'm a paranormal investigator. Well, an aficionado, for the moment. I live in Idaho, a pretty boring state overall, whether you're looking for the paranormal or not. We have a few ghost stories here and there, and even our own lake monster. I mean, in this day and age, what state doesn't? We also have a place that supposedly inspired the Bates Motel from the movie Psycho. Yet, I hadn't ever been able to make contact, but that was over. I knew I wasn't looking hard enough. If I ever wanted to get a creature on camera, it was time to get a little more hands-on, and I did. This is the story of my first real encounter with a supernatural entity. I just heard about this legend from a friend of my grandmother, about the water babies of Massacre Rocks. Supposedly, when a famine had struck, a group of Native Americans living in the region were forced to drown their own infants in the river to avoid making them suffer a life of starvation. It is said that if you stay in the riverbank till midnight, you'll hear their cries and see them rise above water, having developed gills and hostility for humankind. And knowing the park wasn't far away, I knew this was a chance I had to take. I organized a camping trip with my best friend and fellow paranormal enthusiast, Ethan. I asked my father if he could drive us to Massacre Rock State Park, letting us spend the night there. He dropped us in the park, early afternoon, so we had hours to plan our approach. I told Ethan right off the bat we should leave our stuff in a designated camping area. But, once it was dark, we should move right next to the riverbank and get a better chance of finding creatures once we'd see them return to base camp. He wasn't sure about this. I assured him we would be fine, that we could take turns to stay and watch and see if anybody was coming. He just suggested placing a GoPro hidden close to the riverbank and watching remotely from the campground. But come on, I knew that wasn't going to work. You know how those things turn out. They'd only ever come if they felt human presence. In a sense, we were the bait. We had spent most of the day asking people about the babies and their experience, even though most of them had never even heard the legends. Even the rangers had assured us that they had heard faint wailings coming from the river late at night. It sounded promising, and once the sun began to set, we made a fireplace in one of the designated spots, roasting some sausages and marshmallows. I'd also brought a few energy drinks and a granola bar. Rock Stars and Monsters were my favorite. This, of course, would be later for the night, when we needed to be our most awake and alert. Ethan was now beginning to act nervous. He and I had never spent an entire night on a paranormal location, so I assured him we would be fine. We had to be brave after all. It was the only way to ever find something. After checking the clock and seeing it was about 10:30 p.m., it was time to go. We made sure that nobody was around, scrambling out. Now, the river was still a good 15-minute walk away from camp, so we had to get moving, and now. Trying to be sneaky, avoiding the rangers, made us even slower. So we ended up making it to the river by roughly around 11 p.m. Now, we set up our sleeping bags, set our snacks right in between us, and sat to wait, cameras at the ready. Ethan acted very nervous, in turn making me nervous. We didn't really have a plan if we were attacked by anything, whether that be an entity, a demon, or one of these babies. I told them we would be fine. After all, we weren't really sure how violent they could be. In hindsight, I totally underestimated them. Now, it was about 11:30. Both Ethan and I were beginning to get pretty tired, so we're sitting there, sipping on a Monster. 11:45. It would soon be time. I was nervous. I felt my stomach churning and tingling. 5 minutes later, 11:50. Now, my hands were shaking. Ethan just stared at the river, tense and ready to make a run for it. Then came midnight. I stared deeply into the river. We both immediately shut up. 5 minutes went by of pure silence. The night was quiet. That got to 10 minutes. Nothing had happened yet. I was getting disappointed when I suddenly heard a very faint cry. Although it wasn't a baby, it sounded more like an animal being hurt. A second later, a similar cry had joined in. And in that moment, it sounded like 1,000 wails at the same time, coming straight from the river. Ethan began shaking, and I saw him trying to get up. I held him down. We'd made it all the way here already. And in that moment, we began to notice movement in the water. I hit Ethan on the shoulder, telling him to look. We could see something big moving underneath the water of the river. Whatever it was, there was multiples of them. And then, things got a little more intense. All around us, we began hearing this demonic, almost primal chanting, like something you hear at some sort of ritual being sacrificed. And it got louder and louder, as if we were surrounded, and was coming closer. The water was almost looking like it was boiling, bubbling, and lots of movement, but nothing ever breaking the surface. To say Ethan and I were terrified in that moment would be a drastic understatement. The feeling of impending doom was incredibly overwhelming. Ethan shoved me to the side and said, "Screw this, I'm not going to be anybody's sacrificial lamb," jumping up and running back the way we came. I can't say I'm brave. I was cowardice as well, running after him, too afraid to find out what exactly was going to come out of the river. I didn't want to know. After running after Ethan and trying to get him to calm down, he wouldn't. He would not stop until we were back at camp. In what seemed like maybe 30 minutes of running, and almost literally collapsing right near our tents from exhaustion of running, I was then cussed out by Ethan, who basically said something along the lines of, "How dare you bring me out here? How dare you put me in harm's way like that? We have no idea what we're messing with. And then something about the forces of evil and blah blah blah. I tried to have an irrational conversation with him to try and calm him down and explain that we have to go back. But he kept cutting me off and telling me if I want to go and die, I can be my own guest. But to offer ourselves up on a silver platter as a sacrifice or food to whatever those things were, it was out of the question. Non-negotiable. My hands were practically shaking, and Ethan was trembling, white as a sheet. I'd never seen him so scared in my life. I guess I can't blame him after all. It felt as if we had almost had our own standoff with death itself. It was not exciting, and I regret it. I definitely underestimated the power of the supernatural. And I take no shame in saying that we barely slept that night, trying to get him to make plans for that we can come back and see those things on camera, if that was going to even be possible. Ethan, the later it got, wouldn't even acknowledge my request, telling me I'm on my own. And while I still do like to consider myself a paranormal investigator, I know my resources and my abilities are very limited, especially after having my own first run-in with the supernatural. And I almost wonder, had I stayed that night, would I have ever actually seen something, or could I have really gotten hurt? I guess the only way for me to know for sure is to go back there, but I'm just too frightened to. This is something that happened when I was just 19. I don't like talking about it necessarily, but I feel it would be good to get this out of my system, especially because the other person involved in this incident was my girlfriend at the time, and is someone whom I've gone on separate ways in life. We're no longer together, but that's in hindsight now. She was the only person, though, with whom I could discuss this. Others would think I'm lying or even delusional, and nobody likes getting mocked or made to feel like they're insane. So let me go ahead and explain my story. My girlfriend and I were backpacking together, feeling adventurous and also wanting to do dumb things. We grew up pretty broke, never had much money, and we pretty much stayed around where we grew up, southern Idaho. We'd camp and fish and journey around and just decided to visit Pocatello. The town had a very interesting story, and we felt it was best to explore it and hike around and camp around. We journeyed around and even visited and camped at the Snake River. Being broke, you're kind of limited to what you can and can't do. And since getting a hotel was completely out of our budget, we'd have to settle for tent camping out by the lake. So there we were, by the fire, right near our tent, and we had managed to buy some marshmallows, which we were roasting, talking about stuff and our life together, thinking what we were going to do for our future. And at some point, we were just there, enjoying the quiet, and the silence and the sounds of nature, which were very quiet. We were camping in a field by the shore of the Snake River. It was a larger meadow. There were few trees, but at night, it was just dark. The stars above us looked amazing, but not something we could see in our own hometown. We were relaxed, just enjoying our thoughts. Then it happened. I felt this tenseness in the air. My girlfriend did the same. I can see the look on her face now, thinking back to it. Even the air around us changed. Everything felt different. We felt out of place, like we didn't belong. And we realized there were no sounds anymore. The crickets that had kept us accompanied by our conversation were now silent. There were no wind, no leaves moving. It was unnaturally quiet. And it seems like, out of nowhere, we started hearing this woman sobbing, like heavily sobbing. And so we start looking at each other and looking around us, trying to dictate where this noise is coming from. And it sounded like it was coming down the hill towards the shore of the river. I don't know, but I had a very bad feeling about it. We took our flashlights and wanted to go inspect. Maybe somebody was really hurt. Maybe it was a human trafficking trap. So we decided against our better judgment to go and help this poor soul. We turned on our flashlights and walked down there, calmly and quietly calling out who was there, but no answer. The sobbing just continued. Keep in mind, this was also many, many years before cell phones, so all we had was our flashlights. Maybe somebody was trying to prank us. We weren't sure. The Snake River has a part where its course is anastomosed, so you'd see small sedimentary islands. I'm a geology nerd. Can't help it. Accumulated thanks to the water flow. In other words, it was hard as heck to see what was there. But the sobbing sounds of this woman persisted, and despite the surprise, we were trying to stay rather calm. Like, this woman was just sobbing in the middle of nowhere, with nobody else around. Was there some stability in the middle of strangeness? Or was this a trap? None of it made sense. It all felt too terrifying and creepy. It didn't feel like someone who genuinely needed help. Why weren't they screaming for help, and why weren't they responded to my girlfriend and I's desperate calls? It was very out of place, to say the least. And as we make it to the shore and are looking around, we cannot really find the source of the crying. It sounded like it was all around us, left to right and below and above. There did not seem to be a definitive source or spot where the crying was coming from. Yet, we desperately kept yelling out, hoping we would get a response. And then, the crying started to distort and sound more natural, like crackly, staticky radio interference. It was bizarre, and as quickly as it had erupted in the silence of the night, the woman's sobbing just suddenly stopped, and my girlfriend and I stood perfectly still like a statue in our tracks. In fact, we were so still, we probably looked like statues, listening for every little sound around us. Now it was quiet. You could have heard a pin drop from 100 feet away. It was so silent. And you could feel the eeriness surrounding you in the air. Something was about to happen. I could feel it. I knew it. We were in danger. And I think now we had just gotten ourselves into a trap. I've heard all sorts of horror-sick stories about people being lured in by human trafficking traps. You know, cribs and car seats left on the side of the road, hoping that some innocent bystander would stop and inspect, thinking that a poor innocent infant had been abandoned, left to the elements, only to be tricked and captured in God knows what. I was convinced we were going to die, but a sound had broken my thought bubble. A sound like a deep voice that I did not recognize, calling my girlfriend and I's name, from not too far away. It was very calm and very drawn out. My girlfriend almost instantly let go of my hand and started sprinting back to the tent. I've never seen her run so fast in my life. I wasn't too long after her. Had we been back in high school, I think we could have easily beat everybody on the track team. We both just started packing up our stuff, not even wasting time, grabbing the small bucket of water we had and dousing the fire, hoping that the light of the fire would not draw whoever or whatever was out there. I think to this day that is the fastest we have ever broken down a tent. And we threw everything in the back of the small car and, let's just say, we sped out of there. So fast that we had burnt the tires on the back end of the car. We drove about 4 or 5 miles down the road before pulling off and sleeping in the back seat together. Anything was better than being exposed out there by God knows what. And even though I'm much wiser and older now, and all that happened so many years ago, I still wonder who or what it could have been. At the time, I always thought it was somebody who was trying to lure us and trap us. But now that I'm a bit older and I've read more online, things about cryptozoology and other paranormal happenings, I almost wonder if maybe it was a skinwalker. Something that is able to disguise its voice and lure us, thinking somebody needed help, when it somehow knew our names. Whatever it may be, and whatever my theory is, it or they were out there waiting for us. It was a trap after all. They were wanting to lure us in, and God only knows what would have happened if we came face to face with it. I've always prided myself in spending a lot of time outdoors and camping and hiking with friends. After all, the group I hang out with and spend time with really enjoy adventure, and we have this need of scaring the crap out of us every once in a while, so we'd often try and play pranks with one another. This event that I'm about to share with you only happened a couple months back. You can call me Rick. I'm 20 years young, and I was hiking around the Owyhee Mountains, which, for a little geography lesson, is in southwestern Idaho, and actually, it kind of goes into Oregon. It's a smaller tributary. I was with two friends, both male, who were around my same age. The area was actually ancestrally occupied by Shoshone and Bannock peoples, later inhabited by European settlers, the first fur sellers and even later miners. In fact, it was during the 1800s that gold and silver mining were exploited heavily in this area. Now, there are lots of empty ghost towns and settlements, randomly and thoroughly dispersed. That's what we wanted to explore. All of these things just screamed adventure for young men like us. So, we decided to camp close by a hill just a few kilometers away from one of these ghost towns. While we don't mind sleeping in abandoned places, in the town we saw graffiti and some modern conveniences. While it was empty, we decided to leave before the night. We also found several mutilated small animals, everything from hares to dead coyotes, and other strange animals, all torn apart, some with their guts torn out, others with limbs and body parts twisted and torn, others completely skinned and mangled. It reminded me of some sort of satanic ritual site. No way we'd sleep here. While it was fun to explore, there just was this eerie atmosphere that we didn't like. Maybe drug deals or rituals were going on here, but we didn't want to stay around and find out. Our protection we had with us was very limited, pretty much amounting to some knives and bear spray. It would not get us very far if we somehow got captured by wild hillbillies or mountain men from out here. So, while we were back at camp, we were just cooking, minding our own business and having some quiet chatter. We'd very frequently see shining lights, trying to debate on what it could be and what was making it. It looked very strange and out of place. After all, we're kind of out in the backcountry, or so I like to say. There's really no settlements or houses out here, so it's pretty much out in the middle of nowhere. There's really no reason that lights should be flashing like this, at least not that I'm aware of. Then, we started to see more lights, off in the distance, but they were not in any particular pattern, just flashing in random order and random colors. We figured maybe somebody was having some sort of party, or we weren't sure, but again, we tried to ignore it. At some point, one of my friends who was dinking around on his phone decided to go pee by one of the trees. He quickly returned to us yelling, saying he saw something. We didn't believe him because we thought he was playing a prank on us. We asked him, "What do you mean you saw something? Like that doesn't tell us anything." But he was very pale and didn't seem like he could really talk. He wasn't acting, and if he was, give the man an award. He spoke very fast and told us about a small hairy creature with a snout. He had got about halfway through his stream and saw this thing, peeking out behind a tree, watching him. Then, he heard movement from behind him and figured there was more of them, so he quickly cut it off midstream, zipped up and ran back to us. The man still had a little bit of dribble on his leg, which I figured he must have really been in a rush, and he seemed really spooked. Very out of character for him. Me and my other friend kind of just laughed at him and told him to sit down and be quiet. We weren't going to buy his prank. Well, he sat down and just ignored us, kind of pissed off that we wouldn't believe him, but he was still really scared, really paranoid, and kept looking over his shoulder. Eventually, me and my non-crazy friend got tired and decided to retire to our tents, telling our crazy friend who was staying up to watch out for the monsters, laughing at him and going to our tent. We fell asleep and slept like babies, actually. I'm pretty sure he retired to his tent too, sometime much later. Maybe the fear and paranoia had finally worn off. In the morning, I awake to what I thought was my non-crazy friend yelling at me to come out here now. I thought something was wrong. I jump up out of my sleeping bag, running out there, and there's birds. dead ones all around our campsite. And their entrails are pulled all over the place. It was like a scene out of a horror movie. There had to have been at least 2 dozen birds, crows and ravens and blue jays, all sorts. And it looked like they'd all been put through a meat grinder. And I'll never forget it. My non-crazy friend just says, "I think somebody's trying to tell us something. Yeah, we need to get out of here. It's not safe." So, I don't know if we were being driven out of there by crazy meth dealers, satanic worshippers, or monsters in the woods. Either way, we were terrified now, and we realized we were all crazy. And if this was somehow a prank, it was sick. And anybody who would be willing to take a prank this far is seriously dangerous. We decided not to spend another second there, getting out of there very fast. We haven't gone back exploring there since, but we've heard some stories, but nothing concrete. You have all probably heard of the Loch Ness Monster. I'm not going to get into whether it is real or not, but I will tell you a story of another, less famous monster. You are bound to believe because, well, it happened to me personally. See, I live in Boise. My entire state of Idaho is defined by nature and amazing landscapes, if you're willing to adventure out and see for yourself. I feel like Idaho, despite its politics, is very, very underrated. If you live here, you're likely to either be an outdoor person and fall in love with nature, or maybe you just like the political landscape. Anyhow, something you must have heard at some point or another are the Rocky Mountains. Filled with a diverse amount of wildlife, the alpine lakes, and incredible landscapes. You probably heard of Payette Lake near McCall, Idaho, which is the place that I'm now going to tell you about. Now, while I was a kid and during my life, I've always heard the story of Charlie, which is supposedly Idaho's Payette Lake monster. It was one of those fun folklore legends you'd hear about. I mean, it was always talk. Some people claimed, like Bigfoot, to have their own sightings, but I think many people never really believed it. A lot of us just thought it was fun. And of course, like with Bigfoot, there are many firm believers who claim to have their own sightings and who swear that if you go into the great depths of the lake, you too will run into this creature that supposedly lives down there. So, even though a lot of people seem to believe that Charlie is real, there remains no actual proof or evidence. Like many Bigfoot encounters, there's nothing that you can hold on to. Other than maybe some miscellaneous tracks here and there, nothing really enough to prove its existence. However, there are a handful of fishermen that will tell you otherwise. Some of them report seeing a long serpentine-like creature resembling that of a dragon. Many of these men claim with their entire lives that what they saw was a real living creature. Now, I never said personally that it wasn't real, that I just never witnessed it myself. And for me to believe in something like that, I would definitely have to see it with my own eyes. I feel like most people are this way. So, one day, I myself had decided it was time to pay the lake a visit. As I've already mentioned above, I am very so much in love with nature, and I'm best when connected to nature itself. I love the feeling of home that the outdoors give me. It's not unlikely for me to go on expeditions. I've done it a million times before. The tranquility and peace that the outdoors give you is just something so serene. And I don't mind going there, again, just to unwind. Obviously, I'm not really a folklore believer, so for me, there was nothing to be scared of. Or so I thought. When I got there, it was just as beautiful as I'd always remembered. The view was amazing, and it was enough to make you feel relaxed, almost right away. I took a short walk next to the lake, decided it was time to go home, as it was beginning to get a little chilly. As I began walking away from the lake, I began walking around it, just looking off into the lake and enjoying the scenery. When off in the distance, maybe about a couple 100 feet, maybe not even that close, I saw large ripples underneath the water, on the surface of the water, meaning something very large and very long was underneath, moving around. And I know there's no large fish or alligators or sharks in there, so what could it be in there that could be very long and slender? and my mind instantly went to Charlie. The ripples traveled quite a ways, and while this probably is not the story that you're looking for, of seeing some hideous lake monster emerge out of the water and shoot fire at me, which is obviously fake, this is more of a realization that something was large and right there under the water. It never broke the surface, but I could see enough from where I was standing that it was well over 40 feet. I really have no idea what other conclusion to come to, if you understand. After that, it seemed to quickly submerge back under the water, and the rippling was done for. Maybe Charlie was actually a real living creature. In the next few days to come, I would reach out to some local fishermen whom I knew from friends and family, who would fish on that lake often. They all have their own stories of Charlie. One of them, whom I had lunch with, told me about his own encounter with her, after I told him what I'd seen. He acknowledged it, and told me yes, that is exactly what you saw. His claim was that early one summer morning, while he was out there, Charlie swam underneath his boat, and it came so close to the surface, he saw it for what it looked like. A large, dark green dragon serpent-looking creature, having almost spikes and tendrils poking at its sides. And he said while the creature looked hideous, it was beautiful and magnificent all at the same time. He was frightened due to its sheer size and length, but was not worried it was going to eat him or do anything that we would think lake monsters do. He has only ever seen it once. Another fisherman, who's fished at that lake a lot longer, goes by the name of Charlie. Charlie has had several sightings of this thing, all of which were just like the other man, not aggressive in any way. And there's no trying to convince him that you've seen it. He knows full well that she conquers the lake. And I'll never forget him telling me, yep, it's her lake. That nobody messes with Charlie. We've heard stories here and there, but nothing ever violent or anything bad ever happening. Nobody capsizing their boat and falling in and being devoured by this large serpent-like creature. As far as he's concerned, if we leave it alone, she will leave us alone. And even now, I'm still blown away at the fact that it actually exists. It's sometimes kind of funny when you hear things going around your local area. This was something that was creepy right from the start. These past few weeks, I'd been hearing about a man that we all know as Mr. Steven. Of course, that is just an alias, and not his real name. He's kind of an oddball in our small community, but lately, he's been proving to be more creepy than anything else. Apparently, his wife had passed away many years ago. He has no children, so he's kind of the only one. He's also very fond of guns, kind of a serial killer, if you ask me. At least, I wouldn't be surprised. He comes off as the type of guy to have probably have hundreds of bodies buried somewhere, if you know what I mean. The real quiet type, bald head and glasses. And is constantly making trips out of Elk City. And he always acts super paranoid. It's very, very strange. He's even gone and put barbed wire up around his house, and some weird warning signs. There begun to get rumors spread around that Mr. Steven had apparently kept some strange creatures chained up in the basement of his house outside of Elk City. And one day, my friends and I were hanging out in the park, when one of us brought up the idea of checking out what was in his warehouse. I was pretty against it, of course. We have no idea who Mr. Steven really was, and it seemed very potentially dangerous. But after all of my friends ganging up on me, I had no choice but to give in to peer pressure. We waited until it was dark, and then we snuck out. We ended up taking my friend's car, driving out there. We didn't know the exact location, but we had a pretty good idea. He had spoken about the area and where he hunted many, many times. And we knew, to our knowledge, he wasn't there. There were 6 of us in total. How we managed to cram into my friend's small car is beyond me. It was like getting out of a clown car. And we all grabbed our flashlights. Everybody had their gear ready to scout out and look. We knew it had to have been close by. And after about 30 minutes or so, We're pretty sure we found it. I mean, with all the private property signs and dog warning signs and barbed wire fence posts, he kind of gave himself away. And if you're reading this, wondering how on earth we found out where it was so easily, he had always talked our ear off, all of us, for years, about the area and where his place was at, and how darn proud he was. What we found to be very strange, of course, was all of our flashlights died in unison the second we got near the house. We all just looked at each other and tried to turn them back on. They would not. We even tried replacing their batteries, and even then they acted faulty. We were not about to step in here in the dark. Well, fortunately for us, we had our phone flashlights. And that somehow worked. I don't get it either. My friend, who just happens to be an expert picklocker, after playing Skyrim and being obsessed with playing the Thief class, the kid actually got on YouTube and thoroughly learned how to pick locks, because this warehouse or farmhouse, whatever it was, only had a large padlock on the front that kept it locked, and he brought his little pick lock kit with him and was picking the lock within minutes, had it open, so we ventured inside. It was pretty empty, and it stunk really bad, like moisture and like blood, which only solidified to us that Mr. Stephen was indeed some sort of sick, secret serial killer who would lure his victims up here and butcher them and probably bury them, right? That's the typical story. But this was not the case, as we would soon learn. After scouting around a short amount, we found a small hatch in the door that led down to some stairs in the ground. We all climbed down and realized that this was his basement. To the side was a large door that led out, probably to the back side of the building, where stairs would descend down, leading to the same door from the outside. Inside, there were large cages, covered and coated in blood, and a smell of urine. Also, there was a disgusting rotting smell, like something had died in there. It was enough to make me and a few others gag, let alone nauseous. We heard something shifting in one of the cages, something moving and what we had swore were chains moving, and we had begun to hear a low growl. Everybody climbed on top of each other, trying to get back to the ladder to climb out. We were all too scared to venture and explore further, so we piled out, closing the hatch, piling out of the house, not even bothering to relock the padlock, just running the entire way back to our car and leaving. One of us claimed it was the supposed goat man who they saw in the cage, but none of us even went over there to see what it was. But it sounded wrong, like it wasn't some sort of animal, and if you were to see that basement yourself and see all the blood and the way the cages were aligned and how large the cages were and what was up with the chains, they looked far too large to be keeping people down there. I don't want to go off on a tangent and say he was keeping monsters down there, but something was going on. Mr. Stephen had some sort of dark secret that he was keeping. It's just a matter of what, we weren't sure. My family is very active in terms of outdoor exploration and camping, taking hiking trips and going on long walks and all other types of boring, exhausting things. So, while I was disappointed, I was not surprised that they had decided to want to take a hike during our winter vacation in Idaho. My mom bursting into the room with a new spot for us, the Oahe Mountains. I immediately let out a silent sigh under my breath. I just wasn't as interested in hiking as them. I'm not really an outdoorsy type of person. But nevertheless, because it was a family event, I had to go. We got our gear and put on our shoes, heading out the door. We spent, I don't know how long driving out there, but too long. Too long getting to the mountain. I napped in the car, and when I awoke, we were there, parking the car, then getting out and making our way up this long mountain. There we were on our way. When we got pretty high, I'd reminded myself not to look down. I had a very bad fear of heights, and I knew that looking down would cause me to freak out. I walked with my nose to the sky, I had to walk faster than I usually do to keep up with my family, who were professional speed walkers. My mom and my sister were talking about something not important when from behind them, and a bit ahead of me, her boyfriend Derek let out a yell. They looked behind them to see Derek with his foot in a rather large hole. He was hitting the ground with his clenched fist, trying not to scream again. It was obvious he was in very bad pain. We all stopped, my father and I pulling him out, then dragging him to the side like a racing crew would do with a pit stop. We pulled up his pant leg and came to the conclusion his knee had instantly bruised the second it fell. The hole was large enough for his foot to have taken a second or so before it actually hitting the ground. We knew he would have trouble walking the rest of the way. My father and I put his arms around shoulders and took him back down the path. We were basically at the bottom when my sister began frantically patting her pant pockets. She put her palm to her face and let out a loud, aggressive sigh. "What is it?" my father had asked. The keys had fell out of his pocket up there. Me and my father looked at each other, realizing we were going to have to go up there and get them. We passed Derek on to my sister and mom, told them to just look back at the car and wait there. Derek insisted on going with us, assuring us that he would be fine and be able to walk again. But when he tried walking, he nearly fell over and broke his leg. My sister and mom rushed to him, holding him as we went up the mountain. We got there and began looking around. "Fun trip already," he said smugly, and of course I let out a fake laugh. I was looking down this time, but when we got high enough, I could not help but lift my head up to the sky. And to my surprise, all I felt was an arm hitting my shoulder with force. I stopped to see why my dad had struck his hand out like that, just looking down. "Do you really want to make it 2 cripples on this trip?" I looked down and saw that I was just about to step in the same hole that Derek had. Well, if this is Derek's hole, the keys can't be any further. Let's look around here. We looked around. In a little hole on the side of the mountain, something shiny got our attention. I pointed it out to my father and he laughed, patting me on the back. "Good eye, son," he told me. He got down, rolling up his sleeves, telling us to get out of here. He reached his hand into the mountainside. As soon as he put his hand in, he began screaming, pulling his arm out, and there was a lot of blood. While he held his hand there, I looked in the hole and saw something quickly jumping off the wall, leaping towards my father. I jumped forward and swatted at it. I watched it as it moved and writhed. It was a small creature. It was making these weird squirming sounds, and I looked at my father, and it flashed its teeth, snarling. Whatever this was not a normal creature you would see. We were now backed up into a corner, basically accepting our fate, when 2 hikers came down the mountain, smiling, looking at each other. And they looked ahead. Their smiles disappeared instantly, and one of them pointed and screamed, and began running away. This caused the other to chase after. The 4 things sped after them. Maybe they smelt more fear on them. Assuming they smelt fear, but with those things I wouldn't doubt it. Me and my dad stood a bit in fear, with my dad bleeding very badly. We had to make it down the mountain, now. I picked the keys up that my dad had dropped. We ran, as fast as we could, back down to the car. Insanely dangerous for going down steep paths, but we had no choice. When we made it, we had to get him to a hospital. Once we got to the hospital, that was a lot of fun, explaining to them what happened, but he just explained that he got bit by a raccoon or something. I can't remember the placeholder animal he inserted, but you get the idea. We don't really talk about it now, since my mom and other brother didn't see it. Only me and my father. It was still really creepy, and reminds me that there are things out there that we don't know. I would frequently go to my grandparents' home in Idaho. They lived in a small town, near the border of Montana. The town doesn't technically exist anymore. It was abandoned a while back, some years ago. Then it was kind of demolished, for a refinery plant to be built in its place. As I said, I'd go there to visit sometimes. I was a kid, less than 10 years old. The town was mostly populated by older people, grandparents whose families would come and visit over the summer. Even though I didn't live there, over the years I'd become friends with other kids who would come to town and spend time with their grandparents as well. My grandfather was one of the sweetest men I've ever met in my life. He used to work in lumbering and wood production when he was much younger. He had a shed behind his house. That's where he kept all his tools. He used to fix things and make whatever he or his neighbors needed. He was kind of the go-to guy in the neighborhood. You needed a tool? My grandfather had you. You needed something built? He had you. Whether it be something simple, like a birdhouse or even a tool, he could do it. He even built me a tree house when I was little, and it was my favorite place to hang out and play with other kids. And my grandmother, oh gosh, don't even get me started. She is still the best cook I've ever met. Also a very sweet lady. She used to be strict though sometimes. I think that whole generation is looking back. But she knew well what she was doing. They bought me a bicycle for my 6th birthday, and even taught me how to ride it. My grandmother always hated it when I rode my bike to the edge of town, but she would never tell me why I was not allowed to go there. The entire town was pretty quiet, and there was not a whole lot of traffic, especially out there, where I went without her permission. It was not just me, though. My friends also loved to go there, even though their families too would not let them. So we would often ride together, and they would come to my house, wait for me to get out, and we would ride our bikes to that house. It was clearly abandoned. The fence, though, was still holding up, but the gate was always wide open. So, we would go there to play. About 5 or 6 of us. I don't know why we even insisted on going there in the first place. It's not like we had nowhere else to play. I guess it was the fact that we weren't allowed, and that somehow makes it all the more appealing, especially to a child. We'd go around noon or 1, and we'd always be home for dinner. This one time, we decided to sneak off to the abandoned house, as we usually did. We arrived, left our bikes by the fence, and started playing in the front yard. We were always cautious not to hit the windows or break anything with the ball. This time, we failed. I kicked the ball too hard. It went flying straight into the window on the side of the house, the glass shattering and our ball disappearing. It was now my job to retrieve it. Even though nobody lived there, I was still scared that I would get in trouble for breaking that window and getting inside without permission. The other 5 stayed outside and waiting for me, since I was the one that broke it. One of the boys, whose name I don't remember, had helped me climb in, squatting on the ground, and I stepped up on his shoulders, propping myself to reach the window. As I stumbled into the living room, I was hit with the stench of stale, musty air. Who knows how long it had been closed up? The smell was awful. I got up and dusted myself. I tried to find our ball, but it was nowhere to be found. I walked around the living room, moved the curtains to let in light, so it could be easier to find the ball, but still, no luck. I could hear the rest of the kids outside calling me to give them the ball. As I turned towards the kitchen to look there, I felt this gust of cold air brushing against my face. I moved over to the kitchen, and as soon as I stepped forward, the curtains, it previously opened up. I was the only one who had entered the house. I was there, frozen in my tracks. I couldn't see anybody, but the house had become very dark. My next step into the kitchen also caused another whoever closing the curtains to move towards the chair, which was on my right side. I could see the ball in the corner of the kitchen. I tried to ignore the chair moving and just get the ball and move right out. But as I moved to grab it, I went into full panic mode right then and there. I see this large, kind of cloudy, human shape that was all black, moving towards me. Every step was a heavy thud, and it was moving at me very quick. I screamed back to my friends, running for the front door, remembering that it was locked, and I could not get it open, even from where I was at. I turned and the figure was now gone, but I could feel it in the room. It was this heavy, ominous presence. So I quickly, with the ball in my hand, ran back towards the window to where I'd climbed in at. And as I was climbing back up out the window, I could feel this shape, this figure rushing back towards me. In a panic, I pushed myself out and nearly fell, breaking my thigh. I probably laid there for a few minutes, writhing in pain, as the shock of landing on my thigh was pretty painful. My friends and I all began to hear this rumbling, growling, roaring sounds coming from inside the house, and the sound of glass and things breaking and shattering. Whatever it was now angry that it did not get me. Angry that I leapt out the window and escaped its wrath. I'll never forget the look on all my friends' faces. They were wide-eyed and scared white, looking at the window, asking me, "What did you see in there?" I was so freaked out myself, I didn't have time to respond. I just told them, "Come on, we gotta go." And we all jumped onto our bikes, riding away as fast as we possibly could. I didn't dare tell my grandparents what I did that day. Only years later did I finally even read about that place. It turns out that the man living there had had a psychotic episode one night, murdering his entire family and nearly burning the house down. It said that there was a demonic entity residing in that house. Was that what I had a one-on-one encounter with? Was whatever it was angry that I had entered into its palace? Even thinking back to it makes my skin crawl. It's a memory that after writing this, I hope to permanently bury. I was at Yellowstone National Park with a couple of my friends. It was close to lunch, about 10 a.m. We were on our way to a family gathering. It wasn't my family. I was just invited. One of my friend's family apparently gather at Yellowstone for annual celebrations. As we're walking down a path, one of my friends spotted a rather large animal in the distance. We almost missed it if it wasn't the only black thing in the area. It was quite far from us and was mostly covered by the trees. I said it was big. It was half the size. My friends and I stopped and kept looking at it, making sure it was really a creature after all. Our eyes might just be playing tricks. At first, we thought it could have been a bear, perhaps a grizzly or a black bear. But no. The longer we stared at it, the more we're able to make up its contours. It looked more like an ape. It was big and black and very, very hairy. Its arms were large and resembling that of a gorilla. It was steady and wasn't moving, so we decided to get closer. But only after advancing a few meters did it suddenly move. It moved across the trees and we're able to see it more clearly now, and see it walk like a man. It 100% resembled the notorious creature Bigfoot. Maybe it really was a Bigfoot. That thought kept repeating in my mind, but I guess I won't know, since it quickly disappeared among the tree canopies. We tried following it, but were unsuccessful. We arrived at the spot that we sought, and after looking around for some clue or footprint, we didn't manage to find one. The ground was covered with leaves and small grass, and the place smelt really bad, like rotten milk and eggs and must. It was bad, but it wasn't that strong. We were able to tolerate it. We headed back after that. We're all very dejected at the time and kind of down, since we just missed this big opportunity. It might have been a Bigfoot, it might not have. Either way, we saw it, and that's exactly what it looked like. Later on, we tried searching and scanning the surrounding area for maybe more clues, but nothing had come up, so we decided to head back. On our way, I saw particular scratches on a large tree, branches very high up that were broken. Then it clicked. What stands this high up that could break these branches off at about 9 or 10 feet up? And the large scratch marks. I know bears will sometimes scratch tall parts of trees, but at 10 feet off the ground, it didn't make sense. I didn't know enough about Bigfoot to know if they had claws or not, but something seemed different. Looking closer at the tree and inspecting, the claw marks were very deep indentations into the wood, and very, very wide apart. Not to mention, the claw patterns were unrecognizable, not like a bear, which are very recognizable, and it was more fresh. I took some pictures, but didn't really feel they were worth sharing. I mean, it's not like you could look at them and really tell what it could have been. We spent a little more time searching around the area in hopes to find anything, or any sort of evidence. Maybe like a scat pile or a hair sample. Something that would give us a lead to know that for sure this was a Bigfoot. And funny, before this day, I never really thought twice about it. I mean, growing up in modern day and age, you always hear things about Bigfoot, but it's more of a joke, for laughs. But to actually see something that resembles some sort of Bigfoot-like creature, it makes you wonder what else is out here. And it makes me wonder if that is what we really saw that day. I can remember this. It was a Friday night. I was heading home after a long shift at work. I hated my job, and I hated the hours that I was forced to endure. I understand I could quit at any time, but I really needed the money. So, anyway, I was driving by Overland Avenue, Burley, Idaho. I can tell you the street was quiet at the time. No pedestrians, no noise. In fact, it was eerily quiet. There were very few cars on the road. I found it odd. After my phone ringing, I picked it up and realized it was from my daughter. After I glanced at my phone initially, I turned my attention back towards the road. I was quite surprised when I see two red lights off in the distance. I found it odd, since the light was kind of moving and glowing in a weird way. I thought it was the back taillights of a car, but it wasn't. And it was fast approaching me, and I realized that those two red lights were much closer together than initially thought, and my headlights exposed it, showing a body. It was some sort of human, or humanoid, but with 4 arms, and its body was thick, like a large fur coat. And that's when I screamed because I noticed there were wings attached to its back. The wings were fleshy-like, kind of like that of a bat, and easily 10+ feet in length. As for the head, it was more just a large body with these 2 ominous glowing red orbs coming from the center. And instinctively, I slammed on the brakes, slowing down and ducking down as to not be seen. I thought that this thing was going to smash against my windshield, but the creature quickly flew above my car, and I could hear its wings powerfully flapping. I drove my car the moment it passed. I promise, I was not and am not under the influence of any substance, alcohol, or anything that could cause possible hallucinations. I was clear-headed, awake, and alert. While I was physically tired, there was nothing that came in the way of me seeing something that was not there. I know what I saw, and it scared me. I even told this story to my family and coworkers. They laughed me out of the room. And of course, no one believes me. I stopped using that route altogether, deciding to use a different one. The new one I take is longer to get home. I've done that for about a week now, and gave up. Whatever I saw that night, the thought of it sends terror into my body. Thinking I somehow encountered a demon or something, or maybe some sort of large gargoyle, I tried to do some research, only to come to the conclusion that what I saw is what a lot of people refer to as the Mothman, which is strange. I'm in Idaho State, nowhere near Point Pleasant, West Virginia. So the fact that people would even see something like this, let alone see it here, is unexplainable at best. Now, I'm very careful which routes I take and which way I use to get home. I try and take the really long route now. It does add an extra 12 minutes of driving time, but it's worth it, as long as I don't encounter that thing again, or ever have to look into those eyes. Before I tell you my story, I should give you a little bit of background on I'm German, born and raised. My family did not have a lot of money growing up. We had everything we needed, but nothing more. This is also why we never traveled or did anything extraordinary. I had visited Belgium, the Netherlands, and France just a couple of times, but that was it. As you probably know, Traveling is expensive, but I've always really missed out on a lot of experiences. All my friends would talk about it. I've dreamt of visiting the United States. And that's why, when I was 16, I decided to start saving up some money with the job I did whenever I had the time. I don't know where I wanted to go in the States or who I would go with, but that really wasn't important. I just wanted to see a little bit of the world, without feeling restricted financially, of course. I only saved up enough money when I ended university. Before you say anything about school being expensive, this is not the US. School doesn't cost as much over here, and I got a scholarship on top of that. I was a very exceptional student. I studied hard to become a history teacher. I like to think that that was a good excuse to spend all my money on traveling. How can you teach people about the world and its history when you have not seen any of it? I didn't know where I wanted to go just yet, so I tried to do some research. Even before I began university, I decided where I would go. I wanted to go to Idaho State. It's beautiful, lots of nature. The Kirkham Hot Springs and the old Idaho Penitentiary. Germany is beautiful and full of nature, but not that much where I lived. So I wanted to take the opportunity and enjoy it as much as I could. I went with 2 of my best friends and my big sister. We also visited Montana State, but that was after what happened to us. We planned on going for 3 weeks. We rented a car and went our way. It was a lot of fun. The US is very different than that of Germany. Completely different culture. And the people were so nice. Maybe a bit too much even. We decided to go camping in the Salmon Chalice National Forest. It's a forest in Idaho and a beautiful place to be. Our plan was staying there for 2 days. We would have the time of our lives, or so I thought. I could not have imagined what we would witness in the forest. On our first night there, we were all very tired, so we went to sleep early. I shared a tent with one of my friends, my sister, and my other friend, both having their own tents. I didn't think that would be the best idea, considering how dangerous nature can be at night. Also, I had heard enough true crime stories to not feel completely safe anywhere, let alone in a forest. They didn't care, however. Not as superstitious and paranoid as I am. Not too far away from us, though, there's a couple, a man and a woman who had shared a tent. They looked pretty weird and freaked me out a little bit. I just had the strange feeling they were unwanted there. They were bothering them in some way. I was mostly the woman who looked pissed off, often when we were getting louder. We didn't let it bother us too much, though. It took me a while to fall asleep that night, and my friend was long gone. I didn't have anybody to talk to, so I put on my headphones and listened to some relaxing music until I felt myself dozing off. I was awakened pretty quickly, though, by the howling of some large animal. It sounded very close by. My friend woke up too and looked kind of scared. The howling in and of itself wasn't really scary, but it gave me this weird feeling. Unsettling, actually. I decided to take a look. I was pretty curious. I've never seen a wolf up and close anyway. I didn't see one right away, so I figured it must have gone. I looked at the other tents, and my sister was also looking out for the tent, and to my surprise, I saw the weird lady standing outside, next to their tent. The man wasn't there, though. She turned around and looked at me straight in the eyes and began screaming that I had to get back in my tent, minding my own business. My sister took that as a sign to start screaming at this woman, calling her all sorts of obscenities and other profanities. A loud growling sound now made both of them go silent. The 3 of us turned around to face the woods. We had heard the sound was coming from. I finally saw it. It looked like a wolf, but was larger than expected, way bigger. I also imagined them to be much more beautiful creatures, but that was not the case for this one. Both of my friends were now taking a peek outside. Even though I had never seen one in real life, I knew this wasn't an ordinary one. It was scary looking. I admit, I expected him to attack one of us, but Instead, it just focused on the one woman. They made eye contact for an uncomfortable amount of time. When I looked at her, I expected to see some sort of fear in her eyes, but she was smiling. It was creepy. I didn't understand why I just stood there, watching and growling. At some point, he or it turned around and disappeared. I had heard it howling a bit further away. It's safe to say that we didn't sleep again that night. We left in the morning, instead of staying for another night. Could it have been a werewolf? I'm not sure. We all thought that, though. There was no way it was a normal wolf. Wolves, from what I know, don't look like that. They don't stand like a man. I can't help but think the man who disappeared had something to do with it. That was the animal, and the woman stared at each other was not normal. Idaho isn't known for much. In fact, it was hardly known at all. And before I moved there, I'd have bet my sole functioning kidney that it was somewhere on the eastern side of the United States. And if not for his mother's worsening health, I'd have never agreed to move to the middle of nowhere. We moved in winter. Big mistake. It was cold and boring, as I'd originally expected. It got to the point where I'd stare off into our backyard with a mug of something warm, fantasizing about a visitor lurking amongst the trees. Sometimes it crept along the length of grass, watching me, as if I thought I'd gone mad. Other times it held its ground from the tree line. Scott always accused me of staring at nothing and playing up the stir-crazy act to make him feel bad. I hated to agree with him, but the only thing that was there was a deer, and it moved on after a few days. Now, Scott was a rather pale man. Maybe it was the Idaho winter, and maybe it was just his natural complexion and color. Maybe it was just complete lack of sun. He often looked jaundiced and had bags under his eyes, no doubt from sleepless nights. His hair always looked greasy and unkempt, like if you were to run your fingers through it, they'd be covered. Disgusting. Some days, I was set free of the backyard's hold, and instead, I explored the town where my husband had grown up, where I was used to skyscrapers and busy streets. The most interesting thing in the town square was the gossip. My introduction was more like a crash course as I found out that a Mr. Richardson, a good friend of my mother-in-law's, had come up missing a few days back. While I was busy wondering what the police had to say about the situation, everybody else was going on and on about something called the Widowmaker, and for a moment, I was floored. A man was missing, and they were telling ghost stories. But the longer they talked, the more it felt as if some part of their words was tickling my brain. They went on and talking over one another, trying to describe something that they famously referred to as having long arms, leathery skin. It was all too much for me personally. Too improbable, but I supposed even simpler folk needed their entertainment. So I left them to it the moment it was polite. Maybe if I had listened. There's no sense in wondering about it now, but knowing that it didn't help make things easier, have I stopped. If I'd just taken 5 stupid minutes to listen to them, instead of running them off as backwater hicks, then maybe my life would have come out different. Either way, I went home after I finished my exploring, all tuckered out from the endless fairy tale introspection. I was eager to get back to my favorite porch, where I would sit and gaze upon the beauty of nature in the middle of nowhere. Something that had become very ritualistic for me. I would sit there with my mug, settling into my wooden rocking chair, getting comfortable as the sun began sinking below the trees. There was a cool breeze blowing by the time that I had fired up my cigarette, lost in thought and contemplation. The light was soft and gentle now, cutting through the trees in a perfect way that made it look almost inviting, like there was something calling me closer and closer. The evening was beautiful, and I had more than ample time to enjoy it, as my eyes were now drawn towards the tree line. Something was there, something moving at arm's length on the grass. Now, after seeing something, my heart leapt into my throat, and I screamed, but it kept coming towards me. long arms, dangling from the body, giving this thing an almost sloth-like appearance. The body being a dirty gray color, its face being round and large and flat, and having almost non-existent features, except for 2 deep black holes made for the eyes. I watched and frozen in fear as it approached, long arms reaching out to me. It rushed me, and the trance I was usually so trapped in shattered. My mug nearly missed the thing, but I'd hardly noticed as I ran for the door. My heart pounded with the need to escape, but its long arms made it easy for him to catch me by the throat. Its skin was smooth as my snakeskin bag, but its grip was inescapable. I didn't feel like I could scream or squirm, but I knew that some part of me knew that whatever was coming was worse than death. The Widowmaker is said to be found in the deepest parts of towns, cities, and even among the trees. Sometimes it lurks. Other times it moves along the tall grass, watching you, as if waiting for the right time. It has a number of ways that it chooses its victims, but the most common is coming after via strangulation. However, there is speculation it has a preference of women, so it will try and creep into the homes while they are sleeping. It is also said that if you see it, you can die of a heart attack. And apparently it's responsible for a number of missing person cases in rural Idaho and surrounding states. This is a creature that too many are afraid to talk about. Too many times, people will try and rationalize the disappearances as being caused by natural forces. I believe it's a part of the supernatural world, a place humans were never meant to be involved in. As for this creature, after strangling me, it let me go, leaving a strange black marker on my neck. I don't think it was trying to kill me. I think it was trying to mark me. So I wanted to write this and find out if anybody knows anything about the Idaho Widowmaker, as I try and put this traumatic memory and experience behind me. Bigfoot certainly lives in Idaho State. See, a while back, I was camping in my crowded backyard. Lots and lots of trees. This is the very first time that I ever saw him. He was well over 8 feet tall, covered in dark fur, much like that of a bear. At the time, I hadn't been able to see him clearly from my position, of where I was beneath the brush. If I'd been paying any less attention, I'd have mistaken him for a large bear. The second time, it had been wholly intentional. I had laid out a very large plate of older apples that I had picked from an apple tree, and I lied in wait. While I stayed back and hid in the brush, it looked like something large moving behind a few trees, possibly getting closer. After a few more hours, I got tired and went back inside. The next morning, the pile of apples that I had laid on the ground were now completely gone, no trace of them left. Obviously, I guess I must have given Bigfoot a peace treaty, and after this, I've kept giving my peace offerings, laying out as many apples and pears as I can, since near my house there are many apple and pear trees. I always consider it a gift, or, as I've said, a peace treaty. If Bigfoot does exist, and it sounds like he does, there's no telling what he can do to me, ripping me in pieces or breaking into my house, eating me. I know nothing about how Bigfoots act, and I don't even know who I'd reach out to find an expert on them. So I just continuously offer them apples and pears to hopefully try and keep them at bay. It seems to be working for the time being. Maybe I could use this as a way to get a picture, but they're still very stealthy, and only do it at night. I'll see what I can do about setting up a GoPro where the apples are, and trying my best to get something. Wish me luck. Year 2018. My friend and I were promoted to manager of our respective department. To celebrate our success, we decided to go camping. It was for one night only. We had decided to go to Lake Cascade State Park in Idaho. As we reached there with our Jeep, nailing up our tents, we were grooming those freshly hunted fishes on the barbecue. Sitting behind the small fire we lit, chit-chatting, and the view was unexplainable. The moonlight, bouncing off face of the lake and the dark and dense groups of trees was giving us a sense of relief. When I got to pick some stuff from the Jeep, I had this illusion of seeing something on the shore of the lake, far ahead. However, I went ahead to our campsite. After we finished our drinks, a lot of time had passed just sitting on stones and doing nothing. We decided to go and sleep inside of our tent. After all, we were pretty bored and didn't have much left to do. When I was cleaning up the empty drink cans, one was thrown at me by my friend, asking me to collect that one too. However, the can missed me, and it fell far behind me near the bushes. I ran there searching for it, but it was quite dark. I did not bring my torch. Anyhow, I found the can and suddenly, I had heard some noise in front of me. It seemed like rustling of bushes, but I saw something shining into them, looking like eyes. I was shook, thinking it was some wild animal, but the eyes suddenly disappeared. Just when I realized I had to get the Jeep. I was already running, all irrational thoughts of being eaten alive by whatever this animal could have been. My friend shrieking in the distance. I could see him. When I went to him, he said that there was some animal running past him. I think at this point, we took it as our hint to try and get out of here. We clearly were not welcome. Something did not want us here. And sure enough, everything around us went deadly quiet. It was eerie. There was this sound that sounded like rustling, again in the bushes, going to the trees. We could see the trees in the distance shaking violently, as if a bear was strangling an oak tree. It felt like lightning was about to shoot down on us. After packing, we bombed ourselves to the Jeep and began starting the engine, and this creature leaping in front of the vehicle, with a face as leathery and disgusting as an old, dried-out football. Large black eyes and a mouthful of tiny teeth and several large fangs. This thing was also frail and emaciated looking, like a starved Holocaust survivor. Long, lanky limbs and dark claws. I threw the Jeep in drive, flooring it, nearly running him over. But he was so quick, I didn't even see him dart out of the way. It was like he wasn't even there, blowing my mind. At a speed that didn't even seem possible. The next thing you know, he was just a blur. Nothing. I began to lose all senses over my body as I'm flooring the Jeep, driving. My legs and hands become numb, and now my vision is becoming blurry. I pull the Jeep over and try to recollect, but my vision is getting so bad, I feel like I'm going to fall unconscious. My friend pulls me into the seat, quite literally, plucking me up from the driver's seat and putting me in the back, where I lose consciousness. I guess they were able to drive us back while we had left everything at our campsite. They were considering taking me to a hospital until I came to, with this very strange burning sensation that I get now all over my hands and legs at random times. It's never gone away. I still deal with it nowadays. It's just not as often, but sometimes I'll have these days where it's really bad, and I have to pop quite a few ibuprofen to make it stop. I have no idea what that thing did to me, but whatever it did, it really messed my life up. This happened a few years ago now. My 3 brothers and I, the avid teenage explorers that we were, had gone camping near Lake Cascade. We had just finished setting up our tents near the lake directly across from the mountain road. We were eating fried fish sticks and we had brought other food. Our pickup truck was parked near the tent. We had left the majority of our supplies in it. The little that we had bothered to stuff our backpacks with consisted of flashlights and some other snacks and food. Now, it was nearing 8 p.m., so we thought it would a better time to take turns telling horror stories. Just the classic camping ones. Ghosts and ghouls and goblins, bigfoots and bears. All the fun stories that make you squirm. This had been our first trip in a while, due to exams and assignments and other school-related activities. We just wanted to relax and be away from home for just a couple of nights. We had been going on trips like this ever since Marty, the eldest of us, had turned old enough to drive. And we still do. Not as frequently, of course, but we do. In all our camping history, we had never encountered many wild animals, so we had always been pretty lax about security. That's never a great idea. By the time it was Sam's turn to start his story, we were already bored. Sam was the youngest, and his stories were always a modified version of some outdated creepypasta. I was pretty tired, since I had done most of the work in setting up the tents. I was struggling to keep my eyes open. As he went on about this long old haunted doll story, which was obviously a ripoff of Robert the Doll, I laid down, resting my back. It ached. I could really do with a shot right now. I probably would have just gone to sleep. And then we heard a screeching noise. It shot me up out of my drowsiness. My drowsiness vanished, actually. We all looked up towards the lake. It was pretty dark, so we couldn't see much. Marty suggested that we go look. What, are you kidding me? This is not a horror movie. We're not going to go get slaughtered. It's a terrible idea. None of us are armed. I think the most we have is a pocket knife. Hardly enough to even defend ourselves with adequately. Screams in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, it's going to end well. Especially at night. I've seen far too many horror movies to know that the following is never a good idea. Then, the shriek came yet again. It was longer this time. The sound was not too clear due to the wind, but it reminded me like the voice of a woman. Despite my reluctance, we decided to grab our flashlights and go look. It could have been a traveler in trouble, and as a precaution, I grabbed a steel rod that we had left over from setting up the tents. I hadn't known what its purpose was, but it would have a new one now. We walked with our flashlights towards the lake, but there was nobody in sight. The shriek sounded once more. It seemed to be coming from nearby. Now that it was more clear, I could make out the word being screamed. Somebody was calling for help. We increased our pace and began calling out for the woman. We still could not see anybody, which was weird, since judging by our speed, whoever it was, she should have been visible by now. As we continued pacing towards the lake, calling out for her, the light from my light fell on a strange being. Everybody saw it, causing all of us to stop dead in our tracks. It was far more human than animal, crawling around on all fours, like the way a toddler would, not taller than 3 feet tall. Its body was yellow and completely naked, devoid of any genitalia or hair, and the head was disproportionately larger than the body. The face was distorted, eyes completely black, pretty much no nose, and a very, very large mouth. It stared at us for a minute, and then slowly made a grinning expression, exposing millions of tiny teeth, much like that of a piranha. I took a step back instinctively, tightening my grip on the rod, but it did not move or attack. Instead, it grinned wider, looking towards the sky and shrieking. It was the shriek of a woman, calling out the word help, and every hair on my body stood up. I can't speak for my friends, but I'm sure they were like me, at their wits' end, about to release the bowels in their pants. We all yelled and cursed, running back towards our tents. I didn't know if this thing was a flippin' animal, a ghost, an alien, a demon. I don't know. I didn't care. All I knew is that it did not belong in our world. It had no place with us. We quickly grabbed our bags, left our tents, and got in the car, driving away. It took us quite a while to calm down. We had discussed what we had just seen. This thing was straight out of a horror movie. It was unlike any known animal. I say it was unlikely any known animal since I have scanned through pretty much the entire internet looking for any information on it. I can't find a thing. The next day, we decided to go back with our uncle and father, who each carried a shotgun. We were looking around for it. Maybe we could capture it. My dad has seen some pretty weird stuff, especially out in the Sawtooth Mountains. He's heard some things. He had no qualms about believing us and was actually excited for the trip. My uncle too loved adventure and had nothing better to do, so he tagged along, but was much more open-minded and not so believing. We searched for hours. We could not locate it or even find anything out of the ordinary. we went home empty-handed. A few months go by, and my brothers and I returned to the spot. But once again, we could not find it. I hear the lake now has been closed down due to excessive bacteria. The creature, perhaps more of them, probably still reside in the area. It mocked us. It wanted to kill us. I've not been able to find anything related to it, out of all the hours I've spent scouring the internet. I don't know if it's dangerous, but if its teeth give me any signs, I'm sure it is. And the fact that it can mimic a human and show intelligence, it's very, very terrifying. If you saw what I saw, you would agree with every word about the story that I'm about to tell you. My name is James. I used to be a farmer of Idaho. I was taking the weekend to be with my family. Saturday, actually. We had gone to Greenbelt Park, having a picnic. With me was my small daughter, my wife, and my younger son. My older son lives in New York now with his family. After the picnic ended, we decided to go to Snake River for some photos. Some hours had passed, and we had to return home to be ready for Sunday. In the morning, our day was pretty busy. We prepared our bags to visit a very famous place, the Payette Lake, known by many as the Lake of Charlie, supposedly a sea monster-like serpent. The stories around this creature are told since the 1950s. It was named by a newspaper contest. My son and daughter were packing their bags. I and Samantha were packing ours. Then, after loading everything in the car and closing the door, arriving there, we saw a crowd publicly celebrating Charlie's Day at the lake, waiting for the appearance of the famous creature. Sure, this serpent only appeared decades ago, and some of us thought that it was just a story or something like that. But most people, at least that I saw, truly believed on its existence. Hours passed, and we were all looking to the lake, waiting for something to happen. Maybe the government prepared something fun for Charlie's Day. We waited, but at the end of the festival, nothing happened. No monster appeared. My daughter was disappointed. My wife was bored just like me, and Bill was playing with his cell phone. Before we leave the lake, I saw something, though, moving in the water. I had no idea what it could be. Maybe a snake or a fish? Are there such things as lake snakes? I don't know. I asked if my family saw the same thing that I was. They didn't see it. We began going back to the car, and we heard a huge sound. It sounded like waves. I turned back, and I started hearing everybody, including my family and all the people around us, freaking out at what we had just seen. Something had just emerged from the water, and then quickly went under. Although it happened so fast, it makes you wonder